die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold in the fire.
They say I have a grim sense of humor.
of some people. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We're on air.
I was not warned.
That's okay, because it's 20 minutes late.
It is.
It is 20
indeed.
minutes late, and we're just about to get into Champion Select here. Bada bing, bada boom. Jeez.
It has been a roller coaster of a 20 minutes, let me tell you.
Yeah, and by a roller coaster, we mean nothing. Nothing was
Exactly,
happening.
Nothing happened.
It's like one of those children's roller coasters that doesn't really like go up or down. It just kind of goes.
like
and there's that little tiny hill, which was where I offered Resonant Nostalgia the forfeit because Sensei Squad wasn't ready. They actually didn't take the forfeit, so we will be playing a full best of 3.
Exactly. It's kind of like, when you go to the mall at Christmas time and there's a little train they have.
Oh, yeah, the little train just going around.
Train that goes around, and it gets really exciting when you pass by Santa.
Yeah.
That's how it was.
So who's Santa in this metaphor?
Me.
Oh, Riley is Santa. Ladies
No,
and
of course,
gentlemen.
you offering the FF.
Oh, offering
was
the
Santa.
FF, giving the gift. But unfortunately, they
rejected Santa.
Yeah, they rejected Santa.
They hate Santa. So,
Meanwhile, we got a draft going on. The bands are finished. We got Morgana, Cassiopeia, and Jax taken away from the side of Sensei Squad. Pretty reasonable bands. Obviously, Midnight Slushies. Cassiopeia is something to be feared. Mark Hames on Morgana. It's just a good pick overall, and Mark Hames is pretty competent in the support role.
And Jax is just broken.
Jax is broken.
Exactly.
And, I mean, Nichols plays it, right?
And then we have a band away from Resonant Nostalgia. So band from the side of Sensei Squad, we have Swain, Jarvan 4, and Shin.
And that's, the Swain, that can flex. Thrillionaire has played it in support. We actually saw that against Sensei Squad in their final week. It was Swain and Ashe, and they just absolutely ruined the bot lane of Sensei Squad.
Yeah, Swain is very, very effective. Now, you have to know how to play it because his root can be a little bit strange to use if you're not familiar with the champion, but especially paired with lanes that already have CC, for example, such as Xayah, Ashe, Varus, Jhin. They can be very effective complements to the Swain.
All of the Resonant Nostalgia guys are running Cleanse Smite right now.
Yep.
But Echo is going to be picked up, and likely that will be going into the jungle. Meanwhile, the Zillion picked up, and that could flex mid, that could flex support. So it's good pick there.
Yeah, and then our last pickup is the Malphite. Another flex. Could go support, good code jungle, could even go top or mid.
Yeah. And that's just very smart drafting here from Resonant Nostalgia. They're not leaving anything to the imagination, and of course they're forcing Sensei Squad to at least consider that Yasuo to avoid that Yasuo Malphite combo. But no, okay, thank you for not picking Varus.
Yeah. What's wrong with Varus?
Because they already have a Caitlyn.
Oh yeah.
So, on the side of Sensei Squad, you do have Caitlyn for Boosted Asian, which is one of his signature champions, very good at it.
And just very oppressive, and having the additional range will be very nice going into, assuming this is a Zillion support, it's very nice to have the additional range so that you don't have to get as close and you don't run as high a risk of getting hit by those time bombs.
So then we have Rek'Sai picked for US Secret Cervix.
And for the final pick, we have Vladimir, which, the
Vlad is a good pick.
Yeah.
He's never weak, and since there isn't any built-in grievous wounds here for this Malphite, and Malphite is generally an armor builder, not a magic resist builder, Vladimir should force Malphite to go into the jungle, or even take a mid lane Malphite.
Yeah. We will have to see how this goes. Vladimir, I can also see just could be very effective just into the Malphite because you can, if you're quick enough, pull the unstoppable force. However, we do see double AD carry bans coming out against Resonant Nostalgia. So we have Sensei Squad banning away Kai'Sa and Xayah, the two kind of most high priority AD carries in the meta right now.
Certainly a smart move.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not really anything that can stand up to to either of the two of them in lane, except maybe Caitlyn, if you are as skilled or as experienced as Boosted Asian on it.
Now, I will say Ashe is actually very strong right now. Does not have the safety, for example, that say a Xayah or a Kai'Sa has. But after the buffs that Ashe got, she actually just feels very, very strong, especially if you are comfortable on the champion.
And Sphinx is, certainly.
Yeah, exactly. As we saw last week, there are a couple of different builds you can go on the Ashe. I kind of expect Sphinx to go toward that champion. We will get to see within these next 2 picks what Sphinx does decide to actually pick up. I would expect it to be the Ashe, but they might need a little bit more time deciding. And they will have to pick up whoever their final pick is most likely. I would assume the jungler.
Jinx. Wow, okay.
Yeah, okay.
I like the Jinx because it scales a little bit better than the Ashe into the late game. It can match the Caitlyn, and with the Zillion, it should have enough, like, they should be able to peel each other enough that Leona isn't going to be able to just dive them repeatedly. We saw last night in the Unlucky Ascension versus US Army Esports, the Leona was picked into a Vel'Koz Vayne bot lane, and it was just nasty after the first couple of levels.
Speaking of just nasty, though, the last pick coming in for the side of Resonant Nostalgia is this Yasuo, so they do decide to go for the Yasuo Malphite combo. So yeah, we'll have to see. That could indicate that this will most this could
Yasuo
be
mid, Malphite top,
or Malphite jungle,
or
just
Malphite
because
jungle, and then Yasuo top, Echo mid.
We'll have to see how they go, because there's really nothing kind of indicating what this would be.
Okay, so that is a Vladimir mid, in fact.
Okay.
And Mordekaiser going top. Of Resonant Nostalgia, by the way, the reason that they have Cleanse Smite is so that no one knows what they're oh, wait. You can see him now? Oh. I thought it used to be that they would freeze all of the summoner spells until after the loadout was finished.
Okay.
So you would just pick random spells so that no one would know, like, what you were doing if you were flexing.
Now, we do need Sid Volter, Q-Kun, and Sphinx to actually change their summoner spells, because I don't think Jinx would be the most effective going in with Cleanse Smite.
Hey, but 4 Smite, you're never going to lose an objective.
That'd be really funny if they did, though.
If they pulled it off, that would be really funny. Otherwise, they'd just be trolling.
Yeah.
So who wins draft here?
So, just working through this, I think that Resonant Nostalgia has a really good draft, but I also think that the side of Sensei Squad has a good draft. So I'm not sure I can necessarily say which team has a better draft, because I think a lot of it's going to come down to execution, just the way that they drafted. If you look at, for example, the bot lane, Caitlyn and Leona will have a lot of pressure just because of the pushing potential, and then also the CC that can be followed up by the traps and all the headshots. That is a very potential kill lane. However, with Jinx being supported by the Zillion, I think should just be able to survive the onslaught. Zillion can help to provide some wave clear, and Jinx with the rockets does have some AoE wave clear kind of just in her kit. Early game, it will be very hard to actually do that, to like have the same amount of push as a Caitlyn does. But Zillion, if he can land some good bombs, can poke down the Caitlyn and the Leona far enough to where they won't even be able to engage. So it just depends on who kind of executes better on what they're doing. It's kind of the same for the Malphite and the Yasuo combo. Can Vladimir get the pull off? Can Mordekaiser actually potentially ult Malphite or Yasuo? Now, I'm not entirely sure how the Yasuo or how the Malphite Mordekaiser interaction would go, because Malphite is technically unstoppable. So I don't know if that would just
but
waste.
You're not necessarily CCing him. You're more changing. Yeah, you're not. I mean, the coding might be different, but theoretically, you're not necessarily CCing him. You're just changing what's around him.
So we'll definitely have to see kind of how that works, and if Nichols has,
if he even goes for it while he's ulting in, or if he's just going to ult the Yasuo instead, or get Malphite before he uses the Unstoppable Force.
Yeah, I will say probably one of the strongest differences right here is Echo versus Rek'Sai. I personally think that Echo right now is a stronger jungler than Rek'Sai is. Now they can fill different roles. Rek'Sai can be a very early gank bot, ganking from surprise avenues, getting that early CC. But Echo can kind of do the same thing, but I definitely think that Echo will scale harder than the Rek'Sai does. So we will just kind of have to see how this goes.
So thank you, Wing Nation from Twitch chat. Malphite can cancel Mordekaiser ult with his ult, but only during the cast animation from Mordekaiser. So if Malphite ults first, I mean, it might not even have a long enough, like the channel time might be too long to even get him in the middle of the ult.
Yeah.
But so I'm guessing the safest way to do this is just ult the Yasuo.
Exactly. Now that's assuming that he doesn't get knocked up by the Malphite.
Yes.
So that's another thing. They'll have to make sure once they get into the latest parts of this game, they don't group up as 5 and try and get, say, for example, a flank from the Vladimir. So I definitely think it will come down to just execution.
If you are grouping, basically you have to do it with Rek'Sai, Leona, or something. Keep Caitlyn in the back line. Make sure that Vladimir can pull the ult, or get a flank from the side with that proto belt.
Now, with this team, with the Vladimir and the Caitlyn and the Leona, grouping is not a bad idea. What is a bad idea is clumping.
Yes. You want to be in the area so that you can fight, so that you can push, because this team fight is very strong between Vladimir Hemoplague, Caitlyn DPS, Leona CC, and
even just the ability to take, for example, the Jinx out of the fight with the Mordekaiser.
That's being able to win a fight, basically, I mean, 4v4, but if you're taking away the hyper carry of one team.
Exactly.
But what you don't want to do, as you said, is clump. If you are in the area where Malphite can ult multiple people, you're doing something wrong. Because also, it's not like you're all melee champions, it's not like you're all backliners. Vladimir wants to sort of be up front. Meanwhile, Rek'Sai wants to... Did I change the DPI? There we go. Accidentally changed the DPI of the mouse is. It was like moving real slow. But so the moment that we load in, we are here for game 1 of Sensei Squad versus Resonant Nostalgia.
Yeah. Really excited. You know, we were talking about kind of the team fight potential from coming out from Sensei Squad. But that being said, I don't want to malign the team fight potential coming out from the side of Resonant Nostalgia. This is a 5v5 composition if I have ever seen one.
There is no pick on either side. The closest thing to pick is like Nick Lowell's pull. Because everything else that could be considered pick is really just a huge engage
team fight
tool.
engage.
Yeah,
Exactly.
And now it looks like Sensei Squad is going for maybe a cheeky invade.
Yeah, but a clever ward coming out from the Thrillionaire, making it so that this will be seen. And just throws a bomb. First damage coming out onto Mark Hames with Leona steps back. Good guy, making sure the rest of his team doesn't get hit by the AoE from that time bomb.
Not quite first blood, more like first paper cut. But here on the blue side, we have the 4 seed, right? Or the... no, wait. What did they... Are they the... I don't remember how Plat playoffs shook out. Is Resonant Nostalgia the 3rd seed from... there?
It would probably be 4. I don't know. I just know that
top 3 in each conference. Okay, the lower seed, Resonant Nostalgia on the blue side. We've got Sid Volter in the top lane on Malphite, autofill support playing Echo in the jungle, Q-Kun on the Yasuo mid, and in the bot lane, Sphinx and the Thrillionaire on Jinx and Zillion.
Yeah, and once again, just going down from the side of Sensei Squad, we have Mordekaiser in the top lane with Nick Lulz. We have U.S. Secret Service on the Rek'Sai, Midnight Slushy on Vladimir, Boosted Asian and Mark Hames on Caitlyn and Leona in the bot lane.
And if you are just joining us, yes, U.S. Secret Service is a sub. Unfortunately, Waterbear couldn't make it in time for the first game for one reason or another.
Apparently, fiery poops might have been involved.
I just didn't want to have to say that on stream. Bad Mexican, guys. If you are not accustomed to spice, don't eat spicy Mexican. Pro tips from a guy who likes a lot of spice.
Yeah. So yeah, as we can see here in the bot lane, we definitely just see the push coming out from the Caitlyn Leona, kind of like we expected. And that's at level 2, goes in, gets the Zenith Blade onto Sphinx, but does not actually land the trap. So it will just be, actually, Mark Hames ends up losing the trade because he goes deep.
Yeah, he goes deep, and Sphinx takes a little bit of damage. Thrillionaire takes some, but I do think that Mark Hames, in the long run, will end up a little bit better here just because he has the sustain from Targons.
Exactly.
Rather than Thrillionaire, who just has mana regen. So I want to see him go for like these low-risk trades that we're seeing, but U.S. Secret Service setting up a gank on Q-Kun. He is going to jump in onto Midnight Slushy, get the double knock-up. The Crimson Rush is about up. US Secret Service going to get the knock-up. Midnight Slushy going to Q with the empowered Q. The flash away by the Rek'Sai, and it is a trade of flashes for the junglers.
Yeah, just kind of a very sloppy gank there coming out from US Secret Service. I think the only way that would have been kind of cleaner, though, I don't think it was necessarily a misplay coming out from US Secret Service or Midnight Slushy. I just think Q-Kun played it very well.
I think the one thing that US Secret Service did wrong was not immediately getting the knock-up. I think he was anticipating the flash, and unfortunately for him, Q-Kun didn't flash. So he did get away like that. But autofill support now might be caught. He's rooted, pulled in, Midnight Slushy, not going to get the kill. US Secret Service is the one with the kill credit here. And now Boosted Asian flashing away because he doesn't have a support.
Yeah. Really good there, the 3-in-air trying to make sure that they can actually fight, but the Eclipse goes in, Zenith Blade does actually get the root, the trap, has to be flashed away from, so that is just the flash coming out from Sphinx in a trade for the Ignite coming out from Mark Hames, Leona.
Yeah, it is another good trade here by Mark Hames. I'll take Ignite for the ADC flash, especially when it's Jinx any day of the week.
Yeah, just been so effective on this Leona. A lot of times Leona is seen as a very effective early powerhouse just because once you get level 3, you have so much ability, but there is a little bit of engage. US Secret Service seems to be caught out, does get the knock-up onto autofill support, and the DPS coming in from Boosted Asian, however, does get stunned up by the double time bomb. However, Mark Hames is right on top of Sphinx, does land the other Zenith Blade, and the Q comes out, and will there be enough damage? And there is! Boosted Asian does get the final headshot onto this Sphinx, and Jinx goes down.
Autofill support with a very aggressive play onto US Secret Service. The Rek'Sai had double buffs over Echo, and Echo is down a significant amount of farm. He doesn't have any combat stats either. So it was... Okay, Nichols. Weird flex, but okay.
Yeah. No, I will say
just a strange fight.
I will say the beginning of that actually did look very good, even though autofill support was down the buffs, actually was out damaging US Secret Service because he had the ability to, go back and, was doing really well in that trade. However, what made the difference was Mark Hames and Boosted Asian were able to get up to join the fight before Sphinx and Thrillionaire because they have the push.
Yeah, having the rotation priority is super important here, especially when you're talking, junglers dueling in that bot side jungle. And that is where the junglers will be for the foreseeable future because the Rift Herald isn't up. It's only 5.5 minutes. We've already got 3 kills and a 1,500 gold lead. But the Rift Herald isn't up. The Grievous Wounds have already been bought by Q-Kun. So just nipping that Vladimir right in the bud. And he's gonna
go
for
as
a
we
trade.
can see, just a lot of... Yasuo can just be so irritating to play with just because of his massive mobility. And Q-Kun is really using that quite effectively to be able to get on top of Midnight Slushy, get that damage, apply the Grievous Wounds, so that when however, that is a flash engage.
The Thrillionaire is going to get stunned up. One more auto attack from Boosted Asian is not going to hit because he got the double bomb stun. The flash expended by Mark Hames for nothing by the Thrillionaire.
However, that is a lot of damage onto the Zillion, and as you can see, they did lose, I believe, a bout of wave of experience right there because they were zoned off of the wave. I don't think they actually managed to get a complete freeze. I think it kind of is pushed under tower. Unfortunately, we can't really see right now, but
it is not.
No, it is not.
Yeah.
So they are managing to just once again make it so that Sphinx has to use the mana coming out from Zap to be able to get the farm. And Jinx early is it's very easy to run through all of that damage. However,
the ult from Nichols, he is going to try and fight Sid Volter here. Sid Volter does have the unstoppable force himself, and is he going to have to use it? Doesn't really look like it because he's moving real fast thanks to that Q, the seismic shard.
Optimistic use of the ultimate right there. He just kind of used it without really landing any other engage or follow-up and doesn't really get anything out of it. So I think at this point he will definitely be at a weaker position compared to, however, there is a game coming up from US Secret Service.
Is Sid Volter going to have to use the ultimate? It looks like he will. No, just the flash and gets away. Now Boosted Asian engaged on by autofill support. Boosted Asian on the run. He doesn't have the heal. He doesn't have the flash. He is not going to get stunned up by the parallel convergence, and it is going to be a failed gank here by the Echo.
Yeah, so both sides of the map not really getting anything other than the flash from Sid Volter in the top lane. However, they do decide to kind of trade pressure on the different sides of the map. Because as we see, Nick Lowles is setting up a very effective freeze, but US Secret Service is still here after the engage.
He has the flash available. Is he going to use it? I don't think. Yes, he actually will. Sid Volter doesn't have flash. He doesn't have his ultimate, and the ultimate coming out from Rek'Sai is going to get the kill, a solo kill actually, because Nick Lowles didn't get any damage.
He was too busy actually trying to freeze the wave. However, they decide that they are going to just push it instead of trying to freeze it because Nick Lowles does not have the teleport, so will not be able to teleport back into lane, while Sid Volter, I don't believe had actually backed yet at this point, so does have the teleport and will be able to just give back into lane quickly.
Yep, Nick Lowles going back now. He doesn't have, well, he has a little bit of an XP advantage, but Sid Volter now trying to chase down the Mordekaiser, not the Malphite.
And that's actually really good, stopping that back timer right there. It does mean that Nick Lowles will be even later getting back into lane, and Sid Volter can deny a little bit more because it's frozen actually outside of turret range, I believe, and so that's even more farming experience that Sid Volter will be able to kind of leech away from Nick Lowles after he was frozen off the wave for so long.
Of course, still a 10 CS lead for this Mordekaiser, but it is going to start closing as the Mord has to walk back to lane. Meanwhile, Boosted Asian lost a little bit of CS, but he maintains that 5 CS lead over his lane opponent in Jinx.
And we also just have to look at the items picked up. Crit Cloak early is alone not very effective because, you know, you only get 20%. However, there is an engage coming out onto the Vladimir. Midnight Slushy going very low.
Midnight Slushy not going to have to use the pool. He saves it. Mark Hames does not get hit by the double bomb here, but he might get engaged on by the Thrillionaire and Sphinx. Parallel Convergence coming out. The Root does not let the Rek'Sai get the knock-up. Now he is going to not quite knock up the Echo, and Mark Hames goes down. Boosted Asian now being engaged on, and the Yasuo is coming in. Boosted Asian is just going to lose his life here.
Yeah, that was just a really good route, I think. The Chompers coming out from Jinx made it so that Mark Hames couldn't escape and made it so that US Secret Service couldn't get in. So very good job there from the Jinx to just be able to delay that so that all of their teammates could come and support them. As we see the Cloud Drake go down, pretty much no contest. US Secret Service had no way to get into the pit, and even if he did, it would have been a suicide mission. However, autofill support does get engaged on. There's the Zenith Blade coming out, and the Dawn Shield of Daybreak, and the Eclipse actually gets the kill.
And US Secret Service does manage to pick up an assist there, so that's good for him. Autofill support moved a little too far forward. He thought that US Secret Service had gone back, and he did not have the Chrono Break. Meanwhile, Midnight Slushy gets a Q off. US Secret Service is here. That's going to be the knockup. The Hemo Plague is used, and now Q-Kun is going to go down. US Secret Service does not get the kill with his ultimate because Midnight Slushy just does too much damage. But that is a great win here for the Vladimir. Now a 1v1. Nick Lowles does use the ultimate on Sid Volter. They are in the death realm. Sid Volter going to ult over the wall.
Yeah, it does have to use the Unstoppable Force to get out there. As we can see, Nick Lowles already picking up some AP as compared to only the Catalyst of Aeons on the side of Sid Volter and the No Magic Mantle. So not that much magic resist coming out. I don't believe there's actually... Is there any magic resist on Catalyst of Aeons, or is it just health?
Just health and mana.
Exactly. So not actually... Now, you do get some health back with expenditures of mana, but Malphite isn't exactly a spell spammer, where he's going to be getting so much health back from that Catalyst of Aeons passive.
His mana costs are very high, but he also doesn't have very good base mana regen, so you can heal up a significant amount if you're pretty low and spamming your Qs and whatnot, but you are going to run out of mana, and it's not the kind of thing that you're just going to get back. He doesn't have any mana regain.
Yeah.
He does have the Doran's Ring, but again, that's just... That's more of a consolation prize than anything.
We do see a flash coming out from Q-Kun right there, having to get away from US Secret Service.
Just a respect flash.
Yeah, really good there.
Standard stuff.
Yeah, just making sure that he is not down. He is 11 CS ahead as we see a little bit of a trade going on to Midnight Slushy. Actually, looks like it... Oh, very good pull, though, to block the Tornado to make sure that Q-Kun cannot actually use the Last Breath to be able to get onto and potentially look for the kill onto Midnight Slushy. And US Secret Service is back. You know, has had a very, very effective early game. We talked about the difference between Echo and Rek'Sai, and I was thinking, Rek'Sai is known as this kind of early game chain ganker, whereas Echo can do that,
later.
but it is generally focused more, I think, on the mid game, late game kind of carry potential, just with the damage that this champion has. And I just have to say, US Secret Cervix, I think, knows that he is going to fall off later in the game and is doing everything he can to get the rest of his lanes ahead, and is doing very, very well.
And US Secret Cervix, while he is 3-0 and 2 autofill supports 2-0 and 2-3 and 0, he's still even in farm. He's only 3 CS behind, which is probably a couple of lane CS that autofill support picked up. Now, Nicholas is here, and just saying hello.
Yeah, just
That's how they say hello in Ancient Noxus. You're just gonna smack your chest and and heal up your shield stuff.
Yeah, maybe they were just talking about how their gardens were going, just farming out in the top lane and everything. It's funny, though, because even though Malphite does have the 1 death, because Mordekaiser did not actually get any damage onto the Malphite, it's still 0-0-0. Nick Lowell's living the dream of a top laner farming till late.
But a 25 CS lead for this Mordekaiser, just because he now has the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. He can threaten the fighting that Sid Volter will either have to flash or ult away from, because once he's slowed, that Seismic Shard isn't going to be so useful.
And I think, Mordekaisers a lot of times see 2 potential first items. It can be the Leandri's Torment, or it can be the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Both of them can be very, very beneficial. I personally like Rylai's Crystal Scepter just because of the utility it provides. I've never played Mordekaiser, but I can tell you just how awful it is to play against Rylai's Crystal Scepter Mordekaiser, because you just cannot get away. You will probably do a little bit more damage just because of the % health burn coming out from Leandri's Torment, and since you do get the increased burn because of the CC coming out from the pool, you will be doing probably a fair bit, some more damage. But the difference is with Rylai's Crystal Scepter, you will do probably the same amount of damage just over a longer period of time because they can't escape.
And I do think Rylai's Crystal Scepter is a little bit more of the supportive type item, first item. If Nicklos were going and helping or roaming, taking this Rift Herald or something. But meanwhile, Q-Kun and Secret Cervix are going to go for a fight. The ultimate comes out from the Rek'Sai. Now Midnight Slushy is here. He's channeling the Chemo Plague, and he is going to get it. US Secret Service goes very low, but he's not going to go down. They trade and take Q-Kun with them.
Yeah, just a good kill. Q-Kun got kind of squished right there in that pinch point of the jungle where he couldn't really escape down because the bot lane was roaming up, but he also couldn't escape top because that's where US Secret Cervix and Midnight Slushy was, and so he got stuck in this really awful situation where he had nowhere to go and did get taken down in what was essentially kind of a 4v1, kind of a
Basically.
4v2. I think autofill support was there kind of for moral support. They weren't really able to do anything, and he does just get taken down.
And forcing Q-Kun to use the Wind Wall to the bot side, boosted Asian, channeling that ace in the hole onto him. It did help with Midnight Slushy getting the Tides of Blood. Nicholas with the BM back here.
Yeah, that's just, well, it's also just rude. Sid Volter, don't stop someone's back.
You don't stop someone's back, especially when you're going to lose the trade if you stop the back.
Yeah, although...
however, coming out, and that is going to be autofill support coming in for the trying to kill, but he can't quite because Nick Lowell is in the Death Realm. Is he going to be able to take down Sid Volter with him? No, they're going to pop out of the Death Realm. Nick Lowell goes down.
Yeah, Sid Volter picking up what are the components for Abyssal Mask first actually is fairly tanky, despite the fact that Malphite is generally seen as an anti-AD, anti-auto attack based kind of champion. Nicholas, because he doesn't have the % health burn.
But the Hemo Plague. Wow, Q-Kun gonna go very low. The Phantom Dancer is not gonna save him, and Midnight Slushy with the solo kill.
Yeah, just a 1v1 right there, coming out very good from Midnight Slushy. This guy is just so effective, just so good across the map on whatever champion you put him on.
And the Secret Cervix was here for the assassination, but unfortunately they botched it. Looks like it is Escobar all over again. He goes down, autofill support finally dies, and it looks like Mark Hames actually picking up the Rift Herald for Sensei.
Yeah, autofill support and Sid Volter hoping to maybe, sneak away the Rift Herald right there. However, they had
Crap.
just lost their mid laner.
Was it Escobar or Castro that it was Castro, wasn't it?
Who?
That the Secret Service, or the CIA and the Secret Service tried to, or no, it was the CIA. So I really screwed that one up twice, because I'm pretty sure it was Castro, and I'm pretty sure it was the CIA that tried to kill him a lot.
I'm pretty sure the CIA has tried to kill both Castro and who else did you
but like
say?
Escobar.
Escobar.
But
oh, yeah.
like, the CIA famously failed so many times.
So many times.
With Castro. Oh, right, yeah, because it was like the Bay of Pigs.
Yeah.
And just all of the weird, like, send him anthrax
Yep.
letters, but also send him fake anthrax
Yep.
letters.
They couldn't manage to get him.
Oh, the flash
Oh.
forward is not going to find Sphinx, and now Boosted Asian might actually be caught. The traps are going to get him stunned up. And Boosted Asian going to go down to Sphinx. Now Q-Kun's here. Mark Hames is alone. The teleport coming out from Midnight Slushy and Nick Lowe's. They're both going to come in. Nick Lowe's is here, but he can't do anything to save his support. Now Secret Cervix in the middle. Sphinx pulled back. Nick Lowe's going to go down. Nick Lowe's going to take down Sphinx. And
Here comes
now he's in
Vladimir.
the middle of 4. Vlad's here. The Hemoplague is going to go down. It finds 3. Now we have Midnight Slushy alone versus 4. He is not going to be able to do anything. The Zanya's comes out. Can he find Sid Volter? He cannot. A shutdown by autofill support.
Yeah, that just shows the advantage of having the Abyssal Mask, because 2 of the major damage dealers, Mordekaiser and Vladimir, are going to be AP-based damage, and so Sid Volter just was not able to be taken down. Also, just that entire fight was a collection of what looked like different 2v4s, where 2 people would go in and die.
You got Boosted Asian Mark Hames.
And then Boosted Asian, very good traps coming out from Sphinx. I will
Yes.
say, put them at a position to where Boosted Asian wasn't actually really able to escape. So he ends up getting hit by the double bomb from the Thrillionaire. And then in an attempt to escape from the double bomb, which he doesn't, he also nets himself into the traps, which was followed up by the ultimate and then a flash auto coming out from Sphinx. So just overall, not great feelings from Boosted Asian. Not that it was poorly played. The poor play was just being in that position in the first place.
Yeah. Not necessarily like horrible positioning. It was just bad positioning when you're against Jinx and when the Zillion is also there. Of course, they didn't have vision there at the time. So
Yeah.
Mark Hames flashing for the commit onto Jinx, missing it, and they weren't able to pick up Sphinx. That basically sealed Boosted Asian's fate.
Well, and then on top of that, they didn't have the follow-up. Nick Lowe's wasn't there. Midnight Slushy wasn't there. Secret Service was close, but not close enough, as opposed to the fact that Q-Kun and Autofill Support were there very, very early.
And autofill support, speaking of which, he is going to get pulled in. The ultimate comes out from Sid Volter.
Oh!
That's going to be a Boosted Asian just getting assassinated. They do get the turret on the bot side, but at the cost of their ADC.
Yeah, there, and we just see the engage potential coming out from Sid Volter with that unstoppable force, and Boosted Asian just kind of got popped.
And now at 1 and 3, 1.5 items, he is basically even with Sphinx and items, thanks to that small CS lead, and, well, Sphinx also not doing great in the kill department. But Boosted Asian does need to pick up a couple of kills here to try and bring himself back into this game. He's had two pick deaths in a row, and you can't be feeling too good after that, but you have to just kind of
Well,
look up.
especially since Caitlyn right now is in the middle of her power trough. So Caitlyn does have kind of an interesting power curve that most marksmen don't. A lot of marksmen have a bit. However, there is engage. Looks like what might be a potential 5v5. Midnight Slushy actually uses the Hemoplague just to try and disengage the fight as they go onto the Mountain Dragon. Unstoppable Force lands onto 2.
And that's going to be Boosted Asian going down. Now, autofill support is low. He's going to try and get back in with Nick Lulz. And now Midnight Slushy, he has to use the Zanya's Hourglass, but I think he's just dead here. That's going to be him going down. Nick Lulz cannot find autofill support. And it's going from bad to worse. He manages to get the kill onto the Echo, but it's still just a 1 for 3, certainly a 1 for 4 the moment that Sphinx finds Nick Lulz. He's going to run away. Backing in the middle. Yeah, he knows he's dead. He is going to try and pull things in. He does not get him before Thrillionaire gets the kill. It's a 4 for 1, and even though Squad gets the Dragon, they lose so much.
Yeah, and you just have to look. What kind of happened in this game? At one point, it was 2-7. They were 5 kills up, so they had a fair amount of they had a fair gold lead. There was so much pressure coming out from everywhere on this map. But for the past probably about 3, 4, 5 minutes, everything has turned up Resonant Nostalgia.
Sensei Squad just isn't really taking good fights. They allowed themselves to get flanked by Sid Volter and force the dragon instead of trying to rotate back and maybe kill that Malphite. Instead, they let Boosted Asian get picked again. That's 3 in a row. And then on top of that, they weren't able to find a clean team fight. Midnight Slushy was just trying to 1v5 in the middle of the group. Meanwhile, US Secret Service didn't really do anything in that fight, and Nick Lowles was trying to 1v1 autofill support in the Death Realm, and he just doesn't have the CC really to take on this Echo. Now, autofill support coming in, he is going to get the parallel convergence. No, not off on Boosted Asian, but he's gonna jump on him anyways. He's got a lot of damage. Boosted Asian flashes away, takes a bomb. He's gonna go down. Sid Volter on a killing spree, and now US Secret Service is dead as well. It's gonna be a 2-for-0 again.
Why are they looking for this fight? It's a 3v5 in the top lane. Why are they even in a position where this can happen when Midnight Slushy is in the bot lane and Nick Lowles is pushing the mid lane? Why are they in a position to where they can even be caught 3v5?
Sensei Squad is just so greedy with their positioning. Boosted Asian is doing what he can. He's trying to go and take that turret. He wants to be able to get back into this game with a little bit of a gold infusion, but he can't get it because he just keeps dying. They keep picking him.
This is the 4th death in a row in what seems like about 4 minutes.
And now the ultimate comes out onto Sphinx. It's not going to hit. Autofill support eats it instead. Mark Hames uses the stopwatch. Boosted Asian is here, but Midnight Slushy is in a 2v1 here in the bot lane. He's not going to last much longer thanks to the Grievous Wounds. The Ignite from Q-Kun, and Midnight Slushy's not long for this world. He tries to get out, but he's not going to. Q-Kun on a killing spree.
Yeah, Grievous Wounds just made that so it was not really a tenable fight for Midnight Slushy. And as we can see, getting to that point, there's a 45-second, now it's down to 35 seconds, but it was about a 45-second death timer, which means making it that much more pressure on the map because he's not even going to be in play for another half minute.
And now Resonant Nostalgia can try to contest or bait this Baron in a 4v5. If they set up Vision here or even send Q-Kun bot lane as he's doing right now to push this inner turret, they can either force the dragon or force the bot lane turret or force the Baron. They can just do this in general.
I just have to say Resonant Nostalgia is playing the map so much better right now.
They're playing the map.
Yeah, as opposed to just
dying on repeat.
Like, what is Mark Hames doing?
Flashes away, brings autofill support with him, uses the solar flare. Autofill support does have the ult. He is going to have to use it, and Mark Hames lives, but at the cost of both his summoners.
Both of his summoners and his ultimate, and the fact is it's looking like there might be another big fight while Resonant Nostalgia is trying to take down this turret. However, it looks like they might just decide to back off and reset because as we see, Baron is live. We are 26 minutes into the game.
And it should be very easy for Sphinx to take down this Baron if left on it with his team. He has the Runaan's Hurricane and the Infinity Edge. Looks like he's building for that Essence Reaver next, and he does a lot of damage. Boosted Asian still only on that 2-item build. He needs the 3rd one. But unfortunately for him, he's 1-5-2, and his CS lead that was about 30 at one point has shrunk to 4.
Yeah, and yeah, it's not looking great.
It's not looking great for Sensei Squad. They do have the promise of late game Vladimir, late game Caitlyn.
Exactly.
But you need to get to late game first, and you can't let Resonant Nostalgia run away with this.
This game is by no means decided in any way, shape, or form just because of the teamfight potential that Sensei Squad has. We have seen them pull off just some massive team fights, throughout the season. However, I do want to say, look at the Boosted Asian gets engaged on again.
And again, the greedy positioning, it is going to half health this Caitlyn, forcing him to go back. And now the Cloud Drake is on the map, and we could see Resonant Nostalgia elect to leave the Baron alone and go for that dragon instead. We already see autofill support taking Honey Fruits or the Scuttle Crab. I'm not sure which one. Okay, Scuttle Crab.
However, it looks like they might be trying to pinch her onto Nick Lowles. He is just going to back off.
And that's going to move Sensei Squad over to the Baron. Boosted Asian can hit it over the wall, so he's going to do that instead of leaving himself inside the pit. But they do have to back off since 3 members of Resonant Nostalgia are here.
Yeah, it is safer for the Caitlyn to do damage onto Baron that way. However, they does mean if they get engaged in the river, Caitlyn is not in a position to be able to help at all.
Of course, he doesn't have Flash, he only has Heal, and Nick Lulz is still pushing in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Resonant Nostalgia has all rotated to the mid lane, and now they're looking for that dragon that we were talking about.
Now, it is only a Windrake. So, however, Windrake is still, of course, after the changes, which I believe happened at the beginning of the season. It's been quite a while. Is much more effective because you do still get in combat move speed. And if you look, Sid, it's just going to make it so much easier for Sid Volter to get into a position to ult onto boosted Asian. And I will say, Sid Volter has had boosted Asian's number.
He's been able to pick him multiple times this game. And not to mention, the increased movement speed out of combat makes these rotations that Resonant Nostalgia have already been doing very well. It makes them so much easier that now they can just kind of threaten everything on the map at the same time instead of being forced to choose something.
Yeah. I do also want to mention, we are getting into, this is a level 13 Zillion.
Yeah,
who
he
does have the potential to revive any of the members on his team. And if you're looking at, Yasuo, Jinx, and
a
Echo,
giant-ass Malphite
and a super big Malphite, all of these people are, fairly good candidates for receiving the, was it called Chrono Break? Or
Chrono Shift.
Chrono Shift.
Chrono Break is Echo. They've got both of the time champions.
Yeah. So, it's just going to make it, who exactly is Sensei Squad going to be able to kill?
You kill Zillion first, basically, but the problem is, if you're killing Zillion, you're not killing Jinx and Yasuo.
And Jinx is at 3 items. And this is not just 3 items. Has decided to go for, as you mentioned, out the Essence Reaver instead of a second Zeal item, which means her autos will pack a punch with all of the additional
the
AD.
Flash Ultimate! That's going to be the combo from the Malphite Yasuo. That is going to be Leona and Caitlyn going down. Secret Cervix follows. Nick Lulz pulls in, gets a big hit, but he is not going to be able to find them. Sid Volter finally goes down thanks to the Death Realm, but now Nick Lulz flashing away. Can he do this? Can he save his team? He hits Q-Kun, the knockup. One more auto attack. He gets the shutdown. It's actually a 3-for-3. Nick Lulz coming up big.
Midnight Slushy is on the hunt, though, trying to turn this actually a fight into their favor, and they somehow managed to win that fight 4v5 just because Nick Lulz played that so well.
Nick Lulz came in after everything had been expended to kill Boosted Asian and Mark Hames yet again, and he cleans up huge. Gets a 4-man pull into his smash, gets the Death Realm, pulls those Malphite stats, and then they can't kill him because he's so damn tanky.
Yeah.
Q-Kun just watches in helplessness as he just dies.
Yeah, not only that, he has completed Leandri's Torment. He has completed
Nashor's Tooth,
and he has completed the Riley's Crystal Scepter. So you know what that means? He's doing AoE, percent health damage, that
and
they cannot run away from. So this massive Mordekaiser is just standing in the middle of 4 members as they slowly melt, and he laughs at their pain.
Are you okay, Riley? Okay. The gold's actually even, thanks to that team fight, and all of that went on to Nick Lulz. Let's take a look at the gold differences here. He's actually only about 1,000 ahead of Sid Volter. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, Midnight Slushy, thanks to the 5 kills versus the 3 kills, he is about 2,000 gold ahead of Q-Kun.
But you have to look at the 80 carry gold difference.
That is the important one. It's 1,000 gold in favor of Sphinx, and Boosted Asian has already sank 1,300 gold of stats into the QSS, which really only cleanses the parallel convergence and the double bomb. It does nothing for either of the knockups that are certain to spell death.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that because he's not really getting caught by parallel convergence or the time bombs. He's getting caught by the unstoppable force followed into the last breath combo.
And I think I'd rather have him with a little more movement speed or like a Guardian Angel or something rather than having a QSS, because the QSS doesn't build nearly as well. Like, yes, you get the Mercurial Scimitar off of it, but that's not what Caitlyn needs at this stage.
Also, if you're just looking at the damage coming out, really the 2 major damage dealers are going to be Yasuo and Jinx, especially since autofill support is not building damage. He's building tank into what looks like will probably be a Leandri's Torment, so that's some damage.
He's
but
building to chase you down, Echo.
Exactly. The won't die kills you, Echo, just because of the base damage in his kit. And, you know, it just makes me wonder, the magic resist really is not going to be that effective. Because, yes, Sid Volter will do some damage. Autofill support will do some damage, but really the damage is going to be coming out from the Steel Tempest and the auto attacks from this Jinx and Yasuo. However, that's a lot of damage coming out from Midnight Slushy onto...
Especially when the Abyssal Mask is there.
Yeah.
Like, Sid Volter definitely would have died if it weren't for the Abyssal Mask, because, well, oh wait, no, I'm thinking of Adaptive Helm.
Yes.
But still, the Abyssal Mask was good, and now Midnight Slushy forcing Thrillionaire's ultimate autofill support has to ult away using the Chrono Break, and that turret that Midnight Slushy was looking for finally goes down.
Yeah, good chompers from Sphinx to make sure that Midnight Slushy can't get onto the 3 members of the backline. However, with the 3 Mountain Dragons, they've decided they're just going to rotate directly to the Baron.
Boosted Asian, even though he's not strong in these team fights, he can still melt the Baron quickly, and you're seeing how that's going already.
This is a 3 Mountain Dragon team.
A 3 Mountain Dragon team means they take this in like 10 seconds or less.
Yeah.
They get this Baron, and now at 2,500 gold ahead, they can look to actually build a lead for themselves. Sensei Squad is back in this game in a big way.
Yeah. However, that does not mean that Boosted Asian is back in this game.
He might be a little bit more even now.
I still think really the only way that they are going to be able to effectively win, like continue throughout this game, will be to put emphasis on Midnight Slushy and Nick Lowles. Because Nick Lowles at this point has a lot of health and has a lot of damage. And has a lot of utility.
Yeah. He has a proto belt, he's got a lot of slows. You're not going to be able to run away from him if you're not autofill support, basically.
Now, I also want to point out the fancy headwear coming out from Midnight Slushy. This is a death cap Vladimir, level 17, will do massive damage.
He's at 5.5 items already, and he does have the Void Staff as well to counter Sid Volter, to counter autofill support. None of the rest of them have magic resist, but the important part is being able to cut through those tanks and win the 1v1s against them. So, Midnight Slush...
None of them have magic resist?
No, aside from those 2.
Okay.
It's not like the other 3 are building Merc Treads or anything.
True.
Or actually, I lied. Q-Kun is. Oh, but the flash on the Boosted Asian, he's caught again! What the hell are you doing?
Yeah. Why is he there? He has no support. He is just pushing up with Baron into the jungle.
In a jungle with no minions. It's not even like you're pushing a lane on your own. You're pushing nothing on your own.
Yeah, and that just shows the effectiveness of the QSS.
Yeah. What did it do? Nothing. He actually used it too.
Yeah. Now, this is something that I noticed, a little bit ago. I hadn't brought it up, but I am curious about your opinion. Boosted Asian decided to go for the Phantom Dancer instead of how I'll hold this thought, as it looks like we are going to have an engage.
Midnight Slushy uses the Hemoplague onto autofill support. He runs into the middle of the team. He is going to kill Thrillionaire just like that. Autofill support very low. He uses the Chrono Break right into the middle of the back of the team. He is going to try and get away. He does not quite. He does actually. Now US Secret Service flashes away. Nick Lowles jumps in with the Proto Belt. He is going to tank that Jinx ultimate, and it is a 1-for-0. Midnight Slushy is still at full health. He doesn't have the Hemoplague, but does he really need it? He just did 1,000 damage with that transfusion.
Yeah, really good engage coming out from autofill support. However, the counter engage and the damage coming out from Midnight Slushy made it so that actually the engage, which seems pretty good, looked like a pick, actually turned into a disastrous fight for the side of Resonant Nostalgia as they lose a 4v5.
Thrillionaire did have ultimate, and he didn't even get to use it. He wasn't considering that Vladimir
he would just get absolutely destroyed.
Vladimir moved past autofill support, kind of baiting with that, but Nick Lowles now might be caught. Sid Volter has the ultimate. He isn't going to get to use it before he dies. The Chrono Shift is on him, so they have to watch out. He's still rooted. He's knocked up. One more auto. No! He's gonna get a triple! That's 3 men! Now Q-Kun, he's in the middle, but he goes down. Now Mark Hame's on the run. That's going to be Nick Lowles with the kill onto autofill support. They're chasing down Sphinx, and one more auto attack should do it. That's another kill onto Nick Lowles. and a quadra for the Sensei Squad top laner.
Boosted Asian decides to say, Riley, you fool, I am still the AD carry, and I'm still going to put in some damage in this team fight as everyone else is melting around him. Boosted Asian goes forward and gets the kill onto the 3 in there, and that is an ace, a 5 for 2 in the extended team fight. Boosted Asian, only having 2.5 items, decides that he is just going to prove me wrong, and he is going to put the team on his back. And as the other as Midnight Slushy and US Secret Service, who had done so much work throughout this fight, goes down, Boosted Asian, calm and collected, just puts the pot shots in and actually gets so much damage in the fight, and they're just gonna end the game off of that.
5 seconds will not do it. Sidvolter has the ult up, but he's not even gonna respawn as Sensei Squad comes from behind, takes the win over Resonant Nostalgia.
And what looked like just such a fantastic fight for the side of Resonant Nostalgia gets completely turned around. That was a 3-man ultimate coming out from Sidvolter, a 3-man last breath coming out from Q-Kun. But as we were talking about, they were able to just kind of calm and collected, keep their damage sources safe, and Boosted Asian, as we talked about, gets the damage in. Also Midnight Slushy doing so much work, and Nicholas as well. Just a fantastic team fight coming out from the side of Sensei Squad to get the first victory.
Boosted Asian, after having so many questionable positioning plays here in this game, manages to keep just outside the range of all of the damage dealers of Resonant Nostalgia and keeps calm, carries on, kills them all, and now Sensei Squad is up 1-0. We're gonna take a quick break, come back. I think Water Bear's back finally.
We'll have to hope.
We're gonna see the main roster from Sensei Squad, so we will be right back. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss this next one. Welcome back. We just saw game 1 where Sensei Squad took down Resonant Nostalgia in one massive team fight. But now, Resonant Nostalgia has elected for red side. So we're going to see how this champ select works out in game 2.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see how this game goes and see if it follows a similar trajectory to the last one. Because in the last game, we saw Sensei Squad off the back of their support or their substitute jungle, who is actually not in anymore. We do have Water Bear. However, we did see a very effective early game where they were able to get leads. However, in the middle part of the game, they definitely seemed to lose focus, and their macro was not on point at all. And as we saw, Resident Nostalgia was able to get a lot of advantages and take the lead throughout the map on almost all sides of the map. However, then towards the late game, I just have to give so much credit to Midnight Slushy and to Nicklols. They were able to play their champion super effectively and punish when they decided to go, when Resident Nostalgia did go a little bit too deep. There was a really big team fight around the second tier turret in the mid lane on the side of Sensei Squad, where Nicklols was able to get, I think, 3 kills throughout the map.
Yep.
Just in a 4v5. So just a very, very effective use of the champion, the Mordekaiser, coming out from Nicklols and Midnight Slushy. And because they were able to put so much pressure, Boosted Asian was, despite being very, very far down, able to put in a good amount of damage in the last team fight. And they were able to come back and actually get the win off of just capitalizing off of a very, very good team fight.
So now the only changes in draft we see, the Malphite banned away by Sensei Squad and the Vladimir banned away by Resonant Nostalgia, and that leaves up that Shen that they banned first rotation. That's going to be Nicklols'.
But you know what else it leaves up? Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia just super effective, and Midnight Slushy has had so many good performances on this champion.
And I'm not sure if Q-Kun actually plays Cassiopeia, so they might have made a big mistake leaving that up. Of course, Midnight Slushy probably can't just blind pick it.
Fiora.
I'm interested.
Okay.
That's good against a Shen. Of course, he has this Steadfast Present.
The
Spirit's Refuge.
The Spirit's Refuge.
He has the Spirit's Refuge, so if she tries to go in on him with, say, the Grand Challenge, he can use that Spirit's Refuge, and she can only use her Q to pop those for the time that the Spirit's Refuge is
The Q
up.
is actually an auto attack, so even
It
the
applies.
Q,
I thought it just applies on hit effects.
it's technically an auto attack.
So it does get blocked.
I do believe it will be blocked.
And
So, however, she can block the taunt. Taunt is, a fairly easy to riposte. So we'll have to see, how that goes. However, that is a Pantheon picked up from Water Bear. I would assume that's going in the jungle.
Likely a jungle pick, and Midnight Slushy hovering the Nasus. There's no way he actually picks this one. We saw what happened during week 9.
Well, that's not great. Not the best.
Not too good. But the Nunu and Willump is the jungle for autofill support. And he is going to have, I want to say, a bit of a field day, but yeah, Boosted Asian gets his hands on the Xayah. They're keeping it away from Sphinx.
And Xayah's very, very strong right now. I would expect Q-Kun to pick up the Kai'Sa, potentially, just because Kai'Sa and Xayah are generally seen as the 2 strongest AD carries, and if you get one, you definitely want to get the other.
And while the Jinx was pretty... Wow, Janna. The Jinx was pretty good, but I think Kai'Sa would have just gone a little bit better. Jinx and Caitlyn both scaled similarly, but we never really saw either of them hit their total, high power spike.
Jinx was doing a lot of damage in the last team fights. I will say, I think Jinx was very effective in those team fights, and I thought Sphinx played the champion very well. I wouldn't be surprised if he picks up the champion again, especially since Jinx will have a range advantage in the rocket form over Xayah. But Xayah, the kind of effective range just because the feathers go out to 1,000 units, it will be very, very strong. I am just curious as to why they decided to prioritize this Janna so much, though.
I don't think it would have been banned, but now the Galio and the Kai'Sa taken away by Sensei Squad, meanwhile the Rakan taken away from that Lovers Duo, and the Cassiopeia, which is a little to be expected from Midnight Slushy.
Yes. So as we see, Sphinx just waiting to most likely pick his own champion right here and save counter pick for the mid lane matchup. But we will have to see. Ooh, Ashley picks the Vayne. I'm really excited to see this because I think Vayne is a really good matchup into Xayah.
I think it's a really good matchup into Xayah, but you do have to be careful with the Shen and the Pantheon. Both of those. Vayne's such low range that it will be tricky, and Sphinx will have to play this very well in the team fights in order to get Shen and Pantheon away from them. And now Kayle.
I'm going to assume this is a mid lane Kayle, unless it could be a support Shen.
Could be a support Shen, top lane Kayle, or even a mid lane Pantheon support Kayle. So we'll see what Mark Hames decides to pick up, whether this is going to be a support pick or if they're trying to flex something a little bit.
Now, I will say Kayle is, I believe, one of the highest win rate champions in the game right now. Kayle is absolutely insane.
And I do think this support, will... Right?
No, I think it'll be a top lane Kayle Shen support. That's what I think it's going to be.
Yeah,
because Kayle is actually not bad into Fiora. Fiora can get on top of Kayle, which a lot of times can be, kind of a struggle. Kayle doesn't want people necessarily on top of her. But with the Divine Judgment, I think it's called, the ultimate coming. I play a lot of Kayle.
I don't know any of her abilities.
But with the ultimate coming out from Kayle, I actually believe that stops proccing the vital procs as well. So Kayle, or Fiora, for that limited period of time, won't actually be able to proc the damage coming out from her ultimate.
Yeah, complete immunity there. So even if she did get the vital procs, they wouldn't do anything to Nichols. And actually, it might be better for him if the vital procs...
They won't even proc.
Yeah, but it might even be better if the vital procs did proc.
Yeah.
Because then, you're wasting all of that percent max health true damage. But yes, it is a Kayle top, Shen support, Zoe mid, and the Pantheon jungle. Meanwhile, LeBlanc picked up to counter Zoe.
Yeah, LeBlanc can be very, very effective, especially since Zoe's mobility is situational, kind of.
It's telegraphed.
It's very telegraphed.
Exactly where Zoe will be, and LeBlanc can abuse that to her heart's content.
Yes.
So we're gonna have to see how Midnight Slushy plays that matchup, whether he's going to go super aggressive the way that a lot of Zoes do with, spamming paddle stars and sleepy trouble bubbles, but that LeBlanc, of course, can get away using the dash, then or jump back in, use the chain, get it on Zoe where he knows that she's gonna be.
So now, just looking at who do we think kind of won the draft? I will say I probably prefer the draft coming out from Sensei Squad.
Same.
I think that Kayle is just so incredibly strong right now. Xayah is so incredibly strong right now, and Mark Hames loves playmaking. Shen is a good playmaker. Shen has potential to do some really good playmaking. And then Midnight Slushy, I think, is just good. And I think Zoe gives him the opportunity to really make some influence when it counts. Water Barrel on this Pantheon, we'll have to see how it goes. Pantheon is, of course, incredibly strong right now. We'll have to see how he plays it. Now, I don't want to say that the side of Resonant Nostalgia is bad. I think Fiora is actually really strong right now as well. Not quite as good, I don't think, as Kayle, and I think it's not as good a matchup as they were hoping. I think the Fiora is much better into Shin than Kayle, but we'll have to see how it goes. Nunu and Lum is very strong, especially when you're going to be buffing a champion like Vayne. And Vayne has two supports in this game, if you're looking at it. So Vayne, super strong hyper carry, has the Janna and the Nunu. And like I said, I actually think I prefer the bot lane of Vayne and Janna to Xayah and Shen.
Okay.
Because I think that the Thrillionaire, I think, is, just a good support. And I think he should be able to tornado the engages coming out from Shen. And I think that Sphinx should be able, just the way that the champions are with the tumble, I think that Vayne should be able to outplay the Xayah. So I definitely think if they execute it well, I think the Vayne and Janna have the tools to deal with the Shen and Xayah lane.
My take is that Xayah and Shen should just be smashing this lane up until about level 6, and that's when Janna suddenly has all of her disengage. Vayne can get away a lot easier, and then, of course, Xayah and Shen, they both have a lot of tools for themselves for self-peel, so I don't think Vayne would be able to get these 2v2 kills against Xayah Shen, but at the same time, I don't I don't necessarily see Vayne and Janna having a very good time in this lane for like the first 5-10 minutes.
I definitely think it'll go to execution.
It's certainly an execution bot lane, and especially since I assume Nunu and Willem will be camping that bot lane, since they do have 2 strong solo lanes, weak bot lane. Meanwhile, Pantheon is going to have to be supporting Kayle and Zoe.
Yeah. Whereas, kind of what I was saying, though, I do think, even though it will be an execution bot lane, I do think that Vayne, for example, specifically this champion, has the tools to be able to pull off the execution. As opposed to if it were an immobile champion, such as Ashe, or Caitlyn's not super immobile, has a super long range. So if it were an immobile champion like Ashe, or Jhin, or Varus, or even, kind of that Jinx, I think it would have been a lot harder. But we will definitely have to see how it goes. Does have the pay-to-win skin. So...
That's true.
Yeah.
And I actually do have a lot of faith in the bot lane of Resonant Nostalgia, although I think that Xayah and Shen should basically, in a vacuum, beat up on Vayne Janna. Sphinx is just really good.
Yes.
But
then again, so is Mark Hames.
So is Mark Hames. But Sphinx is really, really good.
Yeah.
He almost single-handedly pulled Resonant Nostalgia from wherever they were in the back of the pack to a playoff contender in the semifinals here.
Yeah.
And if he continues performing at that level, I do see Vayne being a very strong pick here in the late game for Resonant Nostalgia.
Now, you did talk about Vayne, one of Vayne's biggest weaknesses. Point-and-click CC.
Point-and-click CC.
And they have drafted Pantheon. Now, Pantheon has been known to, kind of be a little bit countered by champions who can, dash out of his point-and-click CC, because I believe the way that the tumble and the shield bash interaction will work is he can shield bash and she can still kind of tumble back, but will be stunned.
He doesn't stop her, but he still stuns her. So
yes.
Sphinx can tumble away, and Water Bear will get the stun. It just won't be right on top of him, so he can't get that blade. He can't get the pokey thing.
Well, I think he actually probably still could get the tap damage just because the tumble is not a big dash.
I'm talking about Z.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's not really a big damage source either. Well,
However,
it looks like
a lot of damage, but Sid Volter is right here on top of Water Bear. Water Bear is going to have to flash away immediately. Now, Markhame's in the middle of the fight, autofill support, taking a lot of damage, but Boosted Asian does not have his Blade Caller. So they're gonna walk away. Water Bear and Boosted Asian both expending summoner spells for this.
Looks like neither team really wanted to full-on engage right there. And I don't think... I don't know how that would have gone, because on both of these champions, you have some people who have pretty good level 1s and other people who have really bad level 1s. Kayle's level 1 does not exist.
It is the hottest piece of garbage.
It's but then again, Vayne's level 1, it's
also hot
not
garbage.
very good. Whereas Water Bear, should have a fairly decent level 1, especially since you start with 5 stacks on the passive. And I really don't see a very good level 1 on the side of Resonant Nostalgia, and there's also not a fantastic level 1 on the side of Sensei Squad. So I definitely think not engaging was probably the right decision on both sides. However, we do see autofill support does decide to use Smite on the first camp.
Not like it's the end of the world. Of course, he is Nunu, so he does have the consume, and it's going to probably still go well for him because he has another Smite.
Yeah,
but we already see a little bit of trading here in the bot lane. Thrillionaire got a good tornado onto Boosted Asian.
I do want to point out the use of summoner spells. So Nichols has decided to go Kleptomancy in the top lane. Very standard now on Vayne, or on Kayle. There are...
Sir, that is not a summoner spell, and that is not a Kayle.
You know what I'm talking about. A Keystone, it's Kleptomancy on Kayle. The flash engage!
Sphinx jumps away, but that is good. No, the interrupt from the Thrillionaire! Oh my god, this guy is a good support.
What did I say about the tornado? Just such a good tornado, stopping Water Bear mid-jump, and Sphinx is able to flash away. Now, they do have to use the flash, but they exchange it for Mark Hames' flash, and I definitely think that's not great to lose the flash on the AD carry, but he should be able to tumble out of future taunts at this point.
And however, this does mean that Mark Hames, if he plays up during this early lane, while Sphinx doesn't have that flash, rather, it will probably zone Sphinx off of some of these backline CS, some of these caster minions, just because if you step too far up, you're gonna get shenned, and if you get shenned, you're gonna be dead.
Yeah, and you don't want to be dead.
You don't want to be dead.
Not on a matchup like this where, you know, we did talk about it is execution. However, if you fail the execution one time, that
Suddenly
can completely destroy the entire game. Because if either Boosted Asian or Sphinx gets, you know, a relative lead on top of their lane opponent, that should just determine who can 1v1. And I definitely...
It goes from the straight skill matchup to, yeah, this isn't a skill matchup anymore because you can stat check this.
Exactly.
Generally.
It becomes a stat check. And that's really not where you want to be.
You never want to be in a stat check matchup unless you're the guy who's stat checking and you have better stats.
Yeah.
You know, if you're playing Tryndamere or Old Kale or Old Pantheon, hey, look, we got a lot of people in this. And
I will say New Kale can be a fairly stat check champion as well.
just not before like level 11, really. At 6,
yeah,
there's a little more burden of execution on that Kale. And Nichols is taking a little bit of damage. Autofill support is here. The snowball might be able to hit. It is not. Finally times out right before it gets to the turret. Nichols does not have to use the flash that he didn't have.
Yeah, so does just get out though, which is one of the reasons that Kayla does so well, is because she scales so hard and she's really safe too. Because of the slow that you can put onto your enemies with the Q, but then also the speed that you get from your own E, or your own W. So yeah, good damage though coming out from Midnight Slushy onto Q-Kun. It really, I think in this matchup, it is just, Midnight Slushy should have the poke, but Q-Kun I think has a lot more of the kill potential, especially early.
It's like a big game of chicken where you want to try and fake them out into going back to the place where you're trying to set up, if you're going to get a bubble, you want to get a bubble either right on top of him right there, or get him to blink back into the bubble. And if you're Q-Kun, you want to force Midnight Slushy to use his jump.
The distortion.
And no, you want Midnight Slushy to use his...
Yes, because we have just hit level 6 on the side of Midnight Slushy, so the ultimate coming out from Midnight Slushy.
And Nichols does take an unfavorable trade here against Sid Volter, and without the flash, he is going to have to go back, refill those potions, maybe get his first component item, and he has the teleport, and looks like he is going to go for that early Bilgewater Cutlass.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be going into Hextech Gunblade, which is kind of generally the build path right now for a lot of Kales is Hextech Gunblade into the Gnasher's Tooth, and then into... Once you get Gnasher's Tooth, there is some variability. However, we just see, again, Sid Volter going forward to just get the damage and then using the riposte also just for the slow and the damage because Kale doesn't have any CC, really. Any hard CC. Ooh, a lot of damage going on to Midnight Slushy, though.
He is rooted, but he has a heal. Is he going to use it? Yes, he is. He uses that W, but now that's going to be the Ignite coming out from Q-Kun. He flashes forward. That is first blood. A solo kill by the LeBlanc onto Zoe. And now Nichols trading a lot better here against Sid Volter since he got 6 and that range.
Yeah, but you can see, just look at the CS difference. There's already 8. However, there is an engage. Looks like a game coming out. Gus just go down onto the shin.
And he is going to taunt away. Autofill support does not get the snare, but he chomps, smites, gets the kill. One more turret shot is not going to do enough. Mark Hames expends the ignite, and autofill support flashes away. The Grand Starfall is not available from Water Bear either.
Yeah.
So he's not going to be able to kill autofill support. Not that he would be able to. He's already at half health again.
Yeah, and you can just see, though, the power that comes up from having 2 supportive champions right there as they go for the dive under the tower. Does flash, does, however, get the heal from the Chomp, gets the shield coming out from the Janna, and the heal coming out from Sphinx as the Thrillionaire on the attack Janna is just zoning the Shin off of the wave.
The league equivalent of No Mercy. And now Autofill support taking his second blue buff. Water Bear is here, but he is not 6. I believe autofill support actually got that early level 6, and Water Bear did not get the Scuttle Crabs. He lost the Scuttle Crab fight, so that
feels
puts
bad, man.
the Nunu ahead. And Nick Lulz is pushed under turret here by the Fiora.
I would like to see Water Bear or, potentially even Midnight Slushy come top and try and abuse the fact, or punish the fact that Sid Volter is just using the riposte, what seems on cooldown, just for damage. Because it's a fairly long cooldown. I believe it's about 25 seconds, level 1. And Water Bear, with the point and click CC, that should have the ability to just be able to punish the fact that Sid Volter is using the riposte on cooldown. Does end up backing, pick us up the Phage and an additional longsword, so we'll just have the additional kind of move speed after using the auto attacks. And I do want to see, is this going to build into a, however,
Boosted Asian uses the ultimate, and that's going to be the Stand United coming in from autofill support. The Absolute Zero is channeled, but he's taunted. He is going to get Water Bear very low. The flashback, autofill support goes down. Boosted Asian, one more auto attack, gonna kill him. Sphinx jumps back out of the hit, and Water Bear loses his life to the Janna.
Yeah, and just like that, we do see Sphinx was pretty much free throughout that entire fight, and so does manage to get quite a bit of damage down, even though they do lose the Nunu, I believe it was, in kind of the beginning parts of that fight. Sphinx and Thrillionaire are able to clean up as Boosted Asian gets taken down again. And so, because, despite the fact that their CS, like their creep score, looks very similar, if you look at the actual experience, Sphinx is a level up over Boosted Asian. Because of the fact that he has died twice, he has lost a lot of minion XP.
And now this Windrake going down in favor of Resonant Nostalgia. They are going to have faster rotations. Autofill support is going to get longer snowballs, and it looks like this could go well for Sid Volter here as he jumps in onto Nick Lulz, gets another Vital, and he doesn't even need to use the Grand Challenge because Nick Lulz is already at half health.
Yeah, and Sid Volter is just doing very, very well to keep Nick Lulz off the wave. This is kind of, what we talked about. Oh, however, that is a good engage. Q-Kun does go down, dies.
Q-Kun dies, and he gave himself away with that chain. He threw it out to try and get Pantheon, but unfortunately he missed it and let Pantheon know, hey, this is the real one, while I almost juked you out with the one running away.
Yeah, because Pantheon was not following the actual LeBlanc. Pantheon was going on to the fake LeBlanc, the clone, and ends up, is there like a fancy name for the because you know how you have like the Fako or the Shea clone, knee clone. Do you have is there like a fancy name for the LeBlanc clone? Or is it just, no?
I don't know. Can you come up with a portmanteau like that?
LeBlanc clone. I had to break up a party on my floor at 3 o'clock last night, and I'm really tired. I hate refreshment.
Freshmen do suck. But
either way,
it's only a 500 gold lead for Resonant Nostalgia here, so it's not like the game is over.
Yes, but look at where that lead is kind of centered on. Sphinx has a kill into assist and has completed his Blade of the Ruined King, which means at this point in the game, they most definitely have the power spike going into Boosted Asian. However, Greatest Snowball Over does come out onto Nichols again, who does not have the mana probably to be able to use the ultimate as they dive deep. He does not have the mana to use his ultimate, actually wastes it on his Q.
And now Water Bear is here, but he doesn't have Flash, and Sid Volter could get a lot of damage on. That's going to be the Stand United coming in, the stun, the taunt, and now Mark Hames is here. They can try for the 2v2. They get autofill support low, but can they kill him? Water Bear gets the kill, loses his life. Mark Hames on the run, gets the shield. Sid Volter does not want to dive the turret because Q-Kun is coming up. No, he dives the turret anyway. A double kill for the Fiora.
Such a good really good play all around, coming out from autofill support and Sid Volter, who actually successfully 2v3 while diving under tower.
Yeah,
because they do get the kill.
Nichols was not really a champion, didn't have anything available, but now Sid Volter is here, doesn't have the Grand Challenge. The ultimate comes out from Nick Lowell's, and he gets the shutdown. That's a 600 gold kill sitting in his pocket.
I do want to say I am kind of sad about what happened to Nick Lowell's under tower, because I believe he actually probably would have had enough mana for one spell, and he decides to try and use the I believe it's called Celestial Blade. No, it's not called Celestial Blade. I don't remember. However, they go aggressive onto Boosted Asian, who actually has to use the ultimate to disengage.
And he is so low right now. Sphinx, one more auto attack will do it, and Boosted Asian positioning like a Boosted Asian here.
Yeah, he got borked.
He got borked. He stepped up too far and takes another auto attack and a bork hit, and he is dead. Midnight Slushy, though, he's going to get some damage on the autofill support. Autofill support ticking down. The Ignite is committed, but he cannot find anything from that.
Remember what we were talking about, stat check?
That was
It's not a stat check when you're going 2v1.
Yeah, the stat check does not work 2v1, and also he wasn't ahead in stats.
Yeah, Nichols does get some good trade fire, does have the red and the blue buff actually, does take those from Sid Bolter, who had taken them from the Nunu. So,
who had taken
them?
Yeah, he took them from Water Bear, who had taken them from the Nunu.
Yeah, so either way, does have the red buff, and so does make his trades a little bit better, and also does have the healing coming in from the Bilgewater Cutlass.
Not to mention the regeneration from the red buff, so
yeah.
He is going to be in a significantly better position after this trade than Sid Volter was. And Sid Volter has elected to leave the lane for a second, and Boosted Asian just going aggressive again without the Shen, without the Stand United.
Now, to be fair, in a situation like that, it was just the Thrillionaire posing aggressively, so it didn't really have that much of a risk getting those few auto attacks in. However, it looks like the Nunu is back.
Mark Hames overcommits. He's going to get stunned against the wall. Now the ultimate comes out from the Jan, and Mark Hames is chomped. Sphinx on a killing spree, and now they're chasing down Water Bear. The flash from Boosted Asian, the flash from Water Bear. Water Bear jumps back in. He does not have the E. He's going to go down, and Sphinx comes in for another kill. Boosted Asian cannot do anything in this lane.
He is 4-0-3 on this Vayne, and Midnight Slushy could probably just die, actually. He's going super low, does get the trade kill onto the Thrillionaire. But you'll take that because this is probably going to be first tower going over to the side of Resonant Nostalgia.
Definitely first tower, and now Sphinx hard carrying here. He's got 5 kills, and Boosted Asian only has 1. Sphinx is just so much stronger than his lane counterpart, and that is thanks to autofill support coming in, and not more than a little bit, Boosted Asian just kind of inting a kill away.
Well, and then cherry on the top of the cake, they get the Infernal Dragon as well.
Infernal Dragon for Sphinx. I'm sure he is going for the Guinsoo's on-hit build, so it's a little bit less than what you would get from... It's a little bit less AD than what you would get from Crit, but it's still great, especially for the LeBlanc, especially for Fiora, who is actually building AD.
Well, yeah, and then just so much of Vayne's kit. Vayne actually has, fairly low base AD as well, just because so much of her kit is based around the W. 14% max health, true damage with that third proc, which is going to be double hitting every third auto coming out from Ginsoo's Rage Blade. And so...
Not to mention the enhanced damage from Tumble, too.
Yes. What does it... Oh,
Or,
yeah.
Gives you extra auto.
Yeah, it's 70...
ADC.
Yeah, it's 70%. I think your total AD, so it is quite the buff. I thought you were talking about... I was confused on what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. But yeah, it does enhance that auto. However, with this build, that enhanced auto damage actually isn't going to be super impactful just because she doesn't have that much additional AD. It is kind of just all focused around getting the auto attack speed and proccing that W. But...
So now a 3,500 gold lead here for Resonant Nostalgia. The lane swap has gone over. Autofill support waiting in the wings in the top side as Sphinx and Thrillionaire push in this wave into the waiting arms of Boosted Asian.
I do want to point out we are level 12 on this Kale. So has reached the level 11 kind of power spike. Reached, good block there from Sid Bolter to make it so that the bubble does not actually land any CC. And I am curious, though, as to why they have decided to put Sid Volter in the mid lane. Looks like he is headed top, but that just leaves Kale alone to free farm in the bot lane, who has actually started to recoup a lot of the CS difference that she was down early throughout
She was
the game.
down a fair amount of CS, but now that difference is less than 10. Sid Volter coming in, holding for Q-Kun, who is now going to the bot lane. Maybe they think that the assassination potential of the LeBlanc is a little bit better on the Kale if you can get 2 burst combos rather than just trying to all in with the grand challenge. Maybe something could happen, but Nichols is here on autofill support. They're duking it out, and now Mark Hames is down into the bot lane. He has the taunt available. He is going to use it at the very end.
Oh!
Just pops the Kale! The ultimate not even used. Mark Hames going to go down as well, and this is Resonant Nostalgia's game.
I do not think Nichols was expecting that much damage to be coming out from Q-Kun, but he gets absolutely deleted before he can even get close to using the divine... I don't remember.
Intervention?
Divine Intervention, that's what it's called. I think it's what it's called.
And I don't even play Kale.
And I do. I play a lot of Kale.
But now, even though Sensei Squad got that mid lane outer turret, they're trading an inner and a certain charge onto the inhibitor turret for it. They just misplay this map so hard. They hand over those 2 kills in the bot lane, and now they're paying for it in spades.
I will say, I am also not a fan that Nichols is... Ooh, some good damage, though, onto both the Janna and boosted Asian, who once again is stuck in a 2v1 and gets punished for it.
Mark Hames trying to make plays across the map with that, but Nichols flashes forward, gets the Thrillianair.
Yeah.
The
Here
ultimate
comes
from the Pantheon. They're trying to run down Sphinx. They stunner jump on Nichols is here, but stun. Now Water Bear is trying to chase down. He gets the slow by Sphinx. Nichols, Divine Intervention. That's going to kill Sphinx. And the shutdown. 850 gold now over to this Kale.
Yeah, Sphinx tried to big brain it and to make the plays. However, because of the Divine Intervention, is not able to get the kill. Despite the fact that I think if Kale didn't have Divine Intervention, that might have been a 3v1.
Oh, that definitely would have been a 3v1.
Yeah.
There's nothing that Mark Hames could do. Water Bear had just used all of his spells trying to get onto Sphinx.
And as you can see, Sphinx was doing so much damage. Yeah, I definitely think good. However, that is a good play from Sensei Squad to get some more gold onto this Kale.
Obviously, Xayah is nowhere near as strong as they need her to be for this mid-game, so in accelerating that mid-game for Nichols into closer into late game, level 13 now, looking for that 16 to really become that sort of strongest champion in the game.
Yeah, you do definitely also have another really good pick going onto autofill support, who does go down to the 4-man group coming out from the side of Sensei Squad, and...
This is a free dragon.
This is a really free dragon coming out for the side of Resonant Nostalgia, and it really should, or coming out for the side of Sensei Squad, and it really shouldn't be. Resonant Nostalgia had full control of the map, and then just pick after pick after pick, 3 quick picks in a row, makes it so that they lose control of the bot side and they lose the dragon, which as they start to pose around this Baron and start to kind of get into that Baron dance, will they, won't they, it will be so much easier for the side of Sensei Squad to just regen without having to actually go back to the base.
And of course, even though that Infernal Drake is by far the most important Drake for this team to have for Resonant Nostalgia,
I think Nichols might win
Nichols
that
might win this.
fight.
He has Divine Intervention. He has Mark Hames coming in. That's going to be a Water Bear coming in as well. Nichols uses Divine Intervention on the wrong target, but it doesn't matter. They save him with a sliver of health and the wrong target selected.
That is that was really, really close, because that could have gone really bad if Sid Volter actually was able to proc that Vital.
Be still my beating heart.
But
now
I think
Nichols gunblades himself back up to his health, and
yeah, I think at this point, I'm not sure that Sid Volter would even win necessarily the 1v1. This is a Kale at 2 items.
I think he was actually less likely to win the 1v1 than he was the 2v1, because then Nichols wouldn't have had anyone to misclick on.
Yeah, so
okay,
definitely a misplay right there, but it does not matter. It's all fine in the end, and we still have to remember that Sphinx is incredibly strong, and Sid Volter is still incredibly strong as well. Has picked up some life steal. But as we see, this is going towards the Ginsu's Rage Blade for the side of Nick Lowell's, and I 100% agree with this decision. I absolutely love getting the increased attack speed onto Kale. There are some people who might go, say specifically, who might go directly into Lichbane. Some people go directly into Stopwatch or Deathcap, but I definitely love the Rage Blade because you do get the additional proc on hit from all of her on hit damage, and that is some good damage going onto autofill support. However, it is pretty tanky.
Yeah.
We'll just be able to heal
Not
right
that
back
much
up.
damage thanks to just Nunu being tanky.
And Janna shields.
Janna shields and having the Null Magic Mantle in the pocket. But this is going, kind of foreshadows the problem that we might see later. Q-Kun does get drowsied, and now the biggest snowball ever, Mark Hames, is going to tank that. He is not going to get rooted up, and a good support, a good supportive play there. If Midnight Slushy had gotten that, he probably would have just been dead.
Yeah, we do see on the bot side of the map, though, I think Fiora is actually laying in wait, trying to set a trap onto this Kale, who seems very unsuspecting, and it is an engage onto the Kale.
But Kale is just so strong, the Riposte is not going to be able to find any CC. Now Nicholas uses the ultimate, gets the hit on the Sid Voltor, and he kills him in the 1v1, just like you said.
Yeah, like I said, Kale is just, at this point in the game, so strong. With the Gunblade, is healing up quite a bit, and as you can see, as soon as Sid Voltor uses the ultimate, Kale reactively uses her own ultimate, and so Sid Voltor can't get any of the healing coming out from the vital procs of the Grand Challenge.
And we did see Nichols teleport into the mid lane. The Starfall came in from Water Bear, and so they have to try and force this Baron, or at least bait it with the Sneaky Bush. Boosted Asian moving forward. The bubble does not find anyone. Mark Hames walks away. Midnight Slush not going to get any damage on
barely.
Q-Kun.
However, Sphinx is here, and with the support and all of the peel that will be coming out from Janna and the Nunu onto, with the ability to support Sphinx, I do think it's possible for them to win the fight 4v4 just because of how strong this AD carry is. It just cannot get poked out by Zoe, cannot get hit by the bubble, and needs Water Bear to stay off of her.
And now we have been seeing that Sensei Squad does not want to fight without Nick Lulz's ultimate up. You can't fight without that Divine Intervention just because of how much damage Sphinx does, how much burst potential Q-Kun has, and you need to keep this Kale alive and get this Kale to level 16. He's 15 now, and I'm guessing pretty close to that third rank ultimate, third rank of passive.
Yeah, there are good ideas. And there are bad ideas. Delaying until you get a level 16 Kale when you have kind of been feeding for the first parts of the game. Good idea. It's a good idea.
If you're not already in full control of the game, then you can just stall. The Kale will be able to beat Sphinx at some point. Water Bear is going to get stunned by the riposte, and now he has the Grand Challenge on him. Water Bear just going to go down. The jump over the wall by Sid Voltor is still chasing. The ultimate comes out from Mark Hames, but he's channeling right in the face of the enemy team.
Boosted Asian does nothing!
Boosted Asian can't do any damage. Mark Hames flashes away, but the root still gets him, kills him. Nick Lulz here. Boosted Asian with the damage from the ultimate. Now Nick Lulz is alone. He doesn't have his ultimate available. Q-Kun goes low, and now Sid Voltor riposte onto Water Bear, jumps in, but he's gonna go down, and now Boosted Asian autofill support is coming in with the biggest snowball ever. Sphinx isn't here. It is a 5v3, and Sensei Squad are still kind of losing this. They get the hit onto the Thrillionaire low, but not dead. Sphinx
Here comes
is
Sphinx.
in. He's in. He gets Water Bear, but he can't get the damage. Now Nicholas being chased down by autofill support. Sphinx gets the kill. That's an ace for just the one Sid Voltor.
Yeah, really good fight coming out there from the side of Resonant Nostalgia. It was a long fight. That was probably like a minute long. Like that was a really long fight because Mark Hames had time to be in the fight, die, respawn, and might die again.
And now going to get knocked up by the biggest snowball ever, but autofill support is a little too far for his team to be there. And I want to talk about Boosted Asian here. He is just not doing anything that his team needs to.
No, has, however, picked up Infinity Edge. Will start to do some damage. However, the biggest thing you have to consider, he has no attack speed.
Yeah.
The only attack speed he will be getting will be the passive on his W. If he does not have that up, he cannot fight.
And now Q-Kun caught a little bit, takes a turret shot, but Mark Hames does not have the damage to punish him fully, and now Sid Volter clearing vision on the Baron.
We did see, though, just how much work Sphinx was able to do in that last fight, and we also saw Nick Lowles being able to put out a lot of damage as well. I do have to question
The ult on Mark Hames, or...
Well, it was because it was on a boosted Asian, not on Mark Hames. The ult coming out from Nick Lowles onto boosted Asian, who was really not doing any damage. It sounds really bad to say because you really have to think when you're playing Kayle as kind of like a team player, but sometimes just because you're going to do the most damage, you have to be a little bit selfish and save that ult for yourself, especially since boosted Agent wasn't doing any damage.
You got to know that you're a team player, but also at the same time,
you are the team.
Yeah, you are the team's damage. Boosted Agent does basically nothing here, and that's going to be the Baron going over to the red team, and now Water Bear in the pit, but he's too late. Q-Kun goes down, Thrillionaire goes down as well. Nick Lowles with the kill credit onto that. Q-Kun trying to get away, but he's not going to be able to. And now the Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto Sid Volter. Can Midnight Slushy find something? He cannot.
They get the Baron, but they lose two kills for it and only trade for Water Bear. However, that does mean that there is priority for Nick Lowles, and with the wave clear coming out from the Kayle and the Zyre, they are able to push up the mid lane, and they might be able to get this turret. Nick autofill support not really able to do anything to defend this, and it looks like, yes, the mid lane tier 2 will go down. Sleepy Jumper Bubble does land onto the autofill support, but he is just going to back away, and it looks like they are going to disengage this fight.
3v4, and Resonant Nostalgia knows that, no, they can't really do anything about this. They'd love to be able to, but now
oh my
Sid
gosh,
Volter,
what are you doing, Sid
Oh my
Volter?
god, thinks that the team has walked away and decides to try and cheeky steal from Mark Hames, and then just gets freaking popped for it. Mark Hames just baits him, outsmarts him, and that is another kill going over to Sensei Squad. They're still only 1,500 gold down.
Yes, but they lose the Baron buff onto their split pusher.
Yeah. Sensei Squad now is 1,500 gold down, and the only Baron buffs that their enemy has are on autofill support and Sphinx. They lost everyone else either during the Baron fight or that pick
or
onto
inting afterwards.
Inting afterwards. So they're going to have to try and 5-man it down mid here for Resonant Nostalgia. And they are going to get this one turret, but it's an outer turret. That should have been taken maybe 10 minutes ago. So.
Now, I will say it is kind of hard to take turrets against a Zoe because just the wave clear that she has. Especially, as something like LeBlanc, who. So either way, I can excuse them for not taking it earlier, but now they do have it.
Yeah,
down.
it's not so much that, oh, well, this is such bad play, you should have taken it earlier. It's just that you don't need Baron buff to take an outer turret when you're at 30 minutes, but Water Bear, if he steps up too far, he might get caught here. Condemned into the wall, but nothing else, not the third strike of those silver bolts.
We have seen, however, how Water Bear has been able to use his shield. A lot of damage going down, and boosted Asian gets almost taken down immediately. Will not really be able to fight.
Autofill support does get his full ultimate off.
Kayle?
Water Bear flashes away. Nick Lowles is caught here. He uses the ultimate. Is he going to be able to live? Not quite. Maybe. He's rooted, but he's healing up so much. Sphinx is chasing down Mark Hames, but I don't think that's the right target. He should have gone after Nick Lowles, and now Midnight Slushy alone, trying to jump around, save his skin. He gets condemned, not into the wall, but into the dragon pit. It's a 1-for-1, the jungler for the support.
That was such a scattered fight that it had like 3 or 4 different fronts where they were all just running the different ways, and however does not get any more damage down onto Q-Kun, who will most likely just be able to get out.
And now Sphinx is trying to push with his top and his support.
Kayle has no ult. She
inhibitor.
cannot hold this.
Kayle can't hold it. Boosted Asian's here, but he also doesn't have ult. The Grand Starfall comes in. They save the inhibitor and only expend the one ultimate. Now we have...
Oh, good riposte.
Midnight Slushy here trying to get a little bit of a flank, but they're not going to be able to find anything. They, however, save their base.
does land the Sleepy Bubble Trouble onto Sid Volter, and Water Bear is going into their entire team.
Water Bear, what you doing there? He takes a lot of damage, but it's going to be healed up by the Redemption. He is ulted by Nick Lulz. They're going to get Sid Volter. They're going to get autofill support, but now Q-Kun's in the middle. He gets a lot of damage on him.
Zaya has 3 items, is doing damage now, and Nick Lulz has not been a slouch for the past about 20 minutes of this game.
And now the Rapid Fire Cannon, as you said, it's putting a lot of work in. He has that attack speed that you said he needed, and Sphinx opted for the Guardian Angel and the Phantom Dancer. So 2 more defensive-oriented items because he's so strong and has those silver bolts proccing, but it does mean that his attack speed is not aided by that Guardian Angel.
I am going to just point out that there is already so much attack speed built into Ginsu's Rage Blade, Phantom Dancer, and Bork. I don't really think you need that much more attack speed. Also, just the way that Vayne plays, because you're tumbling quite a bit, having too much attack speed actually can kind of get you off your rhythm when you do tumble. So not getting too much more attack speed on the Vayne, I don't think
Oh, Mark Hames picked himself. He used his taunt for the Scuttle Crab. A huge misplay by the support.
Yeah.
Because he's down for 45 seconds.
However, we'll have Stand United once he's up, so they just need to make sure that they don't absolutely lose the game in these next 35 seconds. But with the wave clear coming out from Boosted Asian, Midnight Slushy, and Nick Lulz, I think it should be okay.
But Nick Lulz is not there with the team. He has to finally back off from the bot lane where he is setting that minion wave pushing.
Boosted Asian, though, I do have to point out, is, I would say, completely back in this game, unless he just gets picked and dies.
He has to flash and ult, and that's a huge mistake from him. His positioning has been suboptimal this entire series, and it looks like it's going to cost his team this inner turret.
I can't believe that bubble didn't hit onto the new.
Yeah, that
definitely
really
looked
like
it definitely looked like he walked right over it. However, just since you have the Kale, though, you can kind of be, you can send your AD carry back to base to heal because you do have that sustained damage.
Yeah, you're another DPS carry. So what Boosted Asian is really looking for right now is the ability to farm. He needs to farm because he's not getting kills.
Yeah.
So he wants this 4th item because he already has picked up a QSS. It's a lot better this time around. It makes more sense into the Riposte. It makes more sense into the Root from Nunu, Chains from LeBlanc.
I'm thinking Condemn.
Yeah, Condemn, and then even, especially the Condemn. But there's at least multiple things that you can cleanse rather than like, the 2
bunch
things
of
that they had last game.
Yeah. Good and does land the snowball onto Mark Hames. I do want to say, Mark Hames has been a total bro and has eaten so many snowballs.
He's been
this
doing
game.
fantastic at that, making sure that his carries aren't getting picked from that, making sure that only he is, and that's going to be a double taunt on the Sphinx. They get him. He's resurrecting already. Sid Volter, he's going to go down as well. That's going to be Sphinx resurrecting,
Vayne
flashes
out.
away, doesn't get Sleepy Trouble Bubbled, but Midnight Slushy trying to find him. That's the flash committed, the Guardian Angel down, and it was a pick on the top laner. Now, Sensei Squad trying to push in here. Can they find this inhibitor turret? Q-Kun tries to get Nick Lulz, is not going to be able to. The ultimate isn't even committed. The knockup on Mark Hames doesn't find anything for Resonant Nostalgia.
Sphinx critically still has the final hour, so that means if they do decide to fight, he will have the invisibility and the increased AD and cooldown on the tumble.
And now the inhibitor turret being broken. Sid Volter still with 15 seconds left to go. The inhibitor goes down for the Sensei Squad, and they're going to back off, not pushing their luck too much.
Yeah, I don't know why Sphinx didn't just go back to heal, because at this point he has half health, half mana, and it wasn't, really in a position to be able to fight.
And we're finally at this point seeing where this, no, nothing going down, but we finally see where this Resonant Nostalgia team fails, and it's wave clear. They have no wave clear to speak of. Sphinx is such a low range that you can't step up against now the level 18 Nick Lulz, highest in the game.
Also has no AoE. Really the only AoE coming out, with significant wave clear would be Q-Kun, but you have to distort forward right into the whole team if you're going to try and clear that damage.
Sensei Squad may have made a huge mistake. They back on wards, and now Resonant Nostalgia knows that they're not
They don't
there.
know.
They're just handing over the Baron.
I don't think they know because Nick Lulz is still backing.
They have no clue, and now the Baron for Resonant Nostalgia, their second of the game,
Yeah.
and they're not even going to lose anything for it.
Yeah, this is incredibly just good macro. I think this is kind of this is kind of a theme that we have seen both this game and last game. Sensei Squad is kind of
They're inching
dropping
the map.
they're dropping the ball on the macro. Now they're doing well just because like they have such good micro and they are talented players and they're making these catches as they just do.
Yeah, speaking of making those catches, autofill support does lose that blue buff to Water Bear, and Water Bear does have another smite in a couple of seconds, so it's not like that's gonna be okay. Midnight Slushy does not get picked here. Water Bear tanks this one. He uses the E to try and keep himself alive, but he's very low. Autofill support with the pick. And
Here comes
now
Vayne.
Vayne is coming in. Midnight Slushy has to flash away on the backside, but he aggroes the dragon, and now Sid Volter is in here, in the back. He gets some damage, and Nick Lulz uses the ultimate, but he's gonna go down. I think this could be the game for Resonant Nostalgia. They get a 4-for-1. They lose their jungler, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah, Vayne just gets such a good use as the blast cone to actually get behind and gets onto boosted Asian and Midnight Slushy and gets so much damage down without, even getting close to dying. So just really good job there from Sphinx to be able to do that. And it looks like, yeah, the Thrillionaire and Sid Volter are just running straight to the... Now, they don't have any minions.
They don't have
so
any
they
minions,
won't be able to in the game or take any inhibitor towers, but they do take the or take any Nexus towers, but they do take the inhibitor, on top of the fact that they have a Elder Dragon, 2 Infernal Drakes.
Elder Dragon, 2 Infernal Drakes. They are going to get this inner turret that's an inhibitor and a turret, plus the ace that they got only for autofill support's life, and they still have Baron for another minute and a half. If they push here, they could try to end, and they would have to push against these super minions.
However, they have ended they have reached 6 items onto the Kale. Has finished the death cap. But we also have 6 items on Sphinx, who has, as his last item, picked up an Infinity Edge. And as we saw, the damage on the crits he was doing onto the red buff were over 1,000. Now, of course, red buff has negative armor, so auto attacks do increase damage to red buff. But that just shows, I think, the damage that Sphinx will be doing if his just regular autos are doing that much damage and Silver Bolts is doing so much max health true damage.
Basically, if he has his Winsus up, he can 2-shot Nick Lulz, is what you're saying. Because he's got about a 600 damage hit on his first auto attack with Tumble. And then his second one also deals like 12% of Nick Lulz's health in true damage. 14%, so he dies. That's what he does. He just dies. And
Nick Lulz will have to be just on point with his positioning.
On point with his positioning, and he needs to basically get the ultimate off before he gets hit with that first bolt.
Also, a big thing we'll see, Q-Kun. I think Q-Kun is going to be massive in who is he going to put his damage on, and will Nick Lulz actually be able to ult the damage coming out from Q-Kun? Because if Q-Kun blows his entire combo onto Nick Lulz while he's in that ultimate, Q-Kun kind of is just worthless for the next about 10 seconds.
And now the bolt onto Q-Kun gets the stun, but autofill support tanks it for him. He might be a little too far. Thrillionaire uses the Monsoon, and that is a big ultimate going to be expended for nothing on the side of Sensei Squad.
Yeah, just kind of a good engage to get autofill support trapped under tower, and so they do have to use the Thrillionaire's ultimate to be able to just make sure he gets away safely. But as we can see, autofill support is pretty tanky at this point in the game.
He is very tanky, but now Boosted Asian, now that he's actually doing damage, has the Mortal Reminder. They are going to be able to cut him down pretty quickly, especially with Nick Lulz and this Gwinsu's Rage Blade.
Here comes autofill support with the biggest snowball over. Does end up just going, but heals for a big amount, because that is a Nunu with a Spirit Visage.
And as we saw that Resonant Nostalgia was having trouble getting them out of their base with the wave clear, they are also having trouble pushing because they don't have
any wave clear.
Meanwhile, Nick Lulz has tons of wave clear. Midnight Slushy has that Sleepy Trouble Bubble to try and counter bait. Oh, they are going to find Q-Kun, but he jumps away.
Yeah, they just don't have the Baron, and so because of the wave clear coming out from Nick Lulz, they can't push this. They're gonna probably have to wait for the next Baron to come up before they'll be able to even do anything.
That is a minute to go. Sphinx is at 6 items, but Boosted Asian is closing that gap. He has to just finish his Mercurial Scimitar, and he will be golden. And we're looking at builds starting to finish from the rest of the team. Autofill support is at full build. He's not going to get any tankier, any stronger. Janna has been at full build for a while. Mark Hames approaching it. He's got a stopwatch in pocket, but it's a 5,000 gold lead for Resonant Nostalgia, but it's 43 minutes almost. It doesn't really matter that much at this point.
Yeah, this is, honestly, I think the team fights are going to come down to which hyper carry carries the best.
Which hyper carry dies first?
Which hyper carry dies first, yes. Is it going to be Nick Lulz, or is it going to be the Vayne?
And I don't think we can count Boosted Asian out of it anymore.
No, because he's 4 items.
Because he's at 4 items. He's about to finish his Merc Scimitar, and while that is, you know, an appreciable amount of damage, you get it for the QSS, you don't get it for the damage. So, and he also has 346 CS, the most in the game, gapping Nick Lulz by 5.
Yeah, they have started onto the Baron. Cannot quite. Oh, it has gone down.
Pantheon ultimate is here. He tries to jump onto Sphinx, but Sphinx condemns him away. Q-Kun gonna go down. That is a full absolute 0 channel, but that's autofill support going down as well. Water Bear is tanking so much. The ultimate comes out from Kale on top.
Here comes Sphinx.
Pantheon, and now Mark Hames, he misses the taunt. Sphinx, he's gonna get 1, 2, a 3rd hit from Nick Lulz. Might actually do it. He gets the pop of the Guardian Angel, and he might just die here. That could just be the game for Sensei Squad. They only have the Trillionaire available. The Baron buff coming in. They're going to get that. Midnight Slushy flashes away with his actual flash. And that is going to be the Baron going over to Sensei Squad. They want to try and push this mid.
Will they actually lose their inhibitor, though, just to the damage from the minions?
They're running over to get it.
It's really close. Oh. Does it go down? Oh, it does go down.
But the dragon, the Elder Dragon, is available now in 5 seconds. Are they going to go to that, or are they just going to try and push it right down the
Boosted Asian is already there.
Boosted Asian's there. The dragon is available. Water Bear coming in. Nick Lulz as well. They're going to get this without a contest.
It's still 20 seconds on Sphinx. They cannot fight without Sphinx. He is their team. They can't.
And now, finally, for the first time in a while, Sensei Squad are back in the lead, but none of their waves are in their favor.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not
they can
yet.
push it. And with second Elder, it is so much longer of a buff than first Elder.
Now, I do have a question, though, because I've kind of been confused about this mechanic. When you have second Elder, is it just the second Elder in general, or the second Elder that your team picks up? Because this is the first Elder for the side of Sensei Squad.
I don't know. Let's find out. How long is this? It doesn't say. Thank you.
Fun.
Does someone know in Twitch chat? Anyone? But while we are waiting for that answer, we are seeing Midnight Slushy getting that last bit of cooldown reduction. That's his 40%, and he gets the extra mana regen. He can now spam these Sleepy Trouble Bubbles.
Now, Sphinx is back up and has decided to sell
his Guardian
Angel because the passive was already used. Does pick up an additional crit item and will get the additional range from the rapid fire cannon.
But the Elder Dragon is not doing all that much because they're not fighting. They're not even pushing up because they need Nick Lulz to fight. But he is pushing against Sid Volter.
Yeah, but just think of the regen that they're going to have.
Think of the regen that they're going to have. And they... that's Nick Lulz bringing it in. I think they want to kind of 4-1 this and then rotate over to get that inner turret.
Okay, General
has
Vici
to get Elder twice. Okay.
Thank you.
So this is first Elder buff, which means it's only about 2 minutes long. And, well, actually, that means it's about to go down.
Yeah, however, Nick Lulz has pushed up this wave to the tower and will probably just be able to take this down.
Meanwhile, a massive minion wave in the top lane is going to mean that turret probably will go down as well. There it goes. And now Nick Lulz, the 4-1 continues. Sid Volter has to clear that top wave.
I think they should just probably look for the 5v5 because Sid Volter is in the top lane right now.
They have the teleports available from both top laners, but they're going to go for this. Oh, Sphinx uses the final hour. Mark Hames might be caught here. He uses the stopwatch. They haven't gotten the inhibitor yet. The pop by autofill support, but that is the absolute zero committed. The pullback does not catch the throw.
So much damage onto.
Autofill support flashes away, and now Sphinx is here, but Water Bear sees him. Water Bear might have the stun available to catch him.
Sphinx has already used the final hour though, and still will not have it at the re-engage.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble is not available right now. Midnight Slushy knocked up. Q-Kun tries to come around. Midnight Slushy flashes away. That's going to be the ultimate coming out from Boosted Asian. The ultimate is committed by Nichols, but it doesn't really do anything. Oh! Goes down. The Thrillionaire almost as well. He has to flash away, and now Midnight Slushy chasing down, tries to get Sphinx, can't find the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, but that is a 1 for 2, a 1 for 1.
Will get the inhibitor. It looks like they might even be able to push the top wave because they do have the wave right there.
Because Q-Kun is not back yet. He is going to try and jump over the wall, find someone. He gets Nick Lulz. He doesn't get the kill, and now Boosted Asian is here. Gets the Thrillionaire very low. Autofill support is not doing enough damage, but Sphinx chasing down Midnight Slushy. He gets the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. That's going to be Thrillionaire rooted up, and Midnight Slushy escapes by the skin of his teeth. The Dragon, the Baron are both down. 2 minutes on Baron, 2.5 on Dragon, and the map resets.
And if we look at this, these are full build carries, but Boosted Asian has finally hit full build, and he has a 650 bounty on his head now after doing so well these past couple fights, after getting picked so much early game. Kale also, full item, has decided to actually sell boots and go for Trinity Force.
Trinity Force on this Kale. Who needs move speed when you can just do more damage?
Now, I will say, Kale's passive actually gives her a 10% move speed buff in all directions. So she kind of does have boots as her passive.
Especially when she's got the Phage passive proccing as well. 4th Baron, 3rd Elder are coming up in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, and then not only that, she'll also get the move speed from her W.
Yeah, move speed from her W, and it is just, you don't need boots at this stage of the game. A lot of people used to sell boots for Zephyr or any other movement speed item. When Luden's Echo was still built out of Aether Wisp, people would just sell their boots after they got Luden's Echo, like 5th item or whatever.
Yeah, speaking of selling boots for a move speed item, we have also Boosted Asian has sold his boots.
That one I'm a little less sure of because he doesn't have any innate move speed.
But there is move speed on the W.
Yeah. Oh, there is move speed on the
W?
W?
If you attack a champion, you do get a move speed buff on the W.
Mark Hames might be picked. That's going to be autofill support, getting Sleepy Trouble bubbled on him. Mark Hames gets a double redemption, and now
so many feathers!
Giant feather storm. Sid Volter low. Sid Volter gonna going to the Guardian Angel. Boosted Asian has the Stand United on him, but that's 2 kills.
Nick Lulz wasn't in the fight.
Nick Lulz wasn't even there. He wasn't even there, Mom. And he teleports, and
that's a massive wave. Can they look to end?
They're going to try. It's a 2v5. Nick Lulz is finally coming back. He's finally back, and now the second inhibitor going to go down for Resonant Nostalgia. Can they push this? Sphinx gets stunned, but
the damage coming out.
So much damage coming in that's negated by that Kale ultimate, but Kale is being chased away. Water Bear goes down, and I think this is the game for Resonant Nostalgia. They're gonna take it to 3. Queue up the Silver Scrapes in this best of 3 because Resonant Nostalgia are taking it over Sensei Squad.
That game was Sensei Squad's, but Nick Lulz was not with the team for the final team fight, and just because of that, it's a 4v5, and they could not kill. They couldn't kill Sid Volter.
And what we are going to do right now, I'm finding Silver Scrapes. We're going to take a quick break and be right back because we've got another one to do at 1 o'clock. And we will be right back. Nobody go anywhere.
언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm troubling you wanting it I'm so cold when I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game said I'm on fire with the blade you're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa so keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야 we're so tough let's get it show you out can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try, but we're gonna wear the crown. You could go another round, 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 round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We're so in it, we pop stars. Only winning, winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. 난 멈추지 않아 Oh, oh, we go hard Oh, oh, we pop stars Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down They could try, but we're gonna wear the crown You could go another round, 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 round Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down We go hard, till we get it, we go hard We're so in it, we pop stars Only winning, winning now Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the final game of this semifinal. It's currently 1-1. Resonant Nostalgia bringing it back on the back of Sphinx and Q-Kun.
After an incredibly long 50-minute game, we are getting back into another incredibly long, I'm assuming what will be a 50-minute game.
This better not go 50 minutes, because if it does, I'm just going to leave and start spectating the next game, because we have to go at 1. It is now 12:30.
Ripperoni.
Ripperoni. It's a double cheese pizza with extra ripperoni. So, same. Wow. Okay, yeah, same bands as before.
For the side
So far.
of Resonant Nostalgia. However, they have decided to ban the Swain and the Malphite, which I believe were both banned game 2
Don't
as
worry,
well.
guys. Game 1 was 45 minutes. Game 2 was 50 minutes.
Yeah, so I'm expecting a 60-minute game.
If it's a 60-minute game, I'm literally gonna go leave and get the lunch that I put in the fridge when I got here.
See, I didn't bring lunch. That was my mistake. I'm probably not going to get to eat today.
We'll just leave the stream alone for a couple of minutes. You can go run over to Campus Corner, and I'll run downstairs and get and I'll just solo cast until you get back.
Well, after what you did to me for whatever extra life,
Excuse me, please don't talk to your boss like that.
boss.
Science does say
I'm
55-minute
out.
game. So we do have an Echo first drafted. Oh my god, are they making draft take as long as humanly possible? Because if they are, I'm literally going to go get up and get my lunch. It's Varus next. Boosted Asian taking that one to the bot lane, and hopefully his positioning has been subpar.
Yes.
The other 2 games of this series, and Varus doesn't have any repositions.
No, does not. Has no ability to get out of a position if he puts himself. Does have the ult for some self-peel, but, you know, using the ult for purely peel does mean you don't get that engage option. As we do see Water Bear bring out the new Willem this time, taking it away from autofill support.
So now let's see what autofill support will draft as a response. Both Xayah and Kai'Sa are currently available, so they could pick one of those up for Sphinx. We have seen a lot of impressive play from Sphinx in this series and in the season in general.
One of the major reasons that they were able to win last game was just because of his play on Vayne.
Definitely. And, well, his breakout game was on Xayah. When he debuted for Resonant Nostalgia and was like 10-1 in that game. And just destroyed the enemy team. So let's see what they end up drafting. I'm guessing it could be an ADC, possibly. Well, the Echo is probably going jungle, so the ADC here, just so it doesn't get banned away from them in the next ban rotation.
Vayne,
it's gonna be the Vayne.
And Vayne Lulu is a powerhouse.
Yeah, pack it up, boys. If you're already stacking that Vayne with Lulu, with those shields, with that wild growth, Midnight Slushy again hovering the Nasus mid.
Please just pick your pick.
Please pick your pick. It's already 12:30. Midnight Slushy.
Oh, does
locking
get the Cassiopeia. They've decided to stop trolling.
And they are just going for Cassiopeia, Midnight Slushy's traditional pocket pick.
I will say the Zoe last game was not super effective.
The Zoe last game, it just didn't really work because autofill support and Sid Volter, both of them were just eating bubbles left and right. They were positioning really well whenever their carries got hit by those Sleepy Trouble bubbles. And obviously, if they can play around it, take away the Kale from Nick.
Yeah. Also, Zoe is a lot more seen as like a pick champion more than like a good team fight champion, and so much of that game
the entire
went down
game
to
was team fighting.
And it looks like, again, we've kind of picked up some team fight compositions.
LeBlanc going to be taken away. That was a huge problem, and it would be a huge problem into the Cassiopeia.
Yeah. Q-Kun was fairly effective on the LeBlanc, but really it was, I think, so much of that last game was just the Sphinx.
The way that you said that. Q-Kun, 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 Q-Kun.
Is Q-Kun?
Well, yeah, but just the way you said it, you're like, Q-Kun.
Q-Kun.
Q-Kun was it's just so... Leona taken away from Mark Hames. That was one of the problems in the last...
Q-Kun.
Q-Kun. We're in anime now. GRLCS anime confirmed. Hovering the Blitzcrank. That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank. They're gonna take that one and try and use that to punish Lulu, punish Vayne, get those tumbles out, and then just bop them.
Yeah. bopped.
Get bopped.
Is what they're definitely looking for. However, this, once again, we see boosted Asian, or we see Mark Hames on a playmaking support. This does really seem to be his play, and as we've seen throughout the entire split, he really likes to be the person who can make the plays, whereas the Thrillionaire a lot of times does seem to be more kind of the supportive style, just wants to make sure that Sphinx can carry.
Sphinx is certainly the hardest carry of Resonant Nostalgia. Meanwhile, in Sensei Squad, that generally falls to Midnight Slushy, so Boosted Asian generally plays more supportive type, pick-oriented, or utility ADCs like this Varus. And so...
Now, we do see the Maokai and the Galio
is that spam
picked
in
up.
Twitch chat?
It's a happy flower.
Oh, rat flower. Nice. Flower for chat. And now the Galio and Maokai. Galio
was banned last game.
Yes. And that's going to be good against Cassiopeia.
Rise.
But Rise. Well, it's time to prove yourself and...
Rise! Rise! Make them remember. Rise!
And
Push
so...
through Helen.
Okay, we can calm down now.
That's enough.
But so this Rise is going to be pretty good. You've got two tanky champions, Nunu and Willem, and Blitzcrank, both going to be very good tanks for this team.
And Rise a lot of times can go off tank.
Yeah, Rise with the off tank, and not to mention, you've got two machine gun mages. Of course, that does mean that we are almost definitely going to be seeing adaptive helms from both Maokai and Galio.
Especially since Varus does a lot of magic damage.
Yeah.
Varus is very
His
much
W,
kind of...
his entire W.
His entire W is very much a mixed damage kind of champion, especially when you do, like, a lot of times kind of go for the more on-hit build. Of course, the Bork passive will be doing physical damage, but if you decide to go for Ginsu's Rage Blade, that will be doing magic damage, and then if you decide to follow it up with even more...
It does give you penetration, so at least...
Yes, that's true. It does give you some...
at least it gives you all of that penetration, and it's actually... all of the stacking is penetration, but it gives you ability power. So I'm kind of sketched by this draft, honestly. Vayne Lulu, obviously Sphinx was very strong on Vayne, and even though enchanters aren't very good right now, Lulu with the Vayne and the way that the Thrillionaire just has been playing with his supportive style champions, he hasn't been getting picked very often, which is the problem that you always see with enchanters into things like Blitzcrank or Shen or Leona.
And if he wasn't getting, picked on like Janna or whatever, who is, I think, even easier to pick
than Lulu, because Lulu at least has the Whimsy, has the Polymorph, and shielding for himself, and then, of course, that Glitter Lance. I don't think that this bot lane for Sensei Squad is going to win, just because of how well Sphinx and Thrillionaire have been playing. Meanwhile, the mid and top lanes, they're tanks, but they're also kind of anti-spell, anti-magic tanks. So the Rise and Cassiopeia
Maokai definitely will be able to abuse the machine gun the fact that these are two machine gun mages, because if I believe Maokai's Sap Magic passive actually works on
spell.
All spells, not just his spells, but like all spells.
And now to be sure, Maokai isn't going to like kill Rise or solo kill Rise, because
exactly.
Rise also has his shield, he's got speed, and he's got that root. But Rise isn't going to be able to kill Maokai, so it is going to be a bit of a frozen lane unless autofill support goes top, which I expect him to, because he's been doing that all series.
However, I'm assuming this is going to be a phase rush, Rise should just be able to kind of speed his way out of the parallel convergence and everything. Galio, however, I think is a really good pick, because Galio is kind of known as an anti-mage.
Anti-mage, you've got two machine gun mages.
And then also just the magic damage coming out, as we talked about, from Nunu and Willem and Varus, and even Blitzcrank.
Yeah, Blitzcrank does have his Q and his ult, although the ult is a shield breaker, so that is kind of a soft counter to Lulu and Galio and Echo.
Okay. Also, the silence will be very nice, because a lot of times when you're playing something like Vayne, and the grounding as well from Cassiopeia, so you don't really think about tumble really being a spell.
It's about your rhythm.
It's about the rhythm.
You keep your tumble in rhythm with all of your auto attacks, and breaking that rhythm with a silence,
or with the ground,
because you can't even cast it. It's not like you just cast it and get the damage bonus. You can't cast it at all if you're inside the Cassiopeia miasma.
So we will definitely have to see if Sphinx can keep his rhythm despite going up against the silence in the ground.
And I believe these early lanes are going to be decided by jungle pressure. Nunu and Willem have very reliable ganks with the biggest snowball ever, especially on things like Maokai and Galio that are pretty immobile except for token spells.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Echo should have a lot of fun in both of these solo lanes where Galio and Maokai both have a ton of CC. Echo needs the CC in order to land his own.
Yeah. Definitely we will have to see, the only thing is, can Rise poke down Maokai enough using the range to be able to make it so where Maokai doesn't even want to get close to be able to try and get that CC?
He does have Grasp of the Undying, so it will be a little more... He's looking for a little more trade-oriented here, but Rise, of course, will win these early trades.
Well, and that's the thing. Will he be able to even get close enough to proc Grasp of the Undying? Because if he does,
how much damage will he take trying to proc?
He'd have to use Twisted Advance to be able to get in range, probably to even use that. And if he gets in range to use the Grasp of the Undying, Rise at that point should have Phase Rush, and will just be able to kite around him and probably put a whole bunch of damage into this Maokai.
Yes, guys, I know. I can't breathe. That's why it's my asthma. Cassiopeia has my asthma. Hopefully, I'll be able to breathe when she can't.
I refuse to say miasma. It's my asthma.
Your asthma too?
My asthma too.
My ask ma. Is that when you're a dad and your kid comes and says, "Hey, can I do this?" And you're like, "I don't know."
Ask
ma. And it's like, yeah,
that's my move. That's my move. That's my ask ma.
Okay, we are into games, so we can stop making these stupid puns and get into game 3 here.
This is peak comedy. Otso loves it. Or should I call him Otso?
I call him Otso.
I think it's Otso, but now I want to call him Otso because he made fun of the way I said my asthma.
If it were Otso, it would be O-A-T-S-O.
Sad face to you, Otso.
Otso. But we are in the game here. Game 3 of Sensei Squad versus Resonant Nostalgia. And on the blue side, we have the, winners of the last game.
Yes.
Resonant Nostalgia in the top lane. Sid Voltor on Maokai in the jungle. Autofill support on Echo in the mid lane. Q Kun on Galio. And our bot lane Sphinx and the Thrillionaire himself playing Vayne and Lulu.
And then here on the red side, stacking up as 5, we have a Sensei Squad with Nick Lulz on Rise in the top lane. Waterbear on Nunu and Willem in the jungle. Midnight Slushy on his patented Cassiopeia in the mid lane, and then Boosted Asian and Mark Hames on Varus and Blitzcrank in the bot lane. However, it looks like they're just gonna 5-stack in that brush, and I do not think they have been spotted in the jungle.
They were. There's a ward in there in that first wraparound brush, where the red ward is right now.
Okay.
It's
okay. Yeah, it was just covered up by the.
And so all 5 members of Resonant Nostalgia anticipating the invade, which they've done both of the other games, and now they have a Blitzcrank. They 5-stack, hoping to get walked on, and they do really good ward positioning and getting the jungle entrance coverage with wards, and again, they're going to just be safe here. Unfortunately, that means that autofill support's parallel convergence is down.
Yeah, but it also means Sid Volter's not going to be in lane in time to be able to get the farm. He'll probably lose the melees.
Little bit of a mistake here from Resonant Nostalgia, and they're overly safe. And that's actually something that we tend to see in general. Usually at lands, but also in like quarterfinals and other how you say playoff events.
Yes.
Even when they are online, we see that a lot of people tend to play safer. They don't want to make big screw-ups when everyone's watching live.
Yeah. We do see some abuse coming down from the Midnight Slushy, just using her range to get some damage onto Q-Kun early. Does land the circle.
Noxus Blast.
Yeah. I knew it had Noxus in it, but I didn't know. So, does get a lot of damage down, just onto Q-Kun early. As we can, Midnight Slushy, there's a reason this was banned away from him for the first 2 games.
And, of course, while the Galio does sort of counter Cassiopeia just because he's the anti-mage, it doesn't counter Cassiopeia at the early levels. Yes, he has a magic damage shield, which is reducing a fair amount of the damage that Midnight Slushy has been doing, but at the same time, he still has free reign over this lane until Q-kun can, like, find and engage with Echo.
Well, and that's the thing. Even with the phase rush and with the miasma, you know, it might be a little bit hard for Q-kun to even find that engage.
Of course it will be, but autofill support is really going to be his saving grace in that lane. As we talked about, having another person that you can't just single lock down with the miasma, then it makes it a lot easier. So we do see...
I also just love that Cassiopeia's auto attacks are tiny little snakes.
Oh, they're tiny little snakes?
They're tiny
I thought
little
they were little, like, poison thingies.
I think they're little snakes that just kind of wiggle to you. Oh, however, we do see Big Snowball Ever goes on to Water Bear, who does manage to get the Scuttle Crab, though, and that is a lockdown, and that is first blood for Boosted Asian.
Really good chain of CC there.
Yeah, good collabs.
Flashing to get that knock-up, not going to risk anything on the Rocket Crab. So instead, he flashes with autofill supports flash, and of course, Mark Hams, you see that right there. He's got the Hex Flash, so it's not like it's really losing that much.
It's a little snake. It's a little snake.
It is a little snake.
And then I think the Q is a big snake with the mouth open and the fangs.
No, they are fangs.
Yeah.
E is fangs, but I thought that it was just a little like poison trail that kind of wiggled as it went.
I think it's a cute little snake.
Let's see.
I think it's a cute little snake.
How many times can Riley say "cute little snake"? Is someone taking a
Look
someone
at
taking
the
a
cute
count?
little snakes.
I don't think that one's necessarily a cute little snake. It was kind of trying to eat you.
That is definitely a little snake.
Okay, I
Look
believe
at this!
you.
Is a snake. Oh, Oh, come on, Midnight Slush. You missed 2 Qs in or whatever they're called in a row.
E's.
E's.
Twin fangs.
Letters are hard.
Well, to be fair, these aren't in alphabetical order, so I'll give you a pass on that one.
Thank you.
Water Bear clearing his jungle, finally getting his blue buff.
Yep.
Wait, I didn't turn on objective timers. I am the big dumb.
It's okay. We forgive you.
But do you?
Do
so,
you?
now Nick Lulz, he is actually a little bit behind in CS, but that's just because Sid Volter has been pushing this into the top side.
And also, he will be up once he gets these last 3 minions. Well,
not if he misses it.
Not if he misses it.
But Sid Volter is here. He does not get the Grasp of the Undying off, I believe.
Yeah, however, Nick Lulz is really low on mana, so can't really actually do anything.
Alright, so Q-kun is here. Cassiopeia did go back just to get that tier early. Smart move. You're going for the scaling anyways.
Yeah. I would assume probably a similar build coming out from Nick Lulz as well. Probably both going tier. I would assume Nick Lulz is probably going to go tier, although potentially in this matchup could look for going the tier into the Abyssal Mask if he wants to go for the kind of
off-tanky.
Or, you know, could just go into the kind of more traditional tier into Rod of Ages.
That is the other build, and either way, you're going to be seeing a Catalyst, so it's not like you'll be able to figure it out before he buys a second component.
Yeah, does just back, does get the tier, and teleports back in. Uses the Rock Grab just to catch the minion, who's now following him inside of the bush.
Bush. So, bush.
You like bush?
I like the word. It's fun to say. So now Nick Lulz and Midnight Slushy with their scaling items, and it's great for them here that they do have their they're playing against tanks. So having these tanks is a little bit nicer for them just because you're not at threat of dying. Boosted Asian gets some trade damage onto Thrillionaire and walks away clean.
Yeah, however, there is no AD advantage for Boosted Asian, even though he does get the first blood. They do both just get the Vampiric Scepter as they back, so really poke isn't going to be sticking that much just because they will have the heal, which in this instance I actually much prefer the Blitzcrank then instead of Lulu, because Lulu a lot of times will just be trying to get that poke, which Boosted Asian can heal up. However, we do have an engage coming in from the Nunu.
Water Bear does manage to get the knockup, even though Sid Volter tries to get away from it. Nick Lulz going to actually run around this thing and just walk away. He just wanted to get the cooldowns out. And Sid Volter at about half health now, so it's not like he walks away without a scratch.
Yeah, I don't know if they actually could have pushed that and maybe gotten the flash or the kill. I think Nick Lowles didn't have to run around the ultimate because he probably could have just hidden behind Water Bear.
My thoughts exactly.
Because the way, just misses the engage. And that's what we were talking about, how with the phase rush can make it so that Midnight Slushy will just be able to kind of evade the engage attempts coming out from Q-Kun.
But the Petrifying Gaze is committed by Midnight Slushy, so now I'm sure autofill support, once he gets that 6, he will be moving in to try and punish Midnight Slushy, who just used possibly his most important cooldown.
Yeah, speaking of Abyssal Mask, though, I do want to point out that looks like is what Q-Kun will be pushing towards. Because normally he does like to go, I think that is what the... that's not Negatron Cloak, is it?
That's a Negatron Cloak.
Yeah, that's, I think, what Negatron Cloak will be building into. He'll probably pick up a Catalyst of the Aeons once he, gets enough gold. I do expect that to be an Abyssal Mask.
And that makes sense, of course. Adaptive Helm is pretty good on both Maokai and Galio, especially against these 2 machine gun mages, but Abyssal Mask works so much better in the early laning phase when your jungler is still ganking for you, and when your jungler is Echo.
Not only that, it's just not only because of the healing, but I think one of the biggest aspects will be the passive, because it will boost all magic damage in an aura around the wearer of the Abyssal Mask, and because however, there is an engage coming out for Nick Lowles.
He's going to get stunned up. A lot of damage being done to him. Phase Rush is available, but he's going to get Bramble Smash back. Sid Volter does not get stunned, and now Q-Kun is in trouble. He has the flash available. He is not going to be able to use it because he was taunting.
Yeah. Feels sad.
Feels nerfed, man.
Yeah, feels nerfed, man. However, so we do see, even though they do get the successful dive onto Nick Lowles in the top lane, Water Bear is making successful moves on the bot side of the map as well. And we also see that Boosted Asian and Mark Hames using just the range advantage that they have with Boosted Asian, and then also the pressure that they got early with that first blood, and just the fact that this is a Blitzcrank to be able to get some damage. And they will most likely very soon be able to they got a first plate and potentially get a second plate very soon after they get this first Cloud Drake.
You know what they say, first rule of League of Legends, pick a better champion. And right now, Mark Hames on his Blitzcrank is the better champion. He just counters Thrillionaire so hard, he can't get that much poke off, and they can threaten so hard on the spot lane that they can just push Sphinx and the Thrillionaire in, and you see that by the 15 CS advantage that Boosted Asian has.
Now, I do think, though, that this is something that the Thrillionaire and Sphinx knew was going to happen. When you pick a Vayne Lulu, you're indexing for scaling. So I think that they're actually very fine. The fact that they haven't died and that they're only 10 CS down, I will say that, they're probably okay with this.
Pretty successful, all things considered, especially when you're looking at late game hyper carries like Vayne. But the one thing you have to consider, it's not just the Vayne versus Varus scaling matchup. It's the fact that you have Midnight Slushy and Nick Lowles on Cassiopeia and Ryze.
Yeah.
2 of the hardest scaling champions in the game because they build so many scaling items.
Yeah, and not only just do they build so many scaling items, they also have a lot of survivability in their kit. Just kind of passively, with the shields coming out from the Ryze, and then the healing coming out from Midnight Slushy, on top of the fact that they will have additional shields with the Seraph's Embrace, and then additional healing and health coming out from the Rod of Ages, or Abyssal Mask, whichever it is.
And not to mention, Midnight Slushy also has, they both have tons of self-peel. Nick Lowles just got that point-and-click CC, which last game we were talking about is Vayne's Bane of Existence.
Yeah.
If you can just lock down Sphinx, he can't tumble, which means he can't go invisible, which means you can kill him.
It's the Vayne
And
Bane.
the ultimate comes out from Boosted Asian. Thrillionaire is going to get pulled back. Boosted Asian takes a kill here. That's the final arrow used by Sphinx.
Out!
Juked, and now Mark Hames might get the knockup, but no, not quite. Boosted Asian uses the heal. He is not quite going to go. And Sphinx juked
the auto attack
hard.
from the Blinks!
The Blitz just fists them to death.
Wording?
No. No.
Sphinx played that so well though. He almost got the kills despite the fact that Thrillionaire was absolutely popped at the beginning through the wild growth. But because of that, Boosted Asian had kind of used everything onto the Thrillionaire, had used the E, had used the WQ as well, and because of that only had his auto attacks once Sphinx decided to go aggressive.
And now Sid Volter might be in a little bit of trouble. Midnight Slushy coming in. That's going to be the ultimate used by the Maokai. He is trying to do it. He can. The ultimate comes in from Galio. It's going to knock up 2.
But he
and
has no
now
damage.
autofill support is here. That's going to be Water Bear going down. Nichols on the wrong side of the map here. And Midnight Slushy coming back in. Oh, but can Nichols get out? He does! Midnight Slushy loses his life. The Rift
Bad
Herald
guy
with the
Rift
assist
Herald
there.
is attacking the one person who's 1v3, so, but yeah, that's just, there's no damage hardly anywhere on, like, there's not really any damage coming out from Water Bear. Nick Lowes hasn't picked up a single AP item yet. Really, the only AP on the side coming out from Sensei Squad is on the
Midnight Slushy.
Midnight Slushy on the Seraph's Embrace, which needs time to scale up because the AP, I think, comes over time. It's not super heavily...
Oh! Sphinx is caught. Sphinx is knocked up. Sphinx got his death. I lost my words there.
God!
His got death, and now the ultimate comes
good
out.
flash, though, coming out from Thrillionaire.
Forces the flash from Thrillionaire, so a great trade, great kill here by the bot lane of Sensei Squad. And really, while the top lane and mid are not supposed to be fighting, the bot lane, that's all they want to do. They now have 4 kills between the 2 of them, and they're going to get another turret plate where
they
Water
might
Bear is
actually
coming in to
even
help.
be able to get first blood, or
Yeah.
first tower.
First tower is going to go down. Unfortunately, they don't get that last turret plate, but now they are 3,000. Yeah, 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, and this is
I can do math.
probably the most no, I'm not going to say that. It's not the most substantial early lead we've seen, because I don't remember what the other early leads were, because they were like 2 hours ago.
Literally.
It's too long. Oh, however, that looks like a pick onto...
Oh, the ultimate used. Galio's here. The flash is committed.
Oh!
Water Bear gets the kill onto autofill support, and now he is tanking, but now Mark Hames with the Aftershock is going to do it.
Yeah.
Kun gets away just barely with the flash.
Yeah, Boosted Asian had used his Hue to make sure that he could kill the Echo, so did not have the additional damage to take down Q-Kun, who has completed the Abyssal Mask, and as you know, we saw, it took a long time to actually be able to, you know, shoot through his health bar, and he even, you know, didn't even eventually die.
And now with 4,000 gold in the lead now, certainly the most substantial early game lead. I think the last one was only 3,000. So now this second Cloud Drake is going to go down in favor of Sensei Squad. Water Bear with that double smite and a dead support, or a dead jungler, means that it's not going to be any trouble.
I will say as well, in agreement with Dr. Wildly, Boosted Asian is no longer looking that boosted. However, that is a TP coming out from Sid Volter, and it's just a wasted cooldown.
Yeah, interesting TP, especially since the entire team of Sensei Squad rotated back. Sid Volter didn't get the ultimate off. Not that it would have done anything, but now Nichols has to try and hold this mid-outer turret while... oh, wow, that's actually the Rift Herald going down bot lane. But Nichols is here to hold that outer turret for mid. But it does look like Resonant Nostalgia will be picking up their first turret of the game.
Yeah, it does get some more gold onto... unfortunately, these aren't... Echo is a champion that you want that gold on, especially since they have drafted these 2 tanks. Having the damage from Echo is going to be incredibly important. He has picked Dark Harvest, and I'm not sure if he... how many...
Yeah,
I think he probably might have 1 stack, maybe 2 at the...
3 stacks.
3 stacks. Yeah, he's got 2 kills. I should have. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Big brain me. But, you know, that is someone you want the gold on. However, the person you really need this gold on is Vayne. Because in drafting 2 tanks, you need the damage.
You've basically handed over the early game with the 2 tanks. Of course, Sensei Squad drafted 2 hard scaling champions that are basically useless early game, but when you put them against tanks, they're just both equally useless. So the early game has been handed over to Sensei Squad, and Sphinx is the only hope of the late game.
Yeah, really it was handed over to Sensei squad because we saw the top side of the map kind of cancel out, but Varus with the early range and the CC and the execute damage coming out from his W and his Q has been able to take over in the bot side as he lands the ult onto Q-Kun, but just doesn't really... Oh! Does land the hook though!
Great pull back, and Q-Kun is certainly going down here. He knocks up Mark Hames, but that's not going to do enough. Now WaterBear coming in, Thrillionaire goes low, and autofill support cannot find an avenue in.
Yeah, we did just see how tanky Q-Kun was, despite the he doesn't even have any armor.
Oh,
only
and
magic
the pull
resist.
and the pull on Thrillionaire boosted Asian unstoppable. Mark Hames is going to go down, but that is certainly a worthwhile trade, handing that over to the Varus.
Yeah, here
who
comes
just
Vayne
gets
up the
stronger.
river.
Can WaterBear get away? He's just kind of baiting it. Sphinx cannot chase. He doesn't have the final hour active, so he doesn't have that extra movement speed, and they're just buying time for Nicklols here in this bot lane.
Yeah, also Boosted Asian didn't have the ult though, so it probably would have been very risky to try and engage without that coming out from Boosted Asian, but Nicklols is just getting chip damage onto this bot turret and might actually be able to take it down.
He might be able to, and certainly the minion wave crashing will help him here, but Q-Kun is going to get that wave. It's just sitting at under a quarter health.
Nicklols should be able to just back and potentially, oh, not even going to back, and he's just going to keep pushing. Should be able to take down this turret fairly soon.
No, now he's finally backing. Looks like he can get his Seraph's Embrace, and he did end up going for that Rod of Ages.
Yeah.
So not quite the off-tank build that we wanted to really see, but WaterBear and Mark Hames should be tanky enough
Yeah,
to
actually
heal
doesn't
for
even
the
have
rest of
enough
the
to
game.
make the complete Archangel Staff. We do see, however, that Midnight Slushy has completely evolved her Archangel Staff, or his Archangel Staff, into the Seraph's Embrace, so we'll have that additional shield and the increased AP.
So now he looks like he is going for his second item here on in Midnight Slushies. Rylai's Crystal Scepter is going to go into his inventory, and I mean, that's great. Having that, of course, basically everything except for the Twin Fangs is AoE, so whoever he's focusing down with the Twin Fangs is going to be much more slowed than everyone else, but he's still going to have a lot of CC, a lot of slows that Nicklols, Boosted Asian, Mark Hames can all capitalize on.
Yes, most definitely.
Oh, and the flash forward, Sid Volter gets in there, and that's autofill support jumping on Boosted Asian. He does not even get anything before he dies. Boosted Asian standing still, but Sphinx is here. The heal is gonna kill him, and now Nicklols is in the fight. They're going to try and get Sphinx. Midnight Slushy joining. The ultimate comes out. That's Sphinx down. Now Thrillionaire running. He doesn't.
Oh,
fails
failed flash from the
Sid
Thrillionaire.
Q-Kun is here as well, fighting off WaterBear, but that's a 4-for-1. The ultimate comes in
Realm
from Nicklols. The Realm Warp forces Q-Kun's flash. Now, WaterBear does get the knockup. Can he get the snare? He's slowed, and it doesn't quite look like they're going to be able to complete the ace.
They should probably just be able to take this turret, though.
They should get the turret, move over to this Infernal Drake, which is Midnight Slushy's wet dream.
Yum Yum in the Tum Tum has picked up, as you talked about, the Rylai's Crystal Scepter will have all those slows, and then, just stacking all throughout the rest of the map, and they are only going to get stronger. As you saw, Boosted Asian was just putting out a lot more damage, I think, than autofill support expected, and so did not use the Chrono Break.
Yeah, he didn't use the Chrono Break, and I actually thought it was really funny because Boosted Asian was just standing there, standing dead still and auto-attacking because he had so much attack speed from Lethal Tempo, fully stacked Guinsoo's, Bork, and Zeal that moving would have actually decreased his DPS and probably would have led to his death against autofill support.
Well, and at the beginning of the, kind of towards the middle part of that fight, before Sphinx had gotten in there, and once autofill support had died, Sid Volter wasn't really threatening him at all. So he was just like, Sid Volter's not going to do anything to me, and I'm just going to pump all these arrows into him. Yeah, and he just melted.
Yeah, so now at 21 minutes, we actually see Boosted Asian is probably strong enough to take this Baron if they win another team fight.
This is a Bramble Vest on Kyun Kim, so this is not, Q-Kun. This isn't just Abyssal Mask into, kind of off-tank. He is going a full tank Galio, which hasn't really been viable in a while.
And it's certainly not viable right now because he's dead, but that's Boosted Asian getting hit by the stun. Now, we do see that he is rooted up as well.
Sphinx is free-firing.
Sphinx is free firing, and the what do you call it, is down. Midnight Slushy's ultimate, but Drillionaire on the run now. Sphinx is just going to have to leave his support to die. It's a 3 for 2. Sid Voltor running, and Midnight Slushy cleans up big here.
So yeah, we did see, again, Sphinx was able to free fire, was able to get, you know, some good damage down in that fight. But they still go 3 for 2, and this is Rise, Cassiopeia, 2 machine gun mages that will absolutely destroy this Baron, and they still have to consume Smite, and there is nothing that Resident Nostalgia can do to stop Sensei Squad from just taking this Baron.
Usually when you lose your ADC, you're like, oh, we don't have any DPS, we can't take this, but Midnight Slushy, with the Cassiopeia, Nicklos with the Rise, they are built for DPS. So they are going to just be able to take this effortlessly and hand over the Baron to the side of Sensei Squad. It is now an 8,000 gold lead here at 23 minutes.
This is most definitely the most dominant game we have seen so far. However, I do want to recall game 1, in which we did see Sensei Squad get a very good early lead, but their macro game was just so atrocious that they dropped the mid game very, very hard. It does not seem like that they are going to be doing that, because they have managed to pick up the Baron, and they do have some good ability to play the map with the Rise. However, and then also they've just had so many good picks coming up from Mark Hames.
Mark Hames is certainly the saving grace of their macro game here, because it's not really macro, it's just kind of being in the jungle and pulling people. So now we do see Nicklos, they're going for that 4-1. Nicklos going to take down this turret. He does not quite get autofill support with that empowered root. But they are clearing out vision in the jungle, and that is what I like to see from these teams with Baron. They want to be able to rotate unseen, especially with these 2 Wind Drakes on their side.
Yeah, and then also Midnight Slushy carrying all 3 of the kind of circular buffs that follow around you. So it does have the Baron buff, the blue buff, and the red buff. Is just going to be so massively strong at any fight that we have.
4-1 and 4 for this Midnight Slushy. Cassiopeia barely missing the hook here by Mark Hames.
I also am a fan of the of the next item that Midnight Slushy is building into, going to be the Leandri's Torment, which, as we've talked about, does have the % health damage, can help with some tank busting, especially since it will be the empowered damage coming out, since they will be slowed from Riley's Crystal Scepter. However, I am hoping that they look into indexing into some Magic Pin, looking for the Void Staff.
Yes, a Void Staff or maybe an Abyssal Mask for Water Bear. Both of those could prove very beneficial here. Boosted Asian not going to get quite engaged on. Q-Kun doesn't find anything there, but he is going to take a full Echo Q because he just kind of stepped up.
Yeah, Echo Q. Sometimes you forget about it. So
you like forget how much damage it does, and you're like, oh yeah, it's just moving so slow, it's not gonna.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. It does just kind of move so slow and stand there in the fight. Sometimes you can kind of lose track of it, and then especially if it pops the passive, it can just do so much damage. And a lot of times, you know, if you're gonna stand still, like you know, Boosted Asian, you might not be expecting it.
And now Nicklos is continuing to push here in the bot lane. He wants to get the minions crashing into that inner inhibitor turret again after the inhibitor turret goes down in favor of Sensei Squad in the mid lane. But Infernal Drake, 10 seconds, Midnight Slushy, he's licking his lips. He wants it.
He wants it. You know, you talked about one Infernal Drake being his wet dream. You know, what is 2 Infernal Drakes going to be?
A wetter dream.
Oh.
He's like, the man's in a swimming pool right now.
He is in a swimming pool and he is sleeping.
All right, the second Infernal Drake gonna go over. That's gonna be 2 Infernal Drakes, so a grand total of, I believe, 20%. No. Wait, it's.
It doesn't go 8, 12, 16.
It's a 10, 6, 6. I think it's 24 is 3 ranks, so it's 16. No, 18%. It's 10, 8, 8. That's 26. I can't count.
I mean, 10, you could look.
10, 6, 6. There we go. 10, 6, 6, because that makes 24. 22. Wait.
That's. You can look, you know, it's.
Hey, forgive me, guys. I don't understand. 10, 17, 24.
Okay.
That number between 6 and 8.
Yeah, numbers are hard.
Yeah, numbers are really hard. We've been casting for a long time.
Because they keep doing these super long games. This is a 50-minute game, a 45-minute game. And
okay, 11,000 gold lead. Let's see if Sensei Squad can continue pushing this even without Baron buff. They have a lot of wave clear on the side of Boosted Asian, Midnight Slushy, and Nicklos, plus the pick threat from Mark Hames. They're not going to get the parallel convergence, but Boosted Asian is going to just get the kill on the autofill support. He is going to go down to Q-Kun. but that is the ultimate wasted from Maokai. Doesn't find anything. Now Q-Kun might be in trouble. The grounded comes out from Mark Hames, but they don't get
Sphinx?
anyone from it. Sphinx in the fight. He is not going to get stunned up. Oh, he is going to get stunned up. He has to run away. And now Sid Volter on the run. Midnight Slushy low, but not dead.
Yeah, Sphinx, as soon as he was about to come into the had popped the final hour, does get petrified by the petrifying gaze and can't do anything throughout that fight, and Midnight Slushy is doing so much damage.
And now the taunt comes up. 2 men, Q-Kun. Sphinx gets the kill on Water Bear. Now that's going to be Mark Hames going down as well. Sid Volter gets the hit on a Nick Wolves. That's a shutdown onto Midnight Slushy. Nick Wolves is on the run. Can he do it? I don't think he can because he's exhausted. He's killed. It's a triple for Vayne and ace for 3.
You know, Sphinx
Ace
says,
for 2.
I don't need my ultimate. I don't care if I get taken down to about 300 or 400 HP. I'm going to wait it out. I'm going to wait for you to all use your abilities, and then I am going to flash in and kill you.
And now it's still an 8,000 gold lead for Sensei Squad, but Resonant Nostalgia just got 3 kills on Vayne. Now 5, 3, and 2. Let's see what Sphinx will do with this gold that he just got. He's done a lot so far.
Yes. Honestly, Sphinx is kind of, I think, just the standout player of this series. So much of these games have been decided by Sphinx. And I honestly think how this game is going to shake down is, will they be able to kill Sphinx? Because even though he did get petrified, he did get stunned in that first engage, he was not actually killed, despite the fact that he got taken so low, and even just the brief reprieve was all he needed to be able to come back in and win the fight, because he is surrounded by these massive meatballs.
He pulled back, waited for the rest of the important cooldowns to be used, and then came back with, oh, Thrillionaire, not going to get found by the rocket grab.
Not quite. Mark Hames also did miss a route, a very important route I would consider in the last fight. Was not able to actually get anyone over the miasma, and so, you know, kind of his effectiveness was a little bit denied during the last fight. However, they are standing on top of a ward.
They are standing on a ward. They know that their vision is being denied, but they don't know that that ward right in front of the Baron Pit is there, so they are just taking the safe route and not trying to force anything here.
We do see Nick Lowell's forcing onto the bot side of the map, though definitely does have the pressure in the lane opposed to the on the other side of the map from the Baron.
He does have the Void Staff as well, what you said you wanted to see, and he is going to be able to cut through the magic resist 2 items, well, 2.5 items here for Sid Volter are magic resist items, not to mention the Mercurial Treads.
Yes.
Mercury Treads.
Mercury Treads.
And
Mercurial Scimitar.
Mercurial Scimitar, Mercury Tread, but Sphinx is here and Nick Wolves is dead.
Ooh, that is a lot of damage coming out from Sphinx at this point. However, they have decided, because they have taken their AD carry bot lane, they're just going to try and rush down this Baron, and with the Cassiopeia and the Varus and the 2 Infernal Drakes, they are doing a lot of damage, but however, here comes Galio.
Varus still on the Baron, but he's going to pull off and try and go on Q-Kun instead. That's all the full support coming in. They're going to get boosted Asian. Mark Hames is very low, and Sphinx is going to get the kill there. Now Water Bear on the run. They are going to try and find him. Autofill support jumps in, but that is the Baron handed over to Resonant Nostalgia.
That is a turnaround. That is definitely a turnaround. And once again, we see boosted Asian just kind of standing still and not really kiting out. Gets taunted, I think, by the Galio. And then because of that, you know, is also taking damage from the Baron. I think it was just kind of a split call where they didn't know if they wanted to turn off, or fight.
And now Resonant Nostalgia bringing it in to the mid lane. Meanwhile, Autofill Support and Thrillionaire are going to take down their first Drake of the game. This is an Ocean going over to them, and that is a Baron buff on all 5 members of Resonant Nostalgia.
Okay, after this, because it has hit the 31-minute mark, the next dragon will be Elder Dragon, which honestly, you have to imagine that the side of Sensei Squad are going to be putting so much priority on getting this 4-stack Elder.
At that point, you can actually trade the Baron for an Elder Dragon and come out ahead as long as you force fights with it. What we didn't see from either team last game was them forcing fights with Elder Dragon. They would just take it to sort of take it.
Now, I am going to have to say, though, Vid, it's looking like this is probably going to be another 45, 50-minute game.
Yeah, I'm going to, oh my god.
Oh my gosh. And now a word from our sponsors.
Depression. That's my sponsor.
Oh. Mine's Pringles.
How? I want to know how long this is going to be because I want to refill my water bottle. Here,
You do it.
You go refill your...
No, I will. I will entertain the troops.
Okay. Do you want me to refill yours?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, though. Okay, everyone, listen up. Today, we're going to talk about... I don't know. Tell me something to talk about. Matt, tell me something to talk about. Matt, I know you're there. But yeah. So, talking about the Varus. Why Varus didn't pull off the Baron. I don't know. I don't know why Varus didn't pull off the Baron. Because it seemed like the rest of his team did have an idea. Grape nuts are neither grapes nor nuts. I don't know what a grape nut is. I know what a grapefruit is, and it's disgusting. And I will not talk about grapefruits, though. I will talk about grapes. I do like grapes. They are small, and they are yummy, and you can fit them in your pocket. So...
Crap, I just realized Darren's casting the next game, isn't he? He's casting the stream on Get Wrecked 1, so the entire day is delayed now.
Fun.
Great. Well, I'm back, and the game is still paused.
I was talking about grapes, how they're small and yummy and you can fit them in your pocket.
I thought you were actually going to say something educational about grapes. Like, like grape trivia or something.
Speaking of educational fruit facts, did you know bananas are the most radioactive of all fruits? Because they contain, higher levels of potassium, which is a more, apparently, I read this somewhere, some kind of, potassium isotope is, it makes your tongue tingle. So if you got the tingly tongue when you eat a banana, you're either allergic or a human Geiger counter. The only way to figure out for sure is to go to Chernobyl and lick the ground. And if it really hurts, Geiger counter.
You know Chernobyl isn't really that radioactive anymore.
Well, go lick something radioactive in Chernobyl.
The reactor is still super radioactive.
Then go lick the reactor, people! Figure out if your tongue is a Geiger counter.
Okay. Well, we're actually just going to go to BRB for a little bit because we are experiencing, apparently, difficulties. So we'll be right back. We'll just come back as soon as the game is back. Okay, bye, guys. You're freaking kidding me. Seriously?
Okay, as soon as we go to BRB, they get directly back in the game.
But now Resonant Nostalgia is they're not ahead in gold, but they are ahead in momentum. They've won the last 2 fights. They have the Baron buff now, and with one more engage, they could possibly try to break open this base, and they are going to get that inner turret.
Is that one of the first instances of positive caster curse?
I'm not sure if it's positive. I kind of wanted to browse Reddit for a couple minutes, because honestly, at this
Mark
point,
Hames looking for the rocket grab.
He's not going to find it. He's not even going to throw it.
Nope, he is not.
All right, so now the Sensei squad is still kind of ahead in gold, but again, they do not have the momentum on this game. Baron has gone over to their enemies, and they are trying to actually counter push against Baron here. Ballsy call.
Now, honestly, they do still have a 4,000 gold, a 4,000 gold lead. They do have incredibly fed carries. They have picked up the Void Staff on both of their mages. Varus in general is just kind of known as a tank buster because of his percent health damage, even though it is magic damage, but does have the pin coming out from the Ginsu's Rage Blade. And they are still incredibly strong. It's just they've been outplayed, especially Boosted Asian again has just been caught. We saw this on the Caitlyn game 1. We saw this in the Xayah game 2. His positioning has just really been abused by Resonant Nostalgia.
And, well, his lack of positioning, really. His kiting method has been stand still and let them come to you, and that doesn't work when they have CC like Q-Kun does. It works against autofill support. It just doesn't work against Q-Kun.
Yeah. So we really just have to see, did this break kind of give Boosted Asian a chance to maybe get some water?
Get some water, kind of untilt a little bit, because it's just been a rough series overall for him.
Yeah, because honestly, in the first couple games, it wasn't his kiting necessarily that was the issue. It was just kind of his positioning. His positioning hasn't been awful this game. It hasn't been great, but really it's just been the kiting, which has kind of been a little bit of an issue.
Subpar, just generally subpar, especially when you compare him to Sphinx, who just has positioned so well in basically every part of all 3 of these games.
Yeah. Well, Matt, if you want some more Riley entertainment, tune in after this game for the next game, because I'll still be here.
Yeah, so will I. We'll still be here. And I guarantee we are going to devolve because it is so hot up here in this room.
It is toasty.
I walked downstairs to go fill my water bottle, and it literally dropped like 20 degrees.
Yeah.
But now Waterbear has found Sid Volter, but that's going to be the ground on the
Oh,
stun.
so much damage!
The kill! Autofill support is dead. Midnight Slushy, Nicholas is in the backline, but he's taking damage from Sphinx. Now Sphinx is ulted. That's going to be the kill on the Waterbear, and now Midnight Slushy is picked. He has to flash away. Mark Hames can't find the pull. He does. He does not!
Oh, it was almost a predict, but it was too far.
It's a 2-for-1. Autofill support goes down, but they lose one of their machine gun mages.
Yeah, and it's a 2-for-1 in the long run, and Vayne is still up.
Vayne's still up, and that's the most important part because there are no more pick cooldowns on the side of Sensei Squad except for Mark Hames' pull. And while he had some great pulls in the beginning of the game, he has not been able to find a single good one since then.
Honestly, and I don't think that's necessarily his fault. I think that's just good positioning coming out from the side of Resident Nostalgia. Sid Volter has been, oh my gosh. Sid Volter has just been absolutely a massive body block tank in the majority of in these team fights and before, and like setting up for the fights.
Do you want to entertain or should I?
Well, entertain. Vid right now. They demand you. The people demand you.
All right, let me just okay, here we go. Fun fact.
Ooh, fun fact.
I'm just going to start reading some fun facts. Fun fact, the largest known living organism is an aspen grove. It is one giant tree. It's got an interconnected root system. It's like 80,000 years old.
It's yummy. You gotta eat it.
Fun fact, M&M stands for Mars and Murray, not just Mars and Mars. Murray was his friend. His friend was the son of Hershey Chocolate's president. And
I didn't even know that M&M stood for anything.
Fun fact, the odds of getting a royal flush are exactly 1 in 649,740.
Big number, folks.
Fun fact, if you drive south from Detroit, you'll hit Canada.
Okay. Wait, if you what?
If you drive south from Detroit, Michigan, you hit Canada.
Why would anyone ever want to go to Canada?
Canada's nice. Oh, fun fact, a baby puffin is called a puffling. And with that, we are back in the game.
Don't let that distract you from the fact that Epstein didn't kill himself. Killer KC23 coming in with the facts.
So now 18-17 is the kill score, and it's about a 4,000 gold lead still for Sensei Squad. And they just took an unfavorable fight, ended up losing out on their top laner and their jungler. But everyone's back up, and the Elder Dragon is up now.
Oh, and it looks like they are going to try and just clear some vision. Boosted Asian using his long range to be able to clear out that ward.
Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself equals Jeffrey Epstein is alive. No. That would... come on, if Elvis can do it.
Boo, go back to pause. More fun facts. Matt is truly the scholar. Matt, you are a gentleman and a scholar.
So there is not a hook landed yet. But...
oh, however...
Waterbear, he is going to get caught. Now that's going to be Sid Volter pulling him in. That's going to be the ultimate coming in from Galio. That's auto.
Boosted Asian doing so much damage. Standing still, but nobody's autoing him.
And Sphinx is on Nichols right now. Nichols on the run. Mark Hames cannot pull Sphinx over the wall, but it's already a 2-for-1. And that's going to be Sphinx. He's grounded. He's got the damage on him. That's the Guardian Angel popped. And now Sid
Boosted
Volter,
Asian.
can they take him down before Sphinx comes back? He is going to go down. Oh, that's the flash. Midnight Slush Slushy gets him, and now the Thrillionaire is on the run. They've got pings onto the inhibitor. They're going for it. They want to try and end here.
I mean, it's 25 seconds on autofill support, 45 seconds onto Sphinx. This is quite a long time, and they have a cannon wave. They might be able to actually just end the game.
Especially if Water Bear tanks here. Thrillionaire cannot do it himself, and if Water Bear is tanking, they keep the minions alive. The Hex Flash goes forward. Mark Hames is actually now the one tanking.
What Lulu gonna do?
What
Nothing.
Lulu gonna do?
What Lulu gonna do?
Nothing. Water Bear, that's going to be the tank onto the first one. They're going to take it down, and the second Nexus turret comes down. 5 seconds on Q-Kun. Autofill support's alive. He's going to take down Mark Hames. But can they finish it off? Boosted Asian, free hitting.
Polymorph?
Tries to get on him. Polymorph, Q-Kun. They're going to do it. And Midnight Slushy, last hit on the Nexus. Sensei Squad takes it.
Midnight Slushy with the cute little snake auto attack. Blows up the Nexus!
And that's going to be the game for Sensei Squad. Congratulations to them. We will see them in the finals tomorrow at 1 p.m. For now, we're going to go to break, and then we're going to get into the next series as quickly as possible. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Why is Mark Hames' name... Why is Darren...
ladies and gentlemen. We are finally back. Finally back, and the return of the Middle Stick Copy Pasta has been alive and well in the Twitch chat.
My question is, why is Ethereum putting the nasal O and the thorn into chat?
GSM won the Diamond semifinal that was just on Garrett 1. And the 4 o'clock game is Saucy Summoners PPC, so we'll see who wins that one to go to finals to face GSM.
At 4 o'clock.
At 4 o'clock.
Well,
probably maybe a little bit
maybe.
later. But more importantly, we got some bans going on here. Evelyn, Rise, Caitlyn, Kled, and Fiora all banned away.
Okay, let's see. It's funny because... wait, their top laner changed his name to Otso.
Otso.
Otso. And Nico is the final ban.
And Nico is the final ban, taking that one away from Avatar.
Yeah.
Do you think I can get him to change his name to Avatar?
Avatar. Did you see Legend of Korra?
No.
Oh, that's a joke in
Oh yeah, because
Avatar.
it's from The Last Airbender.
Oh, it is?
From the movie.
I
They
blocked
call him the
that.
Avatar.
I blocked that entire
He's
movie
on
out.
the Avatar.
No, it is blocked from my memory. It's what, wasn't his name Sokka or something? I don't remember. I blocked the entire thing out.
All right, so Jarvan and Jinx both going to be picked up.
I do love Jinx, and Otso is a very good Jinx. I will
But
say.
how is Otso's Jinx?
Probably sucks. Not gonna
Okay.
lie. Top laners are the worst.
Well, Wildy with his hands on Trundle now. He's trolling the draft right now.
Yeah. I assume this is into Jarvan and he did this on purpose. If this is a tank Jarvan, then that's great. I don't know anything about Trundle. I just know he does a lot of damage and there's a pillar and he bites you and then he steals all your stats.
Yep, he steals all your stats, and more importantly, Wing Nation hovering the middle sticks. But so, Trundle just very good dueler,
Yeah.
very good ganker on immobile champions. So like this Xayah, this Morgana, both of them will be in trouble because they don't actually have any dashes. They just have the.
I will say though that they did get the Morgana, and Morgana is one of the highest priority champions, specifically as a support, but just is because of the fact that the Black Shield just makes everything so safe, and then also just how much CC she has. I was playing a game yesterday, and between I was going and there was a Morgana, and I believe a Vi. And between the two of them, it was like 9 seconds of CC.
I like it.
It was insane.
And so we do see Jinx Bard being taken as the bot lane for Return of the Middle Sticks. I am interested to see how Otso does alone as a Jinx against this Xayah Morgana. He's got to position really well while Bard is roaming.
Yeah.
So, interesting. Bro Tank last night, Snazzy Vest today. Name a more stylish caster. I'll wait.
Me.
Thank you, Thomas.
Plaid. Plaid.
That's not plaid.
It is too plaid.
That's checkers.
No, because
No.
it's got the hashing.
Plaid has defined striping though.
It's got the hashing.
And
look.
but it's checkered because they're the same. Look, guys, so this is checkered because it's the same size squares. Plaid is never the same.
No, not necessarily because it's got a dark line followed by a dark line.
It's like the intersecting lines. I'm gonna say plaid, and it's my shirt, so I'm right.
Yeah, but I'm the most stylish caster.
Incorrect.
Oh. Poppy gonna be picked up for the top lane.
Ooh,
for
Poppy's
Otso.
pretty good into Jarvan though, because it
Very
interrupts
good
the
into Jarvan.
it interrupts the flag and drag, and
It
I think
does.
it should also. How does that interact with the J4 ult? Because that is technically
It interrupts it. Yep,
yeah.
I believe so.
I don't know. I'm very interested to how that would work.
Ornn, that is also something that gets countered by Poppy because
Yeah.
you can't snap back your ult.
Yeah, that's true.
if Poppy is on top of you. So
Oh,
now
are we gonna see it?
the middle sticks
Are we
is
gonna
being
see it?
covered.
No,
No, it's gonna be an
boring.
Orianna.
Gonna pick the Orianna.
Boo.
Boo.
And now Hulk picking up the mid lane counter pick.
We have
for
one more
Winged
chance.
Nation.
One more chance for the middle sticks. Middle sticks. Middle sticks. Middle sticks. Wrong
Middle
bird!
Swain.
It's the wrong
Middle
bird
Swain.
champion. Oh well, we get Swain, I guess.
Yeah, we do get Swain, which I honestly like. I like the Swain, especially into the Oriana. It's, well, and it does well into Jarvan, too, because the ultimate, just having that Demonic Ascension and being able to drain 2 people instead of 1, they don't have any healing cutting,
Yeah.
and it's, well, being trapped in a Cataclysm with Swain...
It's exactly where Swain wants to be.
It's bad for you because he gets his Q, he gets to hit his entire Q on you. He can just drop W in the middle of it, and he will get all of that health back from the soul shards.
Yeah, and not to mention just the ultimate. He wants to be right on top of everyone. So yeah, definitely Swain looking like... And then also because Oriana doesn't really have any mobility, Wing Nation should probably be able to get some fairly easy routes coming out.
Especially with Trundle.
Especially with Trundle, yeah, because Trundle can get the CC with the pillar.
Yep. If he gets the CC with the pillar, you pull him back, claw him, and caw on him.
Yeah, claw. If you can't tell, we've already been casting for 3 hours.
We're going on 4.
Yeet, boy.
Yeet. And so, I actually really do like Return of the Middle Sticks' draft here. The Poppy is just so good against Ornn Jarvan. Trundle is great into the Xayah Morgana lane. Even with the Spell Shield, you have to leave one of them out to dry. And with the Oriana. Then, you've got Swain, who combos really well with Trundle, really well with Poppy, and even Bard as well when he roams up to the mid lane. Then, Jinx and Bard, that is the question mark for me. Just because of how strong Xayah and Morgana are.
I agree. That is basically my analysis. Is that I think that is a counter in the top lane, potentially counter in the mid lane. I'm not very familiar, or in the jungle. I'm not very familiar with the matchup. I definitely think, as we talked about, Swain should be able to have probably some. The only thing I'm thinking out is Oriana should outrange Swain, just because I believe her ball has an 800 range, whereas. If Swain does not, his range is not that effective.
His range is not 800,
exactly.
That's for sure.
Jinx should have a larger range than Xayah just because of the rockets, which I believe we talked about earlier. However, the effective range since the feathers do go out 1,000 from the point of when they were thrown.
Death Blossom Xayah.
But then also you have no mobility, so it should be fairly easy to be rooted by Xayah or Morgana. And if you get rooted by Morgana, you're basically dead because you're going to get hit by multiple feathers from Xayah. Bard is kind of similar, where Bard a lot of times, just with his innate damage, kind of wants to play aggressive in the lane. But Xayah loves people coming up to her because she can just throw the feathers and then pull them back.
That's what I don't like about this. It's not anything against either Jinx or Bard. It's the two together. You need someone who can take care of themselves in the lane, especially into something as pick-oriented as Morgana Xayah.
I will say, though...
have, like, Lucian or Sivir or something that can spell shield. Doesn't really need that many dedicated resources in the early game, and then you can take Bard.
I will say, though, Bard, with the healing, will make Jinx's laning phase probably a little bit easier. And then also, depending on, Hulk has performed very well this split. Bard is a champion who kind of just with his early damage can kind of 2v1 the lane.
That's true. Once he gets the cone with his meeps, and then having Spell Thief's Edge, depending on what rune he takes, if it's Electrocute, then I think we can totally see a Bard hard carry in the lane. If it's airy, that's a little more like, okay, I'm going to go roam, you keep yourself safe, I'm going to drop some shrines for you. But depending on which one it is, either Hulk is going to be funneling Trundle in, or he's going to be going out and getting that Swain, that Poppy ahead.
Yeah. Okay, as we are loading into the game, once again, my name is Riley Seegers, Funky Mama Seegers, and to my left I have David Vid Cossack, the sexiest man I have ever met.
And most stylish caster.
Most stylish caster, except for me, because I'm wearing plaid. And I just knocked the whole table.
I was wearing plaid last week.
I do love plaid.
It's
part
plaid.
Of being from Alabama. It just makes me, I have to love plaid.
Oh, see, it's just a gay thing, so... You're gay, right?
No.
Why not?
Why not? That's the true question. Why not?
Why aren't you gay, Riley?
Man, I wish. Oh, well. As we get into game, we do see some fancy-pantsy looking skins.
But they can't see any of them because I think League crashed. Yeah, League froze.
Oh. RIP. Well, either way, I would just like to say that Return of the Middle Sticks is Team Foreskin because they have 4 skins.
Okay. Okay. Let's try and reconnect.
We're gonna
here.
reconnect.
Hopefully this works because if this doesn't, I'm gonna be real sad. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm gonna be real sad.
I don't know. I might just go home.
More like Team Forehead.
Nice one.
All right.
There we go.
working.
As we can see, Team Foreskin and Team 3 Skin doesn't have the same ring.
Doesn't
to
have the
it.
same
Doesn't
ring
have
to
the
it.
same ring
You know,
to it.
I wonder why. You know?
Yeah.
Wow, did this really... Oh, we're like 2 seconds behind. What?
What'd you do?
It just bug
He
splatted.
broke everything.
It bug splatted on
He
me.
broke it all.
Oh my god. Third time's a charm. You know what they say. Third time is the charm.
If it doesn't work, we can move straight to the ASMR section of the stream.
Please no. Please no. I specifically said please.
Either way, it looks like we are finally getting actually into game. Once again, just going through a rundown of the teams. We have Crimson KC on the blue side with Hog Bear, Hog Boar on Ornn in the top lane. We have Jarvan 4 in the jungle, played by I'm Lefty. And then we have Avatar on Orianna in the mid lane, and then Fargo and Ban Thresh on Xayah and Morgana in the bot lane.
Meanwhile, on the red side, return of the Middle Sticks Platinum, we have Outzo in the top lane on Poppy. Outzo. Dr. Wildy in the jungle on Trundle. In the mid lane, we have Wing Nation on Swain, and the bot lane, Otso and Hulk playing Jinx and Bard.
Yes, and once again, we will definitely have to see it. We did talk about how a lot of this bot lane, I do think is going to be how well Hulk executes. Will he be able to really keep up that pressure? And he did go for the electrocute.
Yeah, so this will probably be a more stays in lane, tries to help.
Yes, that is true. Ornn actually can destroy Trundle Pillar. The way that his headbutt works, it destroys all champion-made walls.
Yep.
So that works, for example, with Anivia wall. It also works with Talia wall, and it will Jarvan.
Trundle.
It also works for his own pillar.
Which is why he always destroys his own pillar, and Wing
Yeah.
Nation already getting a good trade onto the Avatar.
Yeah. Avatar.
The Avatar.
Avatar.
He's master of all 4 elements, but not the element of surprise, which Wing Nation beat him to.
Yes.
And again.
Yep. Get the pull. And you know, as he's just stacking up these souls, there was the change not too long ago with Swain, where he no longer stacks 5 souls, and once he has 5 souls, it like super empowers his ultimate. Now he continually stacks those souls throughout the game, which will
Lefty?
Okay.
He didn't
Ooh.
flag and drag, he just dragged.
Dragged.
And it doesn't drag, because
There was
he
no
didn't
flag. Flag and drag without the flag is not a flag and drag.
It's just a drag. It's just a Q.
Just a Q. Dragon Lance, I think it's called. Either way, we do see Wing Nation, though, putting down some good damage onto Avatar, who has had to use both of his early pots, whereas Wing Nation has not had to use a single one.
And it's got the double-edged sword, or it's not the double-edged sword, but the 1-2 punch there, really, for Avatar and Wing Nation. But now Boar, he is taking on Wildy, and I'm Lefty is here. Hopefully he will be able to get this flag and drag, but it doesn't look like they're even going to go for it.
Yeah, and he must have gone pretty much straight from the bot lane to the top lane, because
He
just
did. He didn't take a single camp.
Yeah. Either way, we do see that he is setting up, looking to potentially take that first Scuttle Crab.
And that is decent Scuttle Crab positioning there, making sure that...
Oh,
wow,
so much
Ban
damage going down
Thresh.
with Ban Thresh.
And Ban Thresh is going to take a lot of damage, but Otso is now snared. The heal is available, but he is not going to use it. Kind of greedy, but it works.
Yeah. Ban Thresh, though, is super, super low. Will be healing up with his pots. We do see, though, that is overall, I would say probably a fairly even trade, just because of how much damage did go down back onto the did go back onto the bot lane of Return of the Middle Six. However, with the heals coming out from Hulk, they can sustain after that for a little bit better.
And again, why Bard is so good in this, in this 2v2.
Gets slapped.
Even with all of the poke, the pick, and everything that Morgana has, you can still win just by winning
here
these
comes
trades.
Trundle.
Now Boar, he is going to go down. Doesn't have time to flash because of the steadfast presence. Wild, he takes the kill.
Yeah, and you can see actually, this will be. Now, I'm Lefty has decided to go for the electrocute, which to me indicates that he will most likely be looking for a more AD kind of bruiser / kind of AD assassin Jarvan, trying to get those quick kills with the electrocute. A lot of times when you're going for more tank, you go. A lot of times people will go for the Conqueror just to get that kind of healing.
And honestly, I can't really agree with it here just because there aren't that many squishy members of Return of the Middle Six. You've just got Otso and Hulk.
Well,
The
Avatar
solo laners are...
will be fairly squishy because
You're talking about I'm Lefty.
Oh,
And that's
yeah.
going to be the Ignite and Heal used on top of Otso. And again, I'm Lefty just fails another flag and drag.
Yeah, almost seems like he's not super comfortable or like messing up the range. Not entirely sure, but we will have to see, if this is a problem that continues. See if it's maybe just some first game jitters or like a systematic issue that they're going to have to address. As once again, we just see a full combo landing onto as Fargo actually outplays, but they do both die.
Trading 1 for 1, Wing Nation flashes away. He is not going to go down, and now Wildy on the run, and he has to watch out for Avatar.
Will said he is not going to go down.
Jesus.
But yeah, honestly, that was well played from Fargo. It's just Hulk has so much innate damage with the electrocute that even though he did flash the Q, there was nothing really that he could do to not die there. It was just the best he could do of a bad situation to get the trade. We do also see that Wing Nation was forced to both flash in order to get out of that situation, but overall, nobody dies, and so definitely could have been worse. However, we see Otso getting aggressive in the top
And
lane.
Avatar also getting aggressed on. That's going to be the sombrero that does not do anything. They get the flash, they get the sombrero, and nothing traded by the side of Return of the Middle Stick. So that one just goes all in their favor.
Yeah, I will say that was good constraint. Is that the word? Good constraint? Restraint. Yes, good restraint coming out.
But Wildy is here. That's going to be Boar knocked up, flashing away. And the flash body slam by Otso is going to force Boar's flash, but that was a really good pillar there by
Yeah,
Wildy.
also another interaction that we haven't really talked about is the pillar can be used by Otso to slam to get that stun onto Trundle's pillar.
Of course, the same way that Boar can destroy it, so can Otso body slam it. It's a charged something.
Yeah.
Body slam is Gragas. But, and the same way, Lefty too. If Otso is outside or inside the Jarvan Cataclysm, he can just charge anyone into the wall there. So you do have to make sure to, say, manage that well.
Yes,
if
definitely.
you're I'm Lefty and if you're Otso. You don't want to either burn it early so that you can, you don't want to burn the dash early so that you can't do that. But you also don't want to leave that up for Otso to do.
Yeah, I do think this just shows how, we've kind of seen how I'm Lefty is sitting on a ward. We'll figure it out about now. But this is just kind of the power of that poppy pick that we were talking about.
And the binding goes wide. So Fargo is going to pick up a couple more CS, and Otso just doing very well here, trading the
does get
shield
smacked.
trade. Oh, but Boar, he is not going to get the knockup, and Otso does not have ultimate, so he can't finish off the Ornn here.
Yeah, Otso looked like he just barely missed the stun into the wall, but Boar is getting very, very low and is kind of playing with fire.
And Wing Nation, he does not have flash, so he has to respect this shockwave that's again up for Avatar.
Yes, Avatar.
Avatar.
But yeah, as we were talking about, just really good restraint coming out from Wildy and Hulk earlier, so that she did have to blow that flash without them actually really committing anything. So just a very free. However, Shockwave apparently has been used again from Avatar as it goes on cooldown.
Oh! That was a great hook. That was a great Q with the pillar, just like we were talking about. Just like we
Yeah,
were
this
talking
is
about
another
Otso.
one. Hulk also can use the pillar as a way to stun champions.
That's one more interaction that we weren't thinking about, but unfortunately for Otso, the guy who can charge the pillar, he got ganked by Lefty. Boar used the Oran Horn, and they took him down. But this does mean that Wildy gets the dragon, and now Hulk misses the stun, but he's got the ultimate. That's going to be the ult used by Fargo in return, and honestly, I'd say a pretty good trade.
Yeah, I'll say good Featherstorm there from Fargo to not die. However, I will say that Featherstorm is a much larger cooldown.
Watch the Jarvan. Lefty comes in. He's going to take down Wing Nation. That's going to be the flash out from the Cataclysm, and Wildy walks away, losing his mid.
Yeah, we were talking about, Jarvan may be looking a little uncomfortable, or I'm Lefty looking a little uncomfortable on this pick, but over the last, minute and a half, been very effective getting 2 kills on both the top and the bot lane.
Very good ganks here, especially since Wing Nation overstaying his welcome in that mid lane. They are going to get 2
On top of that, getting
turret
2 plates, yeah.
160 gold in each pocket for each of these.
On top of the 300
top of
gold
300.
going over to the Jarvan. So he does look like he is building into Warrior. I would definitely expect this to be the kind of AD, probably going to go Black Cleaver, maybe even to some lethality if he's feeling super spicy. We did talk about this build might fall off just because of the kind of tankiness of the majority of the players on the side of Return of the Middle Sticks. But, as of now, if he can stay ahead of the curve, someone like Jinx will just absolutely pop beneath his
Oran
damage.
Horn not available, Flash not available, but that is going to be the missed charge onto the pillar. He is not going to get it, so Boar walks away.
I would just like to
his
point out
life.
how much bigger, though, Trundle's pillar is than Oran's.
Hey. Size doesn't mean everything. Timo told you that.
I hate Timo.
and
Disgusting champion.
Timo loves you.
Okay. Either way, we do see after that kind of very, 2 minutes where it was fairly aggressive all across the map, we do see what seems to be kind of settling down. Ornn looks like will be building towards this Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yes.
Pretty good decision considering that a lot of AD on the side of Return of the Middle Stick, specifically with the Trundle and then also the Jinx. However, building armor isn't always the greatest idea against Trundle just because he's going to
okay, Hulk is alive.
shred it.
Barely alive. The heal was used. He stepped a little too far forward, got the shrine. Yeah, had to use the shrine and then had to flash and use Otso's heal to keep himself from dying. So really just a botched attempted to pick there.
Yeah. Either way, does just lose the flash, but definitely could be worse. As we see that Dr. Wildy is here on the bot side as well.
Hulk
Ooh, just barely misses there from Wing Nation.
knocked up.
Oh,
Otso.
such a good steadfast presence.
But he doesn't get the stun, and Lefty does use the Cataclysm, which forces Otso's flash. Now Wing Nation pulled over to the back side of that shockwave. He is going to keep Wing Nation away from him.
Yeah, this is just the second time where it seems like Otso should have gotten the root, or should have gotten the stun into the wall, but just didn't. So
Didn't quite.
It just didn't quite, just barely, just playing so close on these ranges.
And now Otso is going to
Ooh.
get the gank from Wildy, and now Otso has to watch out because the Blade Caller is available. They're going to root him, and that is, again, an unsuccessful gank, but you do get 3 summoners and both ultimates from the bot lane.
And once again, as we talk about, this is a long ultimate cooldown coming out from Fargo. I believe it's 2.5 minutes rank 1.
Rank 1, 2.5 minutes. He does have 10% cooldown reduction, but 10% is only going to be about 20 seconds. So now Wing Nation has to walk away. The Shockwave is not available, but his Flash is. And we slow down.
Yeah, we do once again start to slow down. We don't really see any massive CS leads across the board except the largest one being in the mid lane. Avatar 16 CS up over Winged Nation. Not super impactful. It's not like a 30 CS lead, but definitely still about 2-3 waves of farm. I don't think that Winged Nation was really pressured off of that XP, so he is a tiny bit down in XP, but not anything super crazy.
Well, and the reason for that is because Wing Nation backed off to get that Rod of Ages, and then he teleported back to lane. So he is going to recoup a fair amount of that as Avatar walks back. You see it's only a 6 CS lead now, and he's denying that XP on that, from that turret in the mid lane. But that's going to be the flash away by Wing Nation. The Cataclysm is available, but Hulk is coming in. He has the ultimate available. We're going to see it come down. Wing Nation going to be okay for now. The ultimate does not come out from Orianna, and now I'm Lefty on the run, slowed by the zap, and can Otso get it? Otso does not find the kill. I'm Lefty jukes away and walks away, and now they're looking for the Baron. Or Dragon. Return to the middle sticks, trying to get this Infernal.
Yeah, good fight there. Does just barely miss the Super Mega Death Rocket there. However, the shield coming out.
Hulk knocked up. That's a 4-man shockwave. Hulk going very low. Avatar gets the kill. Now the Ornhorn coming out. Boar cannot get the thing. Boar goes low, not down. Fargo, he's low as well, and that's going to be the kill onto Otso. Fargo is not punished, and now Wildy on the run. Return of the middle sticks, throwing everything but the kitchen sink. It doesn't stick, and Wing Nation's gonna die to Ban Thresh.
That was such a massive, 3 or 4-man shockwave coming out from Avatar, who, as we talked about, is the only one who does have that kind of CS lead, is now 1-0-3, just, doing so much work in that fight, got so much damage, and honestly, that shockwave is what turned the fight, because it was looking like the potential for Return of the Middle Sticks to be able to take that fight, potentially looking to even potentially could have won the fight, but it was just such a massive shockwave doing so much work that Crimson KC was able to just...
I'm Lefty almost just got straight picked by Hulk, but then Boar comes back, knocks up Hulk, but he starts getting burned down, and they all clump on top of him, and that's where the shockwave comes in.
Yeah.
And they just all burn down right from there. They can't find anything. Wing Nation tries to go back and find something while they're taking the Infernal Drake. So many low health bars, but he just dies to the Morgana.
Yeah. Honestly, just such a good fight coming out from Avatar right there. Will get a fair amount of gold after that as well, so we will have to see. Ooh, unfortunately, does just miss the
but he
Bard
is
ult.
going to be stunned. Hulk taking a lot of damage. The shockwave is used. The pull back by Wing Nation. Are they going to be able to finish him off? No, the flash saves his life.
Yeah, Swain has decided to pick up the Rod of Ages, so does still have some time to scale though.
Otso can't find anything as well. He comes in just to try and from
Super Mega Death Rocket!
downtown! Otso with the kill. Otso coming in, trying to save the turret. It's not quite going to, but I feel like Boris will lose his life here. He's trapped in by his own pillar, and Wing Nation takes it with the Vision of Empire. Now Hulk flashes out of the Blade Caller, and now Otso running away. He has the flash available, is not going to need to use it.
Yeah, Fargo does have his first completed item, whereas Otso is still only sitting on components. Does not have the completed Infinity Edge, and has a Brawler's Glove, which is, going to take time before actually building into a Zeal item.
Now, that's going to be Otso having to flash away. Ban Thresh is here under the turret, going to get rooted. Fargo now aggressing onto Hulk, but the shutdown from Hulk. Ban Thresh, can he get him? No! That's going to be Otso taking the kill. Hulk lives.
Yeah, really good job there from Hulk getting the roots, getting the CC, and then also just the damage coming out. Really good job. And then also Otso making sure having to flash out of the Morgana ultimate. But at the same time, I do think it was an over-aggression by Ban Thresh. I'm not sure if they knew that Hulk was actually there still.
Yeah,
because he was kind of hiding in that bush.
But I still think it's just a little bit too much, especially when you consider that the flame jumpers were up, and that suddenly locks you under the turret. And even if you can try to get Otso, you're probably gonna lose your life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Either way, they needed that because Otso now got some gold under his belt, and we were talking about how we did see that Fargo was, that had completed his item, whereas Otso was still really close, only 425 to actually do the combined cost of the Infinity Edge, but now gets that gold and is able to pick up the boots and an additional dagger as well.
And now they're basically even in items. The only difference is that Doran's Blade, and Otso has a refillable potion that basically takes the place of that. So still a 2k gold lead for Crimson KC, which is a little bit unexpected considering how strong Return of the Middle Sticks' performance was across the rest of the split.
Yeah, I do think a lot of that is just based on the towers. You know, we see 3 towers to 1. And then also, it could just be the fact that they're picking up different types of minions. So that could account for some of the gold discrepancy. Say, for example, Fargo is picking up a lot more of the melee minions, whereas Otso could be picking up a lot of the range minions just because of the fact that they are valued at different...
Valued slightly differently.
Yeah.
And, of course, sharing gold or maybe the support gold, since Ban Thresh probably has a little bit easier of a time getting some of the gold that could account for a little bit of it.
Exactly.
But now Crimson KC summoning the Rift Herald in the bot lane and 5-man pushing the mid lane. They have Fargo caught here. Otso going to try and get him. That's going to be the Ornhorn coming out, but there's nothing. He is going to re-engage it. That's going to kill Otso. Wildy hit by the shockwave. He is going to go very low, but not quite dead yet. Otso on the run, but that's going to be the pull in. The kill onto Fargo by Wing Nation. Otso, he is going to lose his life, burning down. No, he's not. Ornn does not manage to find it. It's a 2-for-1 for Return of the Middle Sticks.
Yeah, gets a clutch last-second buckler as he's flying through the air.
Oh,
and now
Hulk! Oh, you greedy boy. And he tried to go in and take down that Ornn, but the rest of Crimson KC was sitting on the corner and just bopped him.
Yeah, he was thinking, oh, look, Boar has overextended. We can catch this Ornn. But no, Hulk, actually you are
From
the
downtown! Ban Thresh gets killed by Otso!
second time in one game, Otso with the super mega death rockets just raining fire down onto the enemy team.
You know the beginning of the Get Jinxed music video where she's like surfing
Yeah.
on the rockets and then just explodes the entire thing? That's what Ban Thresh feels like right now.
This is exactly, what you want to do with the Super Mega Death Rocket. You want to make sure that you can have that global effect. This is one of the reasons why it's just such a powerful ability. And then the fact that it has, level 11, has the execute damage, has completed the full IE, will be doing a fair amount of damage, especially on those low health targets.
And Ban Thresh knows that 1-3-3 now on this Morgana, but thanks to Avatar's wave clear, they Return of the Middle Sticks are not going to be able to find anything in this mid lane, and they didn't quite get the bot lane outer turret as well. That's what they committed the Rift Herald for, and it didn't pay off.
Now, I do want to mention something we saw in that last fight that we haven't really talked about yet, but just, however,
but
there's...
the flash onto Otso. I'm Lefty is going to possibly get the kill here. It is going to be Fargo's kill. Lefty lives, and 2 ultimates committed for the Jinx.
Yeah. Now we do see, just kind of that damage coming out from iLefty. Looks like we'll be building into Titanic Hydra. So as we talked about, is kind of going that more
off tanky, but still damage.
Yes, exactly. But no, as I was talking about, Winged Nation actually had such a presence in that last fight, doing so much damage and then also just being so tanky, absorbed the attention of about 3 members of the side of Crimson KC, still taking down, I believe it was Fargo.
He did. He just absolutely popped Fargo, caught him with the never move, hit him with the Q, and then just popped the ult and blew him right up. So now Boar is being dissuaded from this turret because Hulk is here. Otso with him. And now I'm Lefty over the wall. Is he going to do anything to save his top laner? He doesn't need to.
Yeah. We did not too much wave clear at this point. Wing Nation does have some wave clear. Honestly, what you're going to look for in wave clear on the side of Return of the Middle Sticks will be once Otso has picked up the Runan's Hurricane. So that'll be, I think, the majority of the wave clear.
And Fargo has to flash away. Good use of the pillar by Wildy and committing flash or getting flash ult for nothing.
Mm-hmm. I do want to mention though the way that Xayah Ultimate works, you can't actually go over terrain. So I don't think you can just ult over the Trundle pillar. You have to ult around it, which makes it not as effective of a escape tool as it otherwise could be.
It's effective against Otso, it's effective against Hulk, just not against Dr. Wildy, and that's really the problem for Fargo right now, because that pillar is just so reliable, such a relatively low cooldown, and your ult is so much longer of a cooldown.
Yeah. Now I do want to point out though items that Dr. Wildy has picked up, as we talked about, was, did get some early kills, has picked up the Zeke's Harbinger and the Knight's Vow. This is a very supportive build, and I believe has put all of these binds, yes, onto the Jinx. So this is going to be not only a 2-item Jinx with IE and Runan's Hurricane, but also will have the additional damage coming out from Zeke's Harbinger and the damage mitigation coming out from Knight's Vow.
And this is basically a protect the Jinx comp. That's why they picked the Swain. They wanted someone who is self-sustaining and doesn't really need that much peel, because he doesn't need peel. He can just be in the middle of a fight, use the Zanya's Hourglass, keep himself alive, and then you can commit all of your peeling resources to Wildy, to Hulk, and even in some cases to Otso.
And has now 10 stacks on this Rod of Ages.
All 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages, building the Zanyas. He will suddenly be a presence in team fights because he has the stopwatch already.
Yeah. Also, just looking at items that we picked up, we do see that Otso has picked up. Oh, however, there is an engage down onto Hog.
They get the two-man Bard ult, but it doesn't matter. They didn't get anything, and now Lefty is going to be pulled back. A lot of damage dealt to him, almost half of his health.
Yeah, not quite as tanky as you might expect from a Jarvan, because he has picked up Warrior instead of the Cinder Hulk.
And even though he does have the Titanic Hydra, that is a token amount of health. It's more focused on that passive, on the AoE cone damage from his auto attacks.
Exactly.
So now, Crimson KC pushing forward, 5-man. Wing Nation is not there. He has teleport available, but there isn't a great place to put him now. Wildy waiting in the wings, but they find him.
We do see that Wing Nation is just about at the fight as he joins the team, does throw out the Vision of Empire, does land the root, and there is
stun, and now he might be in trouble. Boar has to jump away. That's going to be the ultimate coming out from Otso. Avatar, he might be caught, but no, he is actually going to knock up Dr. Wildy. The Ornhorn comes out. Wing Nation in the middle of the team. He has the stopwatch. He is going to use it here, and now I'm Lefty, gets hit with the Super Mega Death Rocket, but they're not going to be able to find the kill. Now, Fargo on the run. I'm Lefty, dead. Avatar is going to go down as well. Otso with a double kill. Otso with a double kill. Ban Thresh on the run. Can they find him? Boar slowed. Wing Nation chasing. He is going to get rooted, but they're going to still pull in Boar, and now Otso is here. Ban Thresh dead by Hulk's hand, and Boar is running. Can they find him? He's burning down with the Ignite. There's nothing that they can do. Hulk flashes, doesn't find it. It's a 3 for nothing.
Yeah, Hulk looks for the fadeaway kill right there with the flash Q, but unfortunately does not quite land. I do want to say that even though Banthresh did get taken down, landed a lot of really good bindings and made that fight a lot closer than it maybe should have been after the really good engage onto Boar.
With all of his bindings, I especially want to talk about the one that he just landed onto Wing Nation right before Hulk killed him. If Boar would have definitely been dead if Wing Nation hadn't been rooted there. Even so, he still got pulled back and almost killed. He had to flash away, but great play there by Banthresh, even though the rest of his team couldn't really follow up on that Ornhorn and I'm Lefty jumping in.
Yeah, Fargo was putting out, some damage, but does not have the IE at this point, so will not be doing, that insane amount of damage. You really are waiting for 3 items. At that point, Fargo will just be doing just crazy amounts of damage in these team fights. But Otso did get a double kill, and at this point is very close to having 3 items. 2.5 items right now. Will pick up his second Zeal item. Has not decided to go for the Essence Reaver, which we have seen today when we have seen the Jinx, instead going for an additional attack speed item. And we'll have to see if Otso decides to go for the more defensive, say, Phantom Dancer, or the more aggressive Rapid Fire Cannon.
Rapid Fire Cannon, or even in some cases, you might want to see a static Shiv come out, just a little bit of magic damage, and if, I don't know, 3 crit item Jinx is pushing, or 3 attack speed item Jinx is pushing it a little far, but Rapid Fire Cannon plus Shiv is ridiculously strong in some situations. But now Baron's burning down, but they have eyes on it. Return of the Middle Sticks, they can try and go in and try and stop this. Bardol comes out. I'm Lefty jumps onto Otso. He kills him. He kills Otso. And now Otso knocks away I'm Lefty. Wing Nation in the middle of the fight. He does try to find Fargo. He does not have him rooted, but that is going to be the Ban Thresh going down. Wing Nation That's the Zhonya's. He's going to live for now. Otso dying. Lefty dead. That's going to be Otso going down finally. Wildy, one more auto attack will do it, but it's not enough. 3 for 2, and Crimson KC cleans up.
That's a difference of a fight when you have your ADC and when you don't have your ADC. Otso gets hit by a binding coming out from Ban Thresh and then followed up immediately by I'm Lefty, who absolutely pops him. And we were talking about Otso was being so strong after getting all of those kills. It does not matter if you are not in the fight because you are dead. Fargo, we talked about how he's not possibly not quite as strong as the Otso, but you're a lot stronger than someone who's dead. So the fact is, because it was a 5v4, they were able to turn that fight in their favor, and they do, even though they, do lose, what was it, 2 people in the process, that they go for 3 for 2, they still end up winning the fight.
They do win the fight, but now all of Return of the Middle Sticks is respawning. Dr. Wildy heading to the top side. He wants to clear his Krugs before they have to continue dancing around this Baron. Y'all, get out of here. Go to the Crabs game on GetRec TV if you want them. And Fargo is actually pushing bot lane. So this could go poorly for Crimson KC if they keep their ADC on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, however, Fargo is backing just right now. Will look like to start heading toward that top side of the map as he picks up the Big F sword.
The BF sword.
The BF
best
sword.
friend sword.
The best friend sword. As we see Otso just jockeying around the Baron pit trying to get position, we do see that even though Crimson KC kind of does have the priority in terms of getting into the river, there is a control ward for the side of Return of the Middle Sticks inside the pit itself.
And now clearing out vision, Crimson KC is doing what they can to try and secure the dominance over this Baron.
I'm Lefty does clear out that control ward that I was just talking about. So as we see now, Baron is blind for the side of Return of the Middle Sticks.
And that is certainly a problem for them. The gold is dead even, but vision is really the determining factor here. Now Wildy might be caught, not really. No, he finally gets the root. I'm Lefty, uses the Cataclysm. Wildy doesn't have flash, not quite yet. That's the sombrero. It's not going to find anyone, and now Wildy low, but he's alive, and he got the passive off on Lefty, and that is going to be Avatar picked. Now, can Wing Nation run down the rest of Crimson KC? He throws out the E. He does not find anyone, but his team is pushing, and now they can rotate back to Baron.
Yeah, we did see very good job buying time from Dr. Wildy. He uses the ult to get a little bit of health back, but then also uses the stopwatch. Right? No.
Uses the I don't know. But Hulk might be caught a little bit. Fargo can get the root. He does get the root. But that is still Otso free firing onto this Baron. Otso, he doesn't have the ultimate, but he can try and peel off. Otso free firing on Ban Thresh. Ban Thresh has the Zhonya's Hourglass. They're going to get Boar on top of Otso, but Otso now trying to kite away this Ornn. Everyone else is dead, but Boar, he is not going to get it, and Otso needs to heal.
Yeah.
He needs to get lifesteal on this Baron, and here he goes.
Boar was just not really taking damage from the Jinx right there, and it very much looked like they were eventually going to be able to get that kill. However, we do see... Ooh!
Wing Nation was like, wait, I made a mistake, and flashes back. It keeps them alive. Only Otso didn't get the Baron, and now Return to the Middle Sticks in a gold lead of 3,500.
Yeah. Now, a lot of times it is, ideal to get the Baron on your split pusher.
I don't know what that was, but there was just a breeze that
I
came
know.
up and hit my knees, and I'm just so happy right now.
Felt it.
I think the AC turned on
yeah.
down. From the
Either
event.
way,
Sorry.
you do, of course, ideally want to get the Baron onto your split pusher, but because they have 2 split pushers with Wing Nation and Otso, this is, still just a great situation. Getting the Baron, only losing 1 person, you would take that any day. Oh, as we see, I'm Lefty about to get aggressed on by Hulk and Wing Nation, but does just have some fancy feet, and we see that Return of the Middle Sticks gets out with just the Infernal Drake.
4 Drakes to 1, and the next one is the Elder. Return of the Middle Sticks they're in the same position that Sensei Squad was in this last game. The ultimate comes out from Bard, but it's not going to find anyone. Now Wildy, he's caught by the Dark Binding. Otso, he's gonna knock away 2 members. Those are the 2 most important too, because that was Fargo, and now Boar, he's burning down. They're going to be able to finally cut him down all the way. That is a pick for Return of the Middle Sticks.
We can just see, though, even though that was like a 1v5, kind of just the power of these upgraded Ornn items, it's still taking them a while to take him down.
It takes him a lot lot of time. He has one armor item that is Ornn upgraded. He's got a magic resist item, and that is Otso. He might be picked. I'm Lefty is going to get the kill. Avatar takes that down. That's going to be Otso following by Ban Thresh. He is going to go Zanya's, and now Wing Nation in the middle of the team. Can he find anything? He is ticking. He gets Ban Thresh, but can he get anything else? They go and find I'm Lefty. Wing Nation does not have flash, but he's going to pull Avatar in, and he gets the double kill. Holy crap, Wing Nation!
That was such a massive play coming out from Wing Nation to save what was looking like a disastrous play for the side of Eternal Limitless, because it was a fantastic flank coming out from the side of I'm Lefty. Gets the flag and drag on top of Otso. Gets the ult on top of Otso. On top of that, gets not only Otso, but also, I think, Otso and Otso.
He gets both Zos.
He gets Otso and Otso in the Cataclysm, and then the massive shockwave on top of that absolutely destroys the AD carry. After that, you see that Fargo puts down so much damage, and they just have to run. They have to basically run Hulk and Dr. Wildey off the map. But then you see Winged Nation comes in, massive Birdman, turns into his true demonic form, and just rips apart the team as Hulk is just standing back there with his little meeps going,
like, I'm helping. But they got I'm Lefty low enough that Wing Nation didn't need to use the Demon Flare to kill him, which was so crucial because then he snared Avatar, and while Fargo thought that he could, like, get a couple of free hits and maybe kill the Swain, that's when he reactivated it, bopped them both for a couple, that looked
just
like it could have just been 500 damage right there.
Yeah.
And killed both of them. Now Return of the Middle Sticks in a commanding lead. It's 4,500 gold in their favor, and Wing Nation is a god.
Yeah, and look at what he's building. Those are two needlessly large rods.
He's building a death cap.
He
Ladies and gentlemen.
This is gonna be some fancy hatware.
This is some fancy hatware. It's not quite an abyssal mask, but that's the fanciest one. And now Boar. He's trying to get his ultimate off, but he cannot get it because he's rooted. He's gonna go down, and that is going to be I'm Lefty. He doesn't kill Otso. Now Otso, he gets killed by Avatar, but the shockwave is down now. Ban Thresh is slowed, rooted, pulled in. He uses the Zanyas, and he is going to go down to Otso, Dr. Wildey. That's the kill on Fargo. Great pillar by Wildey, and it's a 4-for-1 for the Middle Sticks.
Everyone, that tempered fate coming out from Hulk probably just won them the game. As they're looking to engage, Hulk lands a 3-person tempered fate, keeping out the entire backline as they 5v2 onto the front line of Crimson KC. Just an absolutely fantastic Bard ult coming out from Hulk.
And the amount of peel for the team that Otso provided by keeping Boar occupied, knocking him up, charging him into the wall, making sure that he couldn't reactivate that Ornn Horn, made sure that they could kill both him and I'm Lefty before the rest of the team of Crimson KC could re-engage that fight.
Yeah, and then a good pull from Wing Nation to get Bam Thresh to get him in the position, and that actually also baited Fargo to stay in range, take a little bit more damage, and then Otso hits him with the long range, like max range zap for the kill.
And I think Dr. Wildey's pillar actually pushed Fargo a little bit to the side that actually allowed the zap to hit. I don't think he would have if he were still continuing in the direction that he were.
Either way, just fantastic play all around. Whether it was intended or not, it worked, and we're going to say it was.
We're going to say that it was completely intended because right now it looks like Return of the Middle Sticks can do no wrong. 4 of their members with shutdown bounties. Otso 9, 4, and 10. And if you think that's good, Wing Nation is 9, 3, and 12. And now Hulk, Tempered Fate, gonna find the ADC. Can they get this? The Ornn Horn does get reactivated, but Wing Nation is in the middle. He is shut down by I'm Lefty. I'm Lefty burning down. He is going to finally go down by Hulk. Ban Thresh. He is not slowed, but Otso, one more auto attack could do it. Dr. Wildey with the Q. He's gonna hit him 1, 2, 3, 4 times. That's a kill. Hulk is taking damage from Boar, but now Otso has him slowed with the Iceborne Gauntlet. He charges back in. He knocks up Hulk, but he is going to go down.
Yeah, Jinx is so strong at this point in the game.
He is a 4-item Jinx, Bloodthirster, IE, Rapid Fire Cannon, and Runan's Hurricane, and now this 4-Drake Elder Dragon. It's going over to Return of the Middle Sticks. No contest.
Yeah, I mean, who can they contest? There's no Shockwave on Avatar. Fargo does have the Featherstorm, has no... You're not going to 1v3 You don't.
You don't. You just it can't happen. It won't happen. And now Return of the Middle Sticks with the Elder Dragon, they know that they can't be fought. They're going into the mid lane, and I think they're just gonna go right to the Baron for this.
Yeah, not only that, they also have the Baron or the Eldered up regeneration coming out from the double Ocean Drake. So even if they were, a little bit low on health after taking the Elder Dragon, they've decided, no, we can risk it. However, we do see that I'm Lefty is back looking for the fight.
Otso doing what he can, but the teleport's coming in from Boar. Boar is going to be rooted. He has the Ornhorn. No, now he has the Ornhorn. Can he call it? He calls it. Otso flashes out. Boar, can he get it back up? He does, but he's knocked away. Now the Tempered Fate comes in, gets Avatar. Ban Thresh. He has the Zanyas, is going to use it. Otso caught by the Shockwave. He's going to go down, but now that's Avatar. I'm Lefty. Flashes away. He tries to get the Flag and Drag. Otso chases him, but that's the kill by Hulk. The Elder Dragon burns him down. It's 4 for 1, and Return of the Middle Sticks is looking to end.
Yeah, and Otso 0-7-21 has been doing so much this game. He has died a lot for his team, but he has been doing so much work during that time.
But I think that's the key word. He's died a lot for his team.
Exactly.
He's been doing it in team play moments, and also the other meaning of for his team, the highest number is 4 in that team. So it's at 7, and that is going to be Return to the Middle Stick, taking game 1.
Fantastic game, just a good, fun game to watch, and I'm really excited to see what happens in the next one.
Let's real quick show you the damage chart, because y'all are asking for it, and advanced details, graphs, look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, winged the Man Nation.
Yeah, however, still, not quite up there to where the Orianna was. Had some massive shockwaves in that last fight. There was like a 3-man shockwave that did so much damage.
It looked like
almost
it was
turned
about
it
to,
around.
it looked like it was about to end that fight and take it in Crimson Casey's favor. But Otso was not one of those people that it caught. So
Yeah.
it ended up not working out for them. So we are going to take a quick break, and when the teams are ready, we're going to go into game 2 to see if Return of the Middle Sticks can pull this one out in a clean 2-0. Don't go anywhere. We are back with hopefully our last game of the day for the two of us.
Hopefully.
I just want to get out of here.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a little bit since I've seen the sunlight.
And at last I saw the light. It was your beautiful face.
Okay, don't. We're just gonna.
Either way, we have started off the bands, and I think we seem very similar bands to what we saw last game. We have seen Evelyn band. However, that is new.
Swain.
Swain is new. If we do see a similar band, I would expect the Fiora to come out right here because it was Kled Fiora, and yeah, there's the Fiora.
Also, friendly reminder to anyone who happens to be watching the stream that's also playing: don't do that. Don't have the stream open.
Yeah, don't cheat, you cheaters.
You cheaters.
Cheaters.
Stay out of the stream until after we're finished the game on the stream.
There we go.
So you can't immediately pop in with 3 minutes to go.
However, we do see a Jinx first pick by Fargo this time. So, deciding they did not want to leave that in the hands of Otso.
Don't want to leave that in the hands of Otso, so Otso is going to go ahead and pick Varus for Otso.
Varus
is on fire.
Yeah, it's like the OU's president. Is it Harris or Haruz? Is it Varus or Varuz?
He's Haruz.
I'm pretty sure it's Haruz.
Really?
Yeah. That's how he pronounces it.
Well, he's wrong. All right, the Nautilus locked in. This could be Hulks. This could be Wildies. This could be Otso.
Talk about a strong 2v2. There's so much CC.
Great 2v2.
Yeah.
Amazing CC chain. You can get the point-and-click Nautilus ult. You get the not the point-and-click Varus ult, but it might as well be.
Now, I'd imagine that they actually go for the Leona instead of the Morgana.
Wow.
I'm surprised. Ban Thresh had such an impressive showing on the Morgana, even though they unfortunately didn't end up winning last game.
They did suffer from not having that much tank aside from Boar, so maybe they're picking the Leona as an answer to that.
Yeah.
Morgana, while she had a lot of good binds, I'm not sure if that's what really they needed or if they needed a better front line so that Avatar and Fargo didn't just immediately get jumped on.
Yeah, and because they are shifting some of that tankiness down to the bot side, they decide that they can look for Darius in the top lane. Now, this is a blind pick Darius, so could look potentially for Otso to get some kind of counter pick.
And it's not like Darius is really like a super dangerous champion to first to or
No,
to
exactly.
blind pick.
Yeah.
But it looks like it is going to be Wildy's Trundle again.
Okay, definitely.
That was good. That
yeah.
Wildy's Trundle was good. There's no reason to fix something that isn't broken.
Now, unfortunately, they won't get all of the unique interactions that they had last game. They won't get the Swain pull back. They most likely won't get. They won't get the ability to get the Poppy. Most likely, they could still pick up the Poppy, but we'll have to see if they decide.
They
to
do
go
have
for
the
that.
Nautilus hook interaction with terrain, so
True.
that's not really a useful one.
No,
but
because
it is,
I'm not sure that you want to use your hook on the Trundle pillar when you could use it on the enemy champions.
unless you're trying to run away and the enemy champions are chasing you.
True.
And Trundle uses his pillar.
Big brain.
Big brain.
Big brain.
You know what they say? Modern problems require modern solutions.
Banning
so that's going to be
Mundo.
Ari, Mundo, Rise, and a fourth ban.
I'm
that we
always a
don't know
fan of
yet.
banning Mundo because that champ is absolute cancer.
Never really a problem.
Broken.
Honestly, in my mind, that's just fine. You can do it.
Always. Great.
So now, or what's he going to take away? It's the Poppy.
It's the Poppy.
Poppy. She's gone.
Poppy. I'm Poppy.
I'm Poppy.
I'm Poppy.
And so now, what are they picking up? Probably going to be their top lane counter pick because they still have the red side mid lane counter pick.
Yes, they do.
And Winged has always wanted counter picks. He's always been a very,
Try and destroy his lane.
kick his lane into the dirt.
Urgot.
And that's Urgot for
Okay.
Otso.
Yeah, definitely will be able to use that range to try and get some harass, and then also the shields will be, Darius wants to pull Urgot right on top of him. That's kind of where Urgot
likes to be
wants
on
to
top.
be.
Yeah. He just wants to be able to walk around you.
Yeah.
And as long as he has his phage and has a little bit more speed, he should be able to walk around and through Darius.
Now,
gonna be
Syndra picked up for Avatar. Jinx.
No, that's 4.
Syndra has been picked up for Fargo, and it looks like they might go, straight back to the J4.
J4 for Lefty. It worked for most of the game and then just kind of stopped working once he wasn't able to assassinate Otso anymore.
Well, they just had to end up blowing so much to use it. He was doing a fair amount of damage, but they would use all of his damage and then also all of the Oriana's damage just to kill, the one Jinx, and then
Exactly.
Wing Nation was able to go wild.
Exactly. When it was just I'm Lefty assassinating Otso or
Echo.
Echo. It's a good pick into Syndra.
Yeah, I think generally kind of like an old school counter because you can just ult the ult.
Do a little ring ring ring. Hello, Siren. What do you think about Echo into Syndra?
Yeah, or we can just call Jensen because I feel like he has some history on this Echo into Syndra matchup.
Yeah, we could.
Either way,
I don't have Jensen's number on my phone.
Oh, you don't?
No, I do have Siren's.
Oh.
All right, so either way, even if we can't ask Jensen his thoughts on the matchup should go in favor of the Echo. He has a lot of the mobility to allow him to get around all of those Syndra balls, make sure that he doesn't get stunned. Even if he does, he can cancel the ult with his Chrono Break.
Gotta avoid those balls.
Don't want to get smacked.
Don't want to get smacked by the balls. And then once again we do just see I personally think Varus Nautilus is going to be a stronger lane than Jinx Leona. Leona is very strong level 3. So is Nautilus. The only difference is Varus is a lot stronger than Jinx is early, just because of the range and then also the % health execute, % missing health execute coming from the W.
And the healing cut and just all of the damage. And especially at 6, Jinx's ult isn't very good for actual trading. It's great for post-fight, once you disengage and once the last person's running away. You can cut him down with that ultimate. But Varus is engaging with his ultimate. Nautilus can go ahead and hit you with the point and click. And, well, you're probably dead.
Yeah. Just because, talking about that ult, because it does increase damage the longer it flies. So basically, if it's in the air for 1 second, it will do max damage. But before that, it actually can do a fairly small amount of, the actual base damage will be fairly small. But it does do a % missing health execute as well. I think it does, I don't remember exactly what it is.
Someone look up her numbers. We don't want to.
Yeah. Oh, well. Either way, so definitely I would just give the early advantage probably to Varus and Nautilus down in the bot lane, especially since Otso has been a fairly impressive ADC throughout the split. Fargo did do very well. I think on the Xayah, but Jinx just doesn't have the tools that the Xayah has in terms of like self-peel and then also like the roots. And everything.
Fargo's big strength was being able to play around with the positioning, being able to abuse Feathers, Featherstorm, and everything to try and get a better position and lock people down. Jinx can't really do that. I mean, you can with traps, but like that's a one-off. You do that with traps, you can't do that for like 15 more seconds.
Now, you can look to put the traps just in the middle of the Cataclysm. And potentially, you know, if everyone is stuck in there, you'll have your Runan's Hurricane, AoE rockets just raining in damage. But that's assuming that that's just, you know, a monster engage coming out from J4, and you don't have to deal with Echo or Urgot running all over your face.
Yeah, having the Echo is really going to be a thorn in the side of both Syndra and Jinx here, just because of how little mobility they have compared to Parallel Convergence, Dash, Blink, Q, Z-Drive Resonance, Chrono Break.
Yeah, and there's really just no way to really counter, or there's no answer really to the Urgot ultimate as well. There's no Kale ult that's going to be coming out. There's no real heals that are be coming out. If you get hit by the Urgot ultimate, if you get taken down, there's really nothing you can do.
It's basically sacking Jarvan or Leona in order to save Syndra, Jinx, or Darius. You want to have to, you want to have like a get down Mr. President moment where Leona dives in front of the Jinx and says, I'm going to take this Urgot ult for you.
Yeah.
But then Urgot can flash into the middle of the team
and get
if
that
he has that up. If he gets the four-man fear, it's donezo. You're Dunyan Rings.
Yeah, you're done. You're Dotso.
You've got Otso, you've got Otso, and then you got Dunzo, and that's what you are.
That's what
Urgot
you are.
Gets the 4-man
Dunzo.
ult.
Yeah.
The 4-man ult.
However, as we load up into the game,
crap! I forgot to change the score. That doesn't really matter.
You know the score. You all know the score.
Y'all know the score. Y'all ready for this? Hopefully we don't crash the game again.
Yeah.
We didn't crash the game again!
Unfortunately, no Team 4 skin. So it's Team 3 skin and 3-5 skin. So whatever.
3 and 5. You know what that averages to?
21.
What's up? My name's Jared. I'm 19.
I never learned how to read.
All right, we are getting into game for the second of possibly 3 games. On the blue side, we have the underdogs themselves, Crimson KC in the top lane, Hog Boar playing Darius in the jungle. I'm Lefty on Jarvan the 4th, Avatar in the mid lane on Syndra, and our bot lane, Fargo and Banthresh on Jinx and Leona.
And then here on the red side, we have return of the middle sticks, and they're going to hop off their post, and they're going to call all over their opponents. We have Otso on Urgot in the top lane. We have Dr. Wildly on Trundle again in the jungle. We have Winged Nation on this Echo in the mid lane, and then we have Otso and Hulk on Varus and Nautilus in the bot lane.
So the level 1 is pretty much just going to be calm, cool, collected, and everyone's just gonna 5-point.
Yeah, just happy.
And
As
Dr.
we
Wildly
see,
is all right. So the minions are spawning now. So in a couple of seconds, we're gonna see Wildy and Lefty both head over to their respective bot side buffs.
Buffs.
There we go. Buffs.
Wow.
Wow.
Either way, we do see. I am really interested to just see how this top lane matchup goes, because I think it will just be so swingy. I think if Darius gets ahead, I think it'll, he's going to stay ahead.
The 1v1s are certainly going to be a skill matchup until someone gets a kill. And Otso should have a pretty easy time CSing early, but it's when you get to that like 3-4 when suddenly Darius can pull you in and like combo you with the WQ.
Yeah.
That's when you start getting into a little bit of trouble, into a spot of trouble.
Darius just has so much damage in his kit, and has, the healing, the sustain coming out from the swingy blade, as we see right there, just does a fair amount of damage. And then also the hemorrhage just can do so much damage over time. But we also see Otso just abusing his range and landing those auto attacks over and over into Hog Boar.
That's what I'm saying. It's a pretty easy trading lane for the first couple of levels, but Otso should have the advantage on those early just auto attackings. Boar has stronger abilities and he's going to be able to heal up that damage. Nautilus is breakdancing in the bot lane.
Yeah, love it. Absolutely love it.
Absolutely. I prefer swimming through the air because sometimes I think this
Ooh.
just weighs me down, and Otso might be in trouble. He has to flash away, gets the double slow onto Boar and Lefty, but it is a flash traded for that gank in the top lane. Now Banthresh gets the stun off onto Hulk. Otso is here, but Wildy's on the way. He knocks him up. Lefty flashes. That's going to be the one more auto attack will do it. First blood goes over to the Jarvan, and now Wildy is all alone with no one there beside him. His troubles have all gone. There's no one to deride him, but you gotta have faith because he gets out.
Gotta have faith. Very good play there. I'm surprised Otso used the flash, got out, and then either goes back in or goes for a ward. Either way, just gets caught incredibly out of position, and Dr. Wildy wasn't there in time to actually be able to support him, and so he ends up going down. Now, however, Dr. Wildy does not die, so this is not a massive swing, and then also it was Jarvan who got the kill and not Darius.
Yes, Jarvan's kill is actually so good for Otso, all things considered. He loses his life, but also, oh, watch out, Hulk. You almost got engaged on, but Banthresh is not going to get the Senate Blade on you, but Hulk, with the Aftershock, is going to walk away clean. Banthresh, on the other hand, committed his Ignite. So did Hulk.
Yeah.
And Otso used Heal.
Yeah, overall, the big trade right there is the difference in heal. Otso had to use heal, whereas Fargo did not. In terms of health, we do see a fairly similar health result in terms that Banthresh and Hulk are at about 50% health after using, however, very good punish or scatter the weak, and it looks like he's just gonna go down.
Wing Nation overcommitting, thinks that he can get the kill on Avatar. Avatar has the Ignite, takes him down. It's a bad news bears for Avatar, and that's going to be Hulk getting engaged on. He's going to have to flash out. The Flag and Drag is going to catch him, but he gets back into the turret. He is fine. I'm Lefty's gank. Only gets the flash, but Banthresh traded his own. Now Wildy is here in the top lane. Watch out, Hogbor. You might be in trouble. Otso gonna get some damage off, and he gets the kill crucially.
Yeah, very, very good right there. The fact that Dr. Wildy knew that I'm Lefty was on the bottom side of the map, and so he had two options. He could either go into the top side of the map and look to punish and steal away some farm, or he could try and get the gank onto the top lane, and he decides he's going to try and get Otso that advantage, which is, as we talked about, this could be a very swingy lane, and most definitely the fact that he got that kill is crucial.
And look at Boar's items. Look at Boar's inventory. He's got 2 Doran's Blades, and while that may help him in the short run, it means that he will be delayed in getting that Black Cleaver power spike that both of them are going for. So
Yes.
Otso is actually ahead in this lane, not only just by the kill gold, but also by the item gold of having his power spike first.
Yes. And then not only that, it's also a fair amount of wasted gold because Doran's items are not gold efficient. They do not sell, or they are gold efficient for what they are, but they do not sell back at a very high rate of what you buy them for.
So basically what Boar has done is traded his actual items for early laning power. Now he pulls in Otso. Otso gets the pull on, and now Wildy is back. Boar in trouble. He doesn't have flash this time. He doesn't have ultimate either. Otso has to keep himself safe. Watch out, Wildy. You might go down. He does. Otso gets the kill, but Wildy loses his life.
And we see the Doran's Blade actually paid off. The additional AD and the additional healing made it so that Hogbor was able to stay alive long enough to get the kill onto the level 4 Wildy, who had come back top again.
Oh, but Jinx gets caught, but that's going to be Otso having some Zenith Blade on him under the turret. Now I'm Lefty tanks, but Banthresh loses his life. It's a 1-for-1. Both ADCs get the kills.
Yes. And it is so crucial that it is Hulk and Banthresh that go down instead of Fargo and Otso because they can just stay and look to farm it out. However, a pretty good dive. It was a good idea of a dive coming out from I'm Lefty, Banthresh, and Fargo. However, they did not anticipate that Hulk was going to land the hook onto Jinx right as I'm Lefty comes around the corner looking for the dive. Because of that, they don't have the damage that they need, and they're not in the position that they necessarily want to be. So Ban Thresh goes forward to get onto Otso, but because he has to go forward and there's not enough damage coming out from the rooted up Fargo and I'm Lefty, does end up getting taken down.
Good wrap up there. And just to wrap up the fast food conversation that they're having in Twitch chat, all y'all people that haven't been to the northeast, east coast, Shake Shack's where it's at. Everyone else is wrong. Ding dong, you're wrong. There we
My
go.
question is, why would anyone want to go to the east, the northeast?
Well,
like,
I don't know, but Avatar is certainly going to his death here. One more. No! Wildy canceled the auto attack. He's not going to be able to get it. And now Lefty is going to get the return kill. Oh, it goes from bad to worse for Return of the Middle Sticks here. He's trying to run away. Lefty, can he get something? But he's taking so many auto attacks. The knockup is going to get the double kill and the triple across the map. Boar solo kills Otso.
yeah, all across the map. That just goes awful for the side of Return of the Middle Sticks because they just they commit where they don't actually do the damage that they need to.
Oh, but Otso, he is going to get the kill, I believe. Yes, he does. On to Ban Thresh, and the ultimates both used by Hulk and Otso. But again, it looks like the bot lane here of Return of the Middle Stick is their saving grace this game.
Yes, once again, Otso is doing so well because, honestly, I just want to talk about that gank in the mid lane because, honestly, it could have...
That should not have gone
It
the
should
way
not
did.
have happened. They should have killed Avatar. Dr. Wildy, I think, canceled 1 or 2 autos. Wing Nation also just didn't commit quite as hard. Now, did have to ult as soon as you saw the Unleashed power coming out, but then also at that point didn't try and really re-engage because he thought that Dr. Wildy would be able to get the kill. However, does not actually get that last auto, and then because of that, I'm Lefty is able to come in, get the kill onto Dr. Wildy, and then also gets the kill onto Wing Nation because Wing Nation, instead of just running straight away, looks to see if maybe he can turn it and get the kill onto Avatar, but ends up not doing it, stays in the range of the red buff from I'm Lefty and just ends up getting taken down.
It's just so unfortunate, and now I'm Lefty and Boar are so strong. Otso getting solo killed there by the Darius, who now has Phage and Kindle Gem. So he is about 3/4 of his way back to having his ultimate. Meanwhile, Otso is just struggling to find something here.
Yeah. However, the fact that Avatar is 1-0 and 2, does have a CS lead, and is getting, ahead in that AP is very, very strong because on a champion like Syndra, you want to stay ahead of the curve.
Definitely. And we've seen that Wing Nation is just not seemingly as comfortable playing with these assassins, these AP assassins, as he is with regular control mages. And now Otso being engaged on, the ultimate comes out from Fargo, and that's the shutdown on I'm Lefty. Otso, he is positioning like boosted Asian, but that is going to mean a kill for a kill. Ban Thresh dies.
Okay, to be fair, I will say the reason he wasn't kiting was because he was stuck in the Jarvan ult and actually couldn't kite.
Not at the end there.
I think
he
it
was
fell
standing
right
dead
as
still,
he died.
But now Wildy is here. They've got the pillar, and even though they stand in the traps, oh boy.
They walk right on the traps.
Oh jeez.
Oh boy. Either way, we do see that even CS in the top lane, however, also will be able to pick up a lot of this farm. So should theoretically be a little... However,
He's
he
not
is
gonna
just
pick
running
up the
away.
farm. Boar has his ultimate. It's way too scary to stay there. Boar could definitely dive turret effortlessly, so Otso has to walk away and basically hand over the entire lane to Boar.
Yeah, really good job there from Boar being able to, this is something that... This is a matchup that Otso picked. He picked the Urgot into the Darius and is just getting kind of bodied.
He is definitely getting bodied. A 10 CS lead, plus 3 turret plates, and the first blood assist. So really, Boar's like, I don't know, 2-3 kills ahead? Yeah, 900 gold.
Yeah, that's a fair amount of
3
damage.
kills.
Yeah. Because we were talking about the fact he had to pick up the extra Doran's ring. He was going to have to delay his Black Cleaver buy, but he still has it before Otso does.
And Otso is trying to figure out what he's doing in this lane. Boar has the TP available, but he's not going to use it. Much better to use it to try and get his bot lane further ahead rather than pushing his own advantage in lane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. But we, do see that the first 2 completed items from the side of Fargo and Otso Personally, Blade of the Ruined King, I think, is a stronger one item than just the
Infinity Edge.
Infinity Edge because
certainly.
you don't have the attack speed. However, we do see a little bit of an engage onto Dr. Wildey, as no, he is just trying to defend his vision.
And Avatar is here. Wildey needs to watch out because if he gets hit by anything, he certainly goes down.
Does have the support from his bot lane, though, as they just roam up.
So, continuing the fast food debate. I want analysis of the game, not analysis of the things that I put in my stomach.
Yeah.
Riley's hungry. Want some tikka? Okay, so while Riley eats my leftover tikka masala, I'm going to talk about the game a little bit. It's a 2,000 gold lead here for Crimson KC, and most of that is currently sitting on Boar and probably on Avatar as well. And also Lefty. Really, the entire team just kind of has a decent-sized lead.
This just in, David cooks a pretty good tikka masala.
Thank you.
Left my water bottle downstairs.
Otso and Hulk are basically the only two things keeping their team in the game right now. They have individual leads that actually offset the 1K leads by Boar, Lefty, and Avatar.
Yeah, I do think, though, that this is, you know, a good... If you want to lead, having it on your AD carry is a good place to have your lead.
Oh, but the flash flag dragged by Otso, and now the Cataclysm comes out, the flash in by Boar, and that's going to be the kill by the Darius.
Yeah, just couldn't escape.
You can't escape that, and even though Wildey gets the Infernal Drake, is it really worth it? Because you're giving so many more kills to this Darius. He's going to be so hard to kill unless basically Otso gets to free fire on him.
Yeah. And, you know, we will see if they do get the peel, like Dr. Wildey will have some good peel, and then Hulk also is just a peel machine. Potentially, that is exactly what could happen.
And meanwhile, we do see that the first turret does go down. The flash comes out from Wing Nation, but Avatar used his flash, but he gets away, and now Wing Nation uses the Chrono Break. He doesn't have it now to break the ultimate from Wing Nation, and that's going to be Wing Nation just going down. Avatar, he does lose his life as well, but it looks like Wildey is going to lose this trade. But no, Lefty, the Subjugate actually keeps him in. Oh, Fargo barely misses.
Fargo tries to pull an Otso, hitting that cross the map ultimate, however, just barely misses. You know, I was going to say that was just really kind of over-aggressive from Wing Nation, trying to get the kill onto Avatar. It looked like didn't even hit the Chrono Break. However, knew that Dr. Wildey was going to be coming up there, did get the kill onto Avatar, and then I'm Lefty's like, look, I have so much more health than you, but Dr. Wildey said, haha, but I'm Trundle.
It is
but
my health now.
Exactly.
And that Subjugate comes in clutch, makes sure that Wildey gets both of those kills, puts him back on the board, and now, Return of the Middlesticks, they are 3,000 gold down, but it was 4 a minute ago.
Yes, they definitely needed that fight. And the fact that they did get the 2 assists onto Wing Nation, you would have loved to have gotten the kills onto the Echo. But at least the assists are going to get him a little bit of gold, and he has picked up his first item.
Because initially, Wing Nation wasn't going to get a kill or an assist. He was just going to die, but thanks to Wildey being there.
Exactly.
So now, Banthresh is clearing out vision here, but Otso and Hulk have all of their cooldowns up. Fargo is missing a Super Mega Death Rocket that he just used to try and kill Dr. Wildey. So I'd like to see if anything comes of that, but meanwhile Wildey might be in trouble. He gets knocked up, pulled in by Boar. No, not quite, because he's just solo fighting, and now Wing Nation is here. He's going to try and get Wildey. Wing Nation gets the kill onto Lefty, and now Boar in the middle of 3. Wing Nation has the Chrono Break, and he's not going to even need to use it. Well, is he? He uses it, gets hit by the Jinx. It doesn't do anything. The shutdown by Urgot.
Yeah, you know, we talked about the fact that, you know, you would have loved to get the kills on the Wing Nation, but they're on to Dr. Wildey. And Dr. Wildey is like, I big troll now.
I am the tanky boy now. And then Otso gets the shutdown on Boar. Wing Nation gets the kill on Lefty. This is actually looking much better now for... Oh, Return to the Middlestick now. Hulk, he flashes forward, stuns the wrong person. Banthresh is now the target, and that's going to be a stun. Not a stun, but Otso is taking so much damage, but that's the pull! Fargo flashes away, and Banthresh goes down!
Yeah, and he does not have the ult because Yusta in the top lane, and we'll have to see, can they get the root?
Picks him.
Yeah.
Wing Nation going to lose his life, but Lefty now fighting. Avatar already dead. Boar comes in. Wildey is here. He's getting so much health back. He takes the Rift Herald. He's almost back to full. Now Boar trying to run, but can they get him? Yes, they can. That's an ace across across the map.
Otso and Hulk, or we talked about Otso and Hulk were winning the bot lane, and they continue to win the bot lane. Dr. Wildey has put on not one, but 2 backpacks and has Urgot in one side and Wing Nation in the other as he is dragging the rest of the top side of his map across what can be like just getting back into the race.
That's a hell of a backpack considering Urgot is like 10 feet tall.
Well, this is Mr. Trollman, and he is here to win. Not only does he get multiple kills, he also gets the Rift Herald.
And that's what allowed them to kill Boar. If Boar had been able to reset with that hemorrhage, with the hemorrhage and the full domination, whatever they call it, if he had done that, Dr. Wildey would have gone down to that, and then Otso was soon to follow.
Yeah.
But Wildey killed the Rift Herald, got the passive off, which healed him for like 10% of its max health,
Not
which
only
is
that-
a lot of max health.
Not only that, he also smited, got the additional heal from the smite.
And that was what allowed them to kill Boar. So great play by Return to the Middle Sticks. They're gonna catch Lefty. He's rooted. The ult is not available for Otso, but Hulk, can he find the depth charge? Does he need it? That's going to be the full jump in Lefty. He is going to get depth charge. He does not get the flag and drag, and Wing Nation gets another kill.
Yeah, really good there, and you know, that's what you need. Wing Nation really needs to get this gold. As you can see, he is starting to do a fair amount of damage. Otso is getting to the point, you know, he just needs, it's 790, the combined price, to get the Ginsu's Rage Blade. And so, however,
Boar's here, but they actually managed to peel him off so that he can't stop the Rift Herald. The Rift Herald is up, Boar is down, and now the Rift Herald is going to take down this mid lane turret for Return to the Middle Sticks.
What did we talk about? Hulk is Mr. Peel.
Mr. Peel is here, and he's like Mr. Clean, but he's bigger, and he's Hulk.
And he has hair.
Does Hulk have hair? Hulk, do you have hair? Does Nautilus have hair?
Oh.
The real question.
The real question's being asked.
But this is going to be a Mountain Dragon going over the second Drake of the game and the second in Return to the Middle Sticks' pocket. The ultimate comes out from Jinx, but it's not enough.
Yeah,
it's
and that was
little too late.
Looking like maybe trying to pick off a sleeping Hulk, potentially just because of how low health he is. But either way, we do see that Wing Nation is able to pick up that blue buff.
So now Wing Nation gets a blue buff. Hopefully he can get himself back into the game from that. He has the Proto Belt, but now Dr. Wildey, he's just pinched off of the mid lane wave.
But look who has the gold lead now.
It's Return to the Middle Sticks.
It's
but
Return
look
of
at
the
the
Middle
individual gold leads. Now Otso is just a little bit ahead of Boar, and it's completely dead even between Lefty and Wildey. Mid lane, it's still a little bit in Avatar's favor, but it's
look
a
at the bot
2K
lane.
gold lead for Otso, 1.5 for Hulk. Return to the Middle Sticks has a 2K gold lead here, and it is just... Thank you, Killering.
We try.
I usually get a lot of crap for talking about somewhat unrelated things, but now Boar might be in trouble, but that's going to be 3 members of his team joining, and now Ban Thresh, he is going to get rooted up. He doesn't have that many tank stats, but Otso shut down. The kill goes over to Ban Thresh. That's a second one, a third one, and Ban Thresh is massive.
Oh,
2
no.
shutdowns.
Mr. Peel was not enough, and it is 20 minutes. Baron is on the map, and they do not have their jungler.
And it doesn't matter if Fargo doesn't have attack speed. They can take as long as they need, really. Unless Otso can find something huge here. He needs to get something, then combine it with Wing Nation. The ultimate out by Otso. Chain of Corruption finds it. That's the shutdown by Avatar. Wing Nation, can he find something? He does not. Unfortunately, that's going to be the Baron for Crimson KC. They're back in the lead.
Unfortunately, it looks like they might have been able to do something, but Otso gets taken down by the long range from the Syndra, and then Wing Nation just, you know, didn't quite... I don't really think he needed to ult out of the pit at that point unless he was afraid of getting CC'd by the traps.
It was either getting CC'd or not being able to get out of the pit.
Yeah.
He only has 4 seconds, and I think he used like 2.5 of them in there.
Yeah. Either way...
Now Wing Nation might be in trouble because he does not have the Chrono Break available Lefty. His fighting and Lefty is strong. He has the Black Cleaver available.
Trundle.
Lefty. Trundle's here, and that's going to be Boar. Can he find the kill? He doesn't even need the Noxian Guillotine, but the Wing Nation walks away with the kill on Lefty.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think
Oh boy, Avatar, you're just dead.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
The fear?
And now Ban Thresh, he gets the fear. That's going to be the Super Mega Death Rocket, but Jinx is still far away.
Oh, here comes Darius, though. Darius up the
Darius
river.
coming in the side. Otso does not have ultimate. Hulk does not either. Wildy in the backline, but Boar is sneaky. He's going to find Fargo. Hulk, Mr. Peel. He doesn't need to peel. He needs to engage, but now he needs to peel because Boar is on top of him. He has the Noxie and Guillotine available. He is going to get him, but he goes down for his trouble. Otso has the ultimate available. Now he gets him. Ban Thresh goes down. Fargo flashes away.
Yeah, well, can't use Baron if almost everyone with the Baron is dead.
It's only Fargo left, and that's not very good if you are the group with Baron.
Now, I want to praise Dr. Wildy for that last fight, though. As soon as Darius came... Oh, however, we are engaging again.
Otso, he is going to live. Fargo trying to do what he can, but he has to peel and run away. And now the turret goes over to Return to the Middle Sticks. Go on.
But yeah, no, as I was saying, I want to praise Dr. Wildy because as soon as he saw Darius come from behind, he ults the Darius and makes it so it's just that much easier to actually, for Otso to chew through them and actually kill the Darius before he can have a devastating effect in the fight. He didn't focus on Fargo, didn't focus on the Jinx because he knew that the rest of his team was going to be able to take care of that. He focused and made sure that he was, he wants to be Mr. Peel. He wants to be Mr. Peel.
Wildy became Mr. Peel because he saw that their Mr. Peel was very low. Hulk was about an auto attack, a Q, and an Noxie and Guillotine away from death. And if Boar had gotten that off, he would have had the fear on all of the minions, but there weren't really any minions there.
Yeah.
But more importantly, he would have gotten the reset on all of that bonus attack damage that you get from killing something with Noxie and Guillotine or stacking Darius passive all the way up.
Yeah.
And if he'd done that, it would have just been bop, ka, bop, ka, bop, ka.
Yep.
Big 3 kills there for Boar, but it didn't happen because Mr. Peel, and now Lefty's caught. He's going to be pulled back in. He's going to be killed. Otso with the kill.
Hulk just is on point so far. The bot lane, the bot lane from this team of Return of the Middle Sticks is doing so well.
And I think that is a little bit more on Crimson KC. The vision control, they didn't really have any of that. They have all of their wards situated in that top side of the map, but there's still 2.5 minutes left until Baron's up. So Return to the Middle Sticks with the superior vision, the superior map play, they make that play around Dragon, and Crimson KC can't do anything about it.
Now, Otso looks like he might be deciding that he might want to build into the Guardian Angel.
Guardian Angel, not bad for him.
It would not be bad for him, no. However, both of these also build, technically, into Zhonya's Hourglass.
The AP on hit Otso, but Boar pulls in Dr. Wildy. He is going to get the subjugate off onto him, but now Otso is in trouble. He's stunned, but that's going to be Ban Thresh going down. Otso loses his life, but Wing Nation is finally into the fight. Wildy is alive, but oh, Lefty, he goes down. Red buff, big man, Otso, and they are going to win that fight 2-1.
Yeah, Otso is just doing, I'm Lefty goes in and it's like, okay, Otso, you and me in the Thunderdome.
Oh, Avatar, watch out, watch out, watch out. And Hulk, he can't find anything, and actually he might have picked himself. Boar gets the kill, and oh my, Mr. Peel, what are you doing?
Yeah, we've just seen some really good use of the Jinx traps this game. Partially because, Fargo's doing a really good job putting them where they need to be. And then also, Return to the Middle Sticks is just walking on them. And they die every time.
And we were talking about that earlier. Xayah, the way he plays Xayah is so good, positioning around those feathers so well. And we said he can do that with the traps, but he has to do that at a lesser interval because of how long it takes those traps to come back up.
Yeah.
So that mid turret finally goes down for Return to the Middle Sticks. The gold lead is 1.5 for the boys in red.
It is Zhonya's Hourglass. Has decided to pick up the Seeker's Arm Guard, and this is actually, AP Varus hasn't been super meta in a while. However, it does mean that his ult, if he decides to go for a more AP heavy build after after these first couple on hit items, it does mean his W will be doing a good amount of damage. But then also the ult has a really good AP ratio.
It's 100% AP ratio on the ult, I believe. And if he picks up a Nashor's Tooth as well, not only is that attack speed, but that's compounding on top of the on-hit damage he gets from his W.
And also, I'm pretty sure Nashor's has an AP ratio on it as well. So it'll just be compounding.
So now, with 10 seconds left to go, Boar is backing. Also, Avatar resetting for now, but Return to the Middle Sticks, they can push this wave in, and can they look for the Baron here?
Yeah. They are definitely making sure that they are doing their homework. They're clearing out vision. They are getting priority in the mid lane. They do also, I believe, have priority in the top lane. I think it should push towards the blue side, but either way, it is at least in a fairly neutral position. As another flash Q coming out from Hulk!
Banthresh gets rooted, gets pulled in, and that is going to be barely, almost. Will they get him? Not quite. I'm Lefty going low. That's going to be the pullback in. Hulk with it. Atso on a rampage. And now Boar, he can't find anything. He was just dueling Wildy, who had the subjugate, and that was meant that Boar could do nothing of substance.
But that also means Baron is up, and they do not have their jungler on the map. Now, they are pretty low, and I would be very surprised if they decide they actually want to look for this Baron just because of how low they are. But they are at least trying they are holding position around the Baron, as it looks like they are about to start it up. Yes.
They're going to start it. They can see the backs coming through. You know that Fargo wants to go back. Boar is on the side, but Otso is trying to zone him off. How low is the Baron? It's at about half health. Wing Nation, he's very low, but he is not going to go down. He uses the ultimate. That's a Chrono Break coming through. Hulk goes down. Otso loses his life as well, but Darius is down. Oh no, there goes Wing Nation. And now Dr. Wildy is the only one left in the middle of the fight. He is going to get burned down very quickly. Fargo 2 more auto attacks, but can he get him? No, I don't think he can. The Q, it doesn't land, and now Otso has put himself in the death chamber. No, the Sonya comes through. He's going to die. Banthresh doesn't get the kill, or Banthresh doesn't get killed, rather, and Wildy actually escapes with his life.
Really good job from Darius at the beginning of that fight. He does go down, but he flashes into the whole team and just causes chaos. Wait, as Dr. Wildy is getting so much health back.
Oh, but Wildy's in trouble because I'm Lefty is here. That's going to be the Solar Flare coming through. Wildy goes down. It's a shutdown for Lefty, and now they're pushing into the base of Return to the Middle Sticks.
And once again, you can see that the whole momentum of the game has flipped.
And the teleport comes in from Boar. They're going to keep the minions invulnerable. It means that this turret, this inhibitor, will go down. Crimson KC with the lead.
I do not think they can fight without this Varus. He has decided to go for the Zonia's Hourglass, but it's looking like he will probably pick up either Phantom Dancer, or personally, I would love it if he picks up the
Runaan's
Hurricane. Generally, the hint for when you maybe should pick up. Ooh, however, that is a good engage onto Otso.
Otso, what are you doing? Boar with the kill. I'm Lefty. Flag and drags in, but he can't find anything. That is a Cloud Drake. Certainly going over to Crimson KC.
However, it is just their first Drake. So it's nothing like they're stacking up for Elder Drake, and there is another Elemental Drake coming up after this, and it will be the Mountain Drake. But as I was saying, in terms of itemization, typically when you really want to pick up Runaan's Hurricane is if you are playing against 3 melees, like there are 3 melees on the other team.
1, 2, 3, there they are.
Exactly,
Look at that, 3
and
melees.
also because it applies on-hit effects, when you're playing such an on-hit heavy champion like however, that does stop the back from I'm Lefty, and he's going very low.
Lefty has to back off. Wing Nation gets the Z-Drive Resonance, and that actually means because they manage to hold there. Oh, but that's going to be Hulk pulling in. That's Lefty caught. And now Avatar, he can't find anything real. Boar uses the Q. Can he pull someone in? It doesn't matter.
Jinx has completed 3 items and does have the healing cut with the Executioner's Calling.
Executioner's Calling available for Jinx. She has the Runaan's Hurricane. So will this be able to get onto Dr. Wildy? The pull does not come through from Boar. Boar gets pulled instead. Wing Nation goes down to Fargo. He's excited. He gets 2. Wildy on the run. He's slowed. Banthresh gets pulled in. He's going to go down, but that also means that Wildy goes down. Now Otso, he's doing what he can. Boar is low, but he's pulled in. Suppressed. Fargo, he's feared. Now Otso, he's going to get the kill, and that's going to be 1 more auto attack from Otso. Will do it. No, he doesn't have the Runaan's Hurricane.
Otso actually decided he was going to bail out of the fight. He was like, oh, this is done. This fight is over. I'm running. But then Otso decided, he just goes, gets the kill, and starts to do so much damage. And Otso wasn't there to actually be able to follow him up.
Is there... Just Otso, after getting picked to give the dragon over to Crimson Casey, says, you know what, I gotta actually do something for this team. So he comes back in and he gets those kills, but unfortunately he didn't have Otso there with him. The miscommunication means that Fargo and Avatar get out alive.
Yeah, and, you know, we can just see this late game Jinx, 3 items, has the healing cut. Dr. Wildy isn't staying as long as he used to. However, this is, 3 items onto Dr. Wildy and has picked up Runaan's Hurricane. I think is actually a fairly clever buy because so much of that damage is going to be coming from these late game Jinx crits.
Yeah, the Randuin's Omen You said Runan's Hurricane.
Did I say
was like,
Runan's Hurricane?
Did Dr. Wildy pull the Runan's
No,
Hurricane?
I mean Randuin's Omen.
The Randuin's
Randuin's
Omen.
Omen.
Yes, with what 25, 50, 75% crit chance, that crit gets cut by so much.
Yeah.
And Fargo is going to be doing so much less damage to Dr. Wildy. It's just that the healing will not be what it used to, as you said. So
I do want to point out, though, Syndra is still a major player in this game. Got a massive Scatter the Weak in the last fight, which stunned, I believe, all 4 of the members that were present at that time, which is why Otso, even though he was pretty safe, wasn't actually able to put in anything really meaningful.
Okay, the teleport coming in from Otso. Can they get it? Can they steal it? No, they can't! And Wing Nation gets right back out. They don't trade any deaths for it, which is good for Return of the Middle Sticks.
However, they do lose the teleport on the side of Return of the Middle Sticks.
They do, and now, granted, Boar doesn't have his either, but it will be up far earlier than Otso's will. So it means that Return of the Middle Sticks does need to keep as 5, or at least keep someone nearby so that they don't lose a 5v4 engage.
Yeah. Just, however, look at those massive balls just surrounding Avatar. This is just an indication of how much damage Avatar is doing. Has a full death cap, has Spellbinder. If she pops this Spellbinder, we'll be able to absolutely obliterate pretty much anyone on the side of Return of the Middle Sticks.
And even has the Void Staff to cut through Wildy and Hulk.
Yes.
That is the important part, because if you can't beat through these tanks, you're going to have a bad time, because they are going to be the ones that, oh, Otso, what are you doing? Otso, what are you doing? Okay.
Also potentially looking for some kind of flank. However, the flanker does get flunked.
They get flunked, and now this could be the final push with the Baron buff on the members of Crimson KC. They're trying to move in and get this from Return of the Middle Sticks, bring this series to 3. Crimson KC, will they be able to find the fight?
Yeah, either way, though, this game is definitely not over. And even though they do have the Baron, it has just come down to execution the past couple fights.
And the inhibitor is back, but the inhibitor is down.
Flash on the Syndra!
Avatar! He gets knocked up, and then he is healed. The Zanyas, it means that Fargo is free hitting. He kills Hulk. He gets the Otso, and now Wing Nation and Wildy on the back. Otso going to die. Wing Nation is the only one left because he is going back. Wildy is not going to be able to do anything, and this means that Crimson KC will take this 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, just, that was kind of the engage he needed. Hulk got the flash and the hook and the ultimate onto Syndra. However, Jinx is still around and was doing so much damage. And then on top of that, Boar and Lefty got on top of Otso. And there, because Hulk decided to engage, where was Mr. Peel? Who was Mr. Peel?
The immediate follow-up Zanyas, and the stopwatch from Avatar kept him alive while Fargo got to free hit, and that was just it for Return of the Middle Sticks. We'll be right back with our game 3, our second of the day.
moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Okay, last game. God. Been casting for 6 hours.
That is too many hours.
Alright, so Caitlin's gonna be the first ban for Crimson KC. Nothing new here.
Yep. I would assume, Kled Fiora. I'm assuming the bans are probably going to be the same, Kled Fiora and Nico. However, they did lose the last game, so they might look to ban the Darius. However, no, they have just banned the Fiora.
Yeah, maybe... I don't think the Darius was really the biggest problem there. It was the fact that they couldn't get onto Avatar and Fargo just reliably.
Yeah. They do ban the Swain again, was played to monstrous effect game 1 by Wing Nation.
Oh, okay, yep, the Swain, like you said.
Yep.
And just speed up this.
Yep. And there's the Kled again.
Hey, Flay God, get out of chat. You're playing. Not gonna warn you again. Next time I'm banning you. Jesus.
Rip.
Okay, Trundle being taken away by Crimson KC. So that's a new one. That was Dr. Wildy's pick for the last 2 games.
Yep.
So.
And there is the Jinx.
I mean, it worked last time.
Yep.
His traps were really good, and I mean, it got it away from Otso is the thing.
True. Now we will have to see who Dr. Wildy is going to pick up, and if they decide that they want to maybe pick the other AD carry as well. And there's the Varus again.
Yeah, that's
He
what...
did do very well. Very effective.
Yeah, it was
on the
really
Varus.
good. And now that Trundle's gone, I wonder if they'll pick up the J4. Because I'm Lefty has just played it the last 2 games. Why not take it away from him? But no,
the
it's
Bard
the Bard
again. And
it
there's
worked,
J4.
And J4. That's exactly what we expected.
Yeah. And his J4 wasn't the most impactful, I will say. I don't think it's the best J4 I've ever seen, but it's definitely good.
And it looks like Ban Thresh might be taking Nautilus here. It looks like it will be. That is going to be scary for Varus Bard.
Yeah, we'll see if maybe they get a... ooh.
They
Yeah,
left
Evelyn.
the Evelyn
They
up,
left
and now it's Wildies.
Yeah, okay, so we will see how this assassin, how Dr. Wildey does on this assassin after playing a frontline the past couple of games.
And it was Trundle, so he did do a fair amount of damage, but Evelyn, that's a different animal altogether.
Yeah.
You're looking at a full burst Jinx, like get on top of them, and that is really what we needed to see from them last game.
Exactly.
Someone that could pop either Jinx or Avatar.
And they weren't able to.
They were never able to, really. Urgot going to be taken away by Crimson KC,
Okay.
the Ahri for Return of the Middle Sticks again.
We'll have to see if they decide to maybe ban the Galio again, or...
Darius.
No, Darius.
Okay, so they are taking away that Darius. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
He
Otso
was-
didn't really
he
have
was-
that great of a time on it.
Yeah, and also Boar was just fairly effective, with the Darius, as we saw, was able to just kind of flash in that one T-Fighter on the Baron and just cause a lot of chaos.
So now the last ban for Crimson KC is going to be Rise. They don't
Okay.
want Otso to have it again. Oh wait, no, Otso didn't have it.
No, that was the last series.
Yeah, that was.
They
Nick
do
Walls.
blind pick the Syndra though, and we'll have to see what counter pick Avatar has prepared for the Syndra.
Nautilus
Eh?
worked against the Orianna. Was it Orianna?
Game 1, yeah.
Yeah.
But
All right, Ori is being hovered, and I don't see any reason not to take it.
yeah, it is just gonna be the Orianna right there.
Good, solid. Avatar was getting some pretty serious
Yeah,
hits with it.
yeah.
On the Shockwave. So the last one is going to be the top laner for Crimson KC. What's it going to be? We're rolling the dice. And we're going to see...
Maokai, that's my guess.
Good one. No way.
Oh,
Camille.
Camille?
It is
Okay.
Camille.
Yeah.
Okay.
They have banned the Fiora, so you can't do that. We'll have to see who they decide to pick up. Yeah. Maokai?
It is
I was
Maokai.
right. I just said it at the wrong time.
And the Maokai, I mean, he's gonna be a big beefy boy. So
Will be a big beefy boy. A beef boof. A boof beef.
a boofy boy.
A boof a borf.
And I'm not sure how that will do into the Camille. He might get bodied a little bit because
I don't think this is going to be good for Maokai.
I don't think it's going to be good for Maokai. I mean, Camille is so... I mean,
The
AD,
true
first of all,
damage
true
and,
damage, and you don't need to use all of your spells if you can just auto-attack, which Maokai can't really do anything to Camille
Exactly.
once she gets that adaptive shield. And as
Yeah.
long as Boar plays this without, a lot of Camille's will just, spam your spells, trying to get all of that true damage and everything. You're basically playing into Maokai's hands if you do that.
Uh-huh.
So if you just keep it to auto-attacks, I think that will go a lot better for Boar.
Yeah, I could definitely see this going where Boar just absolutely destroys the Maokai, though. With the true damage and, with everything coming out, however, it will deter... I think, will Evelyn be able to have an impact early? I think that'll be a lot of it.
Evelyn having an impact, that's basically... Yes, you can do it on Camille, but she has so many ways to get away. It's mostly going to be for Orianna and Jinx.
Yes.
You want to be able to execute those squishies early, and Dr. Wildey, I'm sure, is going to be on the warpath early, trying to get that 6, power farming to 6, so that he has the camouflage and that Widowmaker.
Yeah. We will have to see, though, if Wing Nation can, use this Syndra to the same effect that Avatar was able to do in the last game.
Of course, Wing Nation is a lot... he's traditionally been a lot more comfortable on control mages, long-range artillery, and Syndra is kind of both of those.
Yes.
Has the potential of a burst mage, but a lot of the strength of Syndra in organized play is being able to get these big scatter the weak, stun
Yeah.
multiple people, and get your team all over them.
Yeah, I really just don't think that Echo is necessarily the best matchup to his
And he
playstyle.
doesn't look comfortable on it either.
Yes.
It's the kind of thing that, yes, artillery mages, burst mages, and control mages. None of those things are really Echo, who is
Yeah.
an AP assassin.
So we will just have to see, how Wing Nation does on a champion that he should most likely be a little bit more comfortable with. Also Syndra is just a fairly simple champion to play. You have fairly easy to understand abilities, and then the burst that comes out from the unleashed power. So, yeah, and then in the bot lane, once again, we do see Hulk on Bard. So we'll have to see if how if he can once again use this Bard to the same effect that he was able to game 1, because he had some massive, not only just the damage, he had some fantastic uses of the Tempered Fate.
The Tempered Fate was ridiculously good at times, and even when they weren't, it wasn't like they were ever doing any harm. Because that's the biggest thing you can do wrong as Bard, is like try to go for a giant play with your ultimate and then just accidentally like catch your ADC.
Yeah.
And that is, Otso has positioned very well around those in game 1, and so I expect him to do the same now, even though he is playing Varus rather than Jinx.
And since they do have these two players who like to stay, these two champions that do like to stay very far to the back lane, Orianna and Jinx, it's very possible that Bard might be able to hit both of them with the Tempered Fate, and they can engage 5v3 against their front line when they don't really have the damage from the Jinx and the Orianna to follow up.
I am looking forward to see how this early game goes. I always love seeing Evelynn because it's always fun seeing. I mean, it's always fun seeing assassins. Like I like seeing Kha'Zix in the bot lane or in the jungle, Rengar, etc. So let's see what we can do here.
As we get into
Who is going to win? Who's going to the Platinum Finals against Sensei Squad? Sensei Squad?
Sensei Squad is...
Who won?
I don't remember.
Who won?
We casted it. We should remember.
No, because that was like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, true.
2.5 hours ago. All right, we're actually already in the game. Wow, that was fast.
I think it was Sensei Squad.
I think it was Sensei Squad, right?
Because Thrillionaire didn't win. And Thrillionaire is not Sensei Squad.
Thrillionaire's not on... Okay. All right, so third game here. Final game for us of the day. Right after this is going to be Peen Pals versus...
yes,
No,
the
not
Pals.
Peen Pals. Jesus, the PPC, the other offensive team name. The PPC versus Saucy Summoners. So make sure to tune in for the man, the myth, the B-Pots.
Mr. B-Pots.
Mr. B-Pots will be taking it after us.
MVP for gold.
MVP Pots.
MVP Pots. Got the official endorsement from Tyler 1 himself.
And here on the blue side in this game, we have Crimson KC going for an invade. We've got Hog Boar in the top lane on Camille. I'm Lefty in the jungle on Jarvan for the third time. Avatar in the mid lane with Orianna and the bot lane Fargo, and Ban Thresh on Jinx and Nautilus.
Gotta say, Nautilus. And then here on the red side, we have Return of the Middle Six. We have Otso on Maokai in the top lane. Dr. Wildey on Evelynn in the jungle. Wing Nation on Syndra in the mid lane. And then Otso and Hulk on Varus and Bard in the bot lane.
So again, I want to see what happens with this Evelynn. You don't see it that much, but Dr. Wildey is known for his Evelynn, which is why it's been banned the last 2 games.
Yeah.
And I want to see him play. I want to see fun things happen.
Also, I just think Evelynn is very strong. You know, a lot of times,
Especially when playing into immobile carries like Jinx and like Orianna, because of the fact that she has the execute. Even if she's far down, if she gets that execute, she's going to be able to do massive amounts of damage. I really am hoping to see a good performance coming out from Dr. Wildey as he starts with his red buff.
I think we will be looking at that level 3 gank top onto Boar. Otso did help Leash in the top lane on the red buff, so now Dr. Wildey going straight to Krugs. And
So we get a little lag,
but
already we see Boar getting a little aggressive on top to Otso.
Otso, not Otso.
That's really not nice. That's really not nice what they did to us.
Oh, come on. Be a man. Last year, I had last split, I had to cast Danny Phantom, and Danny Phantom all in the same game.
That's hilarious. Okay, but I feel like that'd make it really easy, because at least it's all the same.
Well, and then the week before that, I had Vid and GR Vid.
Okay,
This was my team. My team was trolling me with name changes every week.
Either way, as we just see some everyone start to farm out the lane. We do see that Otso is getting pushed under tower. Not surprised. Ooh, however...
Wing Nation has to flash, but still gets knocked up, and that's a huge misplay from him.
Yeah, really good, kind of a misplay from Wing Nation, but then also a really good angle coming out from I'm Lefty, making it so that he was able to get the flash, but then also I believe still would have hit him up if he hadn't
flashed, it would have hit him. The way he flashed, it did hit him.
Yeah.
And I think the right way to do that. Hulk forced to flash doesn't screw this one up with a pull from Nautilus. It does mean that Otso is going to have to flash and heal. He pulls his arrow back and he's gonna hit Ban Thresh. It's a big amount of damage, but not as big as losing 3 summoners.
Yeah. However, I would definitely say it's so much better to get damage down onto the support because you have way more pots. Ooh, however, that's a lot of damage.
And they're not going to be able to find anything on it. Fargo does get the zoning auto attacks onto Otso. Now, Otso, again, getting pushed in, but I'm Lefty. He might be in trouble. Dr. Wildy is here. He pulls over the wall, and he is going to make it out.
That range seemed a little absurd coming out from the...
Flag and drag.
Yeah.
And now Otso engages onto Boar, takes a little bit of damage from the precision protocol, but... the sweep.
Tactical sweep.
Tactical sweep.
Unfortunately, Otso was not able to actually get the proc of the Grasp of the Undying there, so is not getting that additional healing or that additional damage or the additional, max health.
And max health.
Yeah.
And now Boar does get back onto Otso, but Otso, taking a lot of damage.
This is just rinse and repeat coming out from Boar. Using the hook shot into Otso, following up by the tactical sweep and the precision protocol.
And he's just doing a very good job at it, forcing Otso to go back so early. And now it's already 1,000 gold lead thanks to that first blood.
First blood and then just general CS leads
in the top and bot.
Now we do see a 10 CS lead for the side of Dr. Wildy, who has been just kind of farming, was in the bot lane, did almost get that kill onto I'm Lefty, but incredibly long flag and drag range, which I'm still suspicious about, but that's whatever. We're going to move past it. Is just getting, trying to reach that 6 for the invisibility, and then also the execute from the ult.
Camouflage.
Camouflage,
They're different
yes.
things.
Yes.
They're different things. And so now Otso is falling a little bit more behind in CS, thanks to the turret. No thanks to the turret, rather.
Stupid turret.
Stupid turret.
Stupid turret, that's Otso.
Otso? Who are you talking about, Otso?
Brother, may I have some oats?
Brother,
may I have some oats?
And speaking of oats,
Otso
is still playing Varus.
Yes, he is.
There's nothing new that's happened since that.
No.
But he does take a little bit of chip damage from Fargo.
Yeah, that was really close, but does not actually get hit by the Scout of the Week right now.
Avatar doing such a good trade, and I'm Lefty is back here in the bot lane. Hulk moves forward. That's going to be the knockup. He's rooted, and he's killed. I'm Lefty with the kill. Now, Otso does not get engaged on just yet.
I'm Lefty has been so active in this early game, has been out all over the map as they could potentially threaten a dive.
The flash for Ban Thresh. He is going to pull in Otso. That's the flash forward by I'm Lefty, the knockup, and one more. Auto will do it. Ban Thresh gets it with the Ignite.
Yeah, and also, this is just I'm Lefty doing so much work, has been a part of every kill in the early game, and he's just making sure that his teammates...
Oh, Wildy. He's going to jump on a Ban Thresh. He does get the kill. He flashes it, and one more auto attack will not quite connect. Maybe. Lefty, stunned.
Ignite!
And he's burning down, but the shield isn't going to be enough.
Does not actually go down, as we see Otso actually on the top side of the map starting to pull ahead a little bit.
Uses the ultimate, but now Boar is back in here on top of Otso. Otso, can he get enough auto attacks to flash the auto? Maokai solo kills Camille.
Tree. Patient as a tree.
And now the shockwave from Wing Nation. He scatters the weak onto Avatar, but he doesn't have his... he does not have his flash, and he loses his life. Avatar with the solo kill.
Yeah, with that clockwork windup, the auto attacks were just doing, a really good amount of damage, and there was no way for Wing Nation to escape once he got that low from Avatar.
And now Wildy is spotted out, but he does have level 6, so rejoice for this Evelyn. Has the Widowmaker, or Last Caress. I like calling it Widowmaker. It is Last Caress.
Yes,
I prefer the Widowmaker.
Last Caress.
Oh, thank you. All right, now Otso going back. He did get a little bit of something there. He is 1-1-1, even in CS again with Fargo. So He is going to try and push this in, make sure the Fargo can't get that CS,
Yeah.
force him away from, force him under the turret the same way that he has been forced for so long.
Yes, however, Fargo is back in time and will pick up the majority of that CS and still keep his lead, as it looks like the bot lane for Return of the Middle Six is just going to back and look to get some items. However, we do have to talk. Dr. Wildey, as you said, does have Last Caress, does have the camouflage, and can look to go aggressive onto some of these more immobile enemy champions.
Did you know I was 100% convinced that it was still called, that her ult was called Widowmaker until I realized that it wasn't while I was playing TFT? Because I was like hovering to see what the damage numbers were, and I was like, this is called Last Caress.
Isn't Widowmaker like
Her,
a thing
her
from...
moniker.
Oh, it is?
She was Evelyn the Widowmaker, but then they changed it because she wasn't so much like, I don't know, she used to be just kind of like a horny girl who also sucked the souls and life out of everyone that she, you know, seduced.
Okay, but TBH same, so...
But more importantly, they like changed that to something else, and then they changed it back, and I thought they had made her ult Widowmaker.
Okay. No, we do see the teleport coming out from Boar, though, as they just get the Ocean Dragon, an early Ocean Dragon, which is really nice for the extended laning phase.
Great for these trades against Otso for Boar here. And now Banthresh can take a little bit of damage, but when I say a little bit, I mean a little bit of damage.
Yes, almost no damage. However, no, as you were talking about, it is really good because Otso does have the... Oh, however,
Boar
we do
actually
see
doesn't
some
get the
aggressive,
stun from the hook shot.
But no, as a lot of these, there is some just sustain on the side of Return of the Middle Six, be it Sap Magic coming out from Otso, or the Vampiric Scepter, or which is now Bilgewater Cutlass, coming out for the side of Otso. However, because of that, there is not the same... Oh, however, that is a fantastic double Tempered Fate!
The Widowmaker is here, she's stunned, and that is going to be Banthresh knocking up a couple, but that's going to be a double kill for Wild.
That is exactly what you need on your AP Assassin Jungler.
Congratulations, Dr. Wildey, you did exactly what I wanted you to do. That was nasty.
Put it on Dr. Wildey. Sir, Hulk set that entire thing up.
Well, yeah, but Wildey did what I wanted him to. Hulk also did what I wanted him to.
That was just overall a beautiful play coming out from the jungle and the bot lane of Return of the Middle Six.
And now Otso is in the Hextech ultimatum. He uses the punch, and he's going to go down to one more.
Sap Magic?
Sap Magic keeps him alive for just a little bit longer. He is rooted, and that is going to be... Oh, can he get it? No!
Oh, goes down to minion aggro!
1 for 1, and Otso still stands on top.
He says, patient as a tree.
He knows. He says, you know what? I can wait. I'm a tree. I'm used to waiting a long time for this. And then waits about a second later, Boar dies.
Yeah, and then just... I mean, if you look at there was, like we were talking about, just the sustain, it was the Sap Magic, it was the Grasp of the Undying, and then because of that, Boar had used the Precision Protocol, had used the Tactical Sweep, had used the Hook Shot, and...
Sap Magic was back, baby.
Yeah!
And now, Otso, he has his Sunfire Cape.
Yes, and you know what this means? That's a tree on fire. And
California? Is that you?
You know what you don't want to do to a tree on fire?
Stand next to it?
You don't want to jump on top of the tree on
You don't want
fire!
to be on top of a tree on fire, but now Dr. Wildey is here for a gank. Avatar uses the ultimate, but it's not going... He's not even going to need the Last Caress.
And
he
you
gets
can
a 4th kill.
You can tell why they banned this champion for the first 3 games.
First 2.
First 2 games, yeah, Dr. Wildey.
It was just... First 3 games. First two games! And so now we're going to see another 1v1. Boar jumps in on Otso again, and he is taking way more damage this time. Otso knows that he can win this, so he's going to keep pressing the issue. If he can jump back on, Boar will certainly be in a little bit of a pickle.
Yeah, Otso also still has the Grasping Root.
Banthresh with the pull, that's the ultimate. Tempered Fate comes in, Hulk is knocked up, he's killed. Evelyn's not here, and Lefty walks away with a kill as Hulk misplays.
Yeah, unfortunately, the ultimate, the Chains of Corruption, did not land from Otso, and because of that, Hulk just ends up going down inside of the Cataclysm. Actually does have both of his summoners up, so potentially a little bit of a misplay there to not actually get out, but we see on the top lane, Otso is actually the one pushing into the Camille.
He's got 3 turret plates already.
And a CS lead.
And a CS lead, and a kill lead, and we thought that this wasn't going well for Maokai, but he's not locked in there with Boar. Boar's locked in there with him.
You want to know why? Because he's patient as a tree.
All right, one more, and that's going to be the 4th turret plate going over solo to Otso. He has the Sunfire Cape. Boar can't fight him, and this is just going great for the top laner of Return of the Middle Sticks.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want, where you want to be for your tank, getting gold pretty much without much of a struggle because tank items are just so much cheaper.
And alone, too. He's doing this all on his onesie, which means that Dr. Wildey is free to go to, say, the bot lane, where he already picked up a double kill. Can he do it again?
Is now 4-0-5, level 9. No,
that's a 1.
4-0-1, sorry, 450, I was confused.
Oh, baiting. Can they get him? Oh, the flash forward, but he's rooted now. The teleport comes in from Otso.
And he does have the Twisted
ultimate.
Advance.
Twisted Advance is available.
And Grasping Roots.
Grasping Roots. Can he get it? He's not even going to try because they have the turret plates available to be taken. They have one more that's going to be very easy. Hulk takes a little bit. That's going to be the turret dive in effect. The ultimate comes out from, no, not yet from Maokai. Now, finally, and that's the route onto I'm Lefty. I'm Lefty is going to try and get Otso stuck inside there, can't get out. Lefty goes down, Bam Thresh goes down, and that is still a 2-for-1 for Return of the Middle Sticks, and they're going to get this first turret, but Boar is here. He's on top of Hulk. Can he? No, he's stunned.
Oh,
again.
Here comes Dr. Wildey.
Wildey's here. He's charmed the Camille. He makes it, but he can't get him. The last caress is not tender enough.
There was just the heal coming out from Fargo actually pulled Hogboar just over the threshold for the execute.
Over the threshold, and now Wildey is still on the warpath. Boar is low. Boar is so low, and now Hulk is here. He can't find it. Zap is gonna get him. Fargo doesn't have his ultimate. He already used it, and Wildey is still waiting over the wall.
Yeah, and it looks like Boar is just going to back and dip out of the situation, which however means that Otso needs to do the same and get back to the top lane.
And Boar does have teleport, but he looks like he's walking to this dragon. It's a mountain. Both teams want to get this, not only for the dragon, for Elder later, but also because they want to have the availability of that siege for Jinx. They want to be able to take down these turrets. They want to be able to take down these neutral objectives.
Yes.
Otso, on the other hand, he doesn't nearly have the range that Jinx rockets do, but he still wants it to keep it away from Crimson KC.
Exactly.
Oh, that might be a trouble for Big Thresh. Van Thresh, he's going to jump in, and that is going to be the kill for Otso. Dr. Wildey, you magnificent bastard.
And not only is Dr. Wildey taketh from the enemies, but he giveth to his friends, to his AD carries, as we see Otso getting the kill and just, they're starting to funnel some of this gold onto that AD carry. And as we see, Otso has the ability to perform very well on this champion.
I now know why he's called Dr. Wildey, because that shit was surgical right there.
Yes.
And now Boar and Otso are fighting again, but Lefty's here. He's gonna get rooted up by the Grasping Roots. Otso, he has a Bramble Vest, so they're actually kind of killing themselves on him, but he's going to finally go down after a long time.
Yeah, it did take them a long time to kill him, but just with the true damage coming out from Boar, and then also the additional true damage from the red buff coming off of I'm Lefty, who also has Conqueror, by the way.
Conqueror, red buff, a little bit of everything, and they are going to go ahead and take some damage on this turret, but it's not enough to take the turret itself.
Yeah, they don't have the Mountain Dragon, as we talked about, was just given over to the red team, and because of that, they are not quite able to get any more damage down onto this turret in the top lane, and we actually see the support, Bard, coming up to collect that farm, potentially. No, he's looking for people.
That's what he's looking for. But now Wildey is in the top lane. They see that Boar is going back, so now they want to see what they can do with this very low top outer turret. Wing Nation and Otso, meanwhile, they are going to try and take down this turret in the mid lane. They have a Mountain Drake. They're getting singular auto attacks on it, but they don't want to step up too far against Band Thresh.
Yeah, Wing Nation just barely misses the Scatter the Weak onto...
Oh, Dr. Wildey, you again doing so well, gets the last caress just as Boar comes out of the Hextech Ultimatum in vulnerability frames.
Yeah, really good there coming out. Dr. Wildey, 5-0-4. You know, I was hoping she would take it 4-0-5, but
ban it.
Yeah.
Ban it next time. I mean, there's not gonna be a next time, but ban it.
you definitely had the right idea the first two games.
And now I'm Lefty trying to come in. He's going to try and smite steal. They do not get it. Wildey with the kill, and now Lefty goes down. Wildey gonna go back for the Rift Herald while Ban Thresh. He's gonna go very low. Knocks up a couple members. And the traps come out in order to save his life. Hulk with the shockwave. One more will do it.
Massive.
And that's the ultimate coming out from Fargo for the kill. Now, the Rift Herald is summoned. They're going to try and get this outer turret while Otso is threatening here. Threatening with the Twisted Advance. He jumps on to Avatar. And no, not quite. Barely not enough damage.
Yeah, however, they're looking like they might be able to get the second charge off from the Rift Herald. No, they have decided that they are just going to back away.
And now with a 4K gold lead, Return to the Middle Sticks walks back to reset. They lost their support there, but they're still doing fine.
Yes. Also, they weren't really able to continue with that push or continue with that fight. Wing Nation, who took 2 turret shots, so had no health. At the same time, also had no mana, just because of had used all of her mana, or all of his mana the previous fight.
And now, Crimson KC, they do have some scaling on their side. They have the fact that, Jarvan will continue just kind of being a beefy boy.
Yes, because that is Beef Boy.
He
Beef Boy.
He Biff Boy. And now they do know that Avatar will continue to scale, but Hulk is here. Watch out.
Now, I do want to see if Otso is actually just going to sit on this Bramble Vest, or if he's actually going to turn it into a full-fledged Thornmail.
Or if he's going to go... Oh, it is 3 AD threats plus Avatar. So... honestly, either way, I would be happy if he does one just to make sure that Avatar doesn't get damage on him. I'm fine. If he finishes the Thornmail so that Boar can't duel him anymore, I'm also fine.
Yeah.
I think that the Thornmail might be a little bit better.
And if he does go with the Bramble Vest, it might actually not be an awful idea even just to sit on the Bramble Vest, get that slight damage and the healing reduction, and then go for something like potentially the Abyssal Mask, which is going to actually amp the damage coming out from
Wing Nation and Wildey.
Wing Nation Wildey, but then also
Hulk.
his own Bramble
And
Vest.
him.
Yeah.
It's just really... Abyssal Mask is just such a good item into comps they have. Oh, Hulk gets away from the Flag and Drag. Wildey is here. Lefty flashes into the Tempered Fate, and now he's going to be jump in with the Cataclysm. He loses his life, and Return to the Middle Sticks, they actually don't get to follow up on those roots.
Yeah, despite the fact that Otso actually rooted all 5 members of Crimson KC because of the fact that I'm Lefty occupied them all by locking them in the Cataclysm. They weren't able to capitalize on any of those roots. However, they are just going to steal this red buff and set up their control around the dragon, which is going to spawn in 10 seconds.
Leave nothing behind is the motto here for Return of the Middle Sticks. They want to make sure that Crimson KC has such a tough time getting back into this game. They're at 5,000 gold lead plus this Mountain Drake that's going down right now, and Baron is on the map. It is 21 minutes.
Yes. Now, we have seen today, not necessarily in this series so much, but we have seen some pretty massive gold lead swings. So, of course, we are not going to count out Crimson KC in any way, shape, or form, because they are very close to having the 2-item Runaan's Hurricane Jinx. And as we saw last game,
You can do a lot with that.
You can do a lot with that.
Now, I want to see if Otso goes back for that Zanya's Hourglass after the Bork and the Gwynsu's. If he's going to go for that hybrid build again, or if he's just going to maintain that regular AD sort of thing because he's got Wing Nation and because he differently, he's got Wildey.
Yeah.
He's not a Trundle anymore.
We will definitely have to see, once again, this is 3 melees, so it would not be a bad idea to just go straight into Runaan's Hurricanes after finishing off the Ginsu's Rageblade. Now, of course, part of the reason I feel like he picked up the Seeker's Arm Guard and then eventually the Zanya's Hourglass. However, there is a little bit of engage and a teleport.
Lefty has caught Hulk. Hulk ults himself, but now Wildy has Lefty charmed. But that was a bait. But Wildy gets out alive. And now Banthresh goes down. They lose Dr. Wildy, and Avatar is now caught. Possibly Hulk, not quite going to die. Otso, can he find it? Boar is on him. Wing Nation is there as well. And now the ultimate. The Hextech Ultimatum comes out, and Fargo is the only one left. It's a 4 for 2 for the middle sticks.
Yeah, really good job coming out from Return of the Middle Six. Very quick teleport coming out from Otso, making sure that they were able to actually take that as a true 5v5. They were able to I believe it was Lefty that they just absolutely blew up, and then Dr. Wildy did eventually go down, but not without getting the majority of his burst
not
out.
without killing Lefty entirely and getting a fair amount of cooldowns expended on him. He had Fargo on him, and I'm pretty sure Avatar also ulted there.
Yes.
So that was such a good trade there. Wildy did hand over a shutdown, but his team won the fight for it.
Bad guy Lefty.
Come on, man.
He's just trying to back in peace. His home was destroyed by the Ruination, and you drop a flag on his face. Colonizing Demacians.
Did Demacia destroy Maokai's home?
No.
I thought it was the Rune Wars. It was like the Mage Lords that did it.
No, it was the Ruination, I thought.
Oh, well, the end of the Rune Wars, right?
No, that was the what made the Shadow Isles.
Oh, right.
With the Ruin King and
Yeah.
everything.
Duh, I'm an idiot. Who was I thinking of? Is it Rise?
No, Brand, maybe.
No, Brand was Rise's disciple.
Apprentice, yeah.
And that was just kind of him getting too far into dark magic.
Yeah.
And now Otso, he's not
Is it-
going to get picked. Banthresh does not find the hook on him.
Is it dark magic if it's
Well-
fire? Because that's, you know.
Forbidden magic.
Yeah.
Asshole. With the world runes and everything. Guys.
What's up?
What? Is something...
Oh.
Oh no, the casters. Oh, so it's us. So he is talking to us.
This is peak analysis.
Yes, Legion?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What? There's nothing to analyze really right now. They're dancing around the Baron, and right now, Return of the Middle Sticks is in the lead, and they're looking for something here, but they have to find a good pick before they can do anything.
Peak League casting. Thank you, Meristematic. I agree.
Hey,
You want to know what else is
I
peak
heard-
League casting? Understanding what Otso says when he ults in. And you know what it is that Otso says when he ults in?
don't please.
Patient as a tree!
Oh, no! Okay, the Vision War continues, and now Maokai is putting his little boys in, but now Boar takes some damage.
Oh! The
Whoa.
ult does land onto Nautilus.
Nautilus is going to have to flash out. That is the ultimate from Maokai, so now they can rotate back, get vision control again, and will Return to the Middle Sticks be able to find something off of this? They just expended 2 big cooldowns.
Yeah, massive. Not just big. Like, I would
One
consider...
is their
the
main team fight initiator,
Yeah.
and the other is their other main team fight initiator.
So we'll definitely have to see how this goes. Now, they do still have the Chain of Corruption coming
They
out
have
from
the flank.
Varus.
Wildy's on the side. He's going to try and go. He finds 4, and now Hulk goes down immediately. Lefty gets the kill, and now Wildy gets the jinx. This is huge. Lefty on the run. Wildy goes down, but his job is done. Lefty comes back in. He's burning down. But he gets the reset from the Triumph. Now Otso, can he find something? He gets damage onto Banthresh. Boar comes for it, but he doesn't have the Hextech Ultimatum. He's gonna go down. One more hit, but Lefty gets the kill. Now Otso, he's alone in the world. He's the only tree left here, but he's not taking any
He's
damage.
not dying, and he's doing damage to them!
Lefty
Come
is
on,
the
Otso!
run. Otso, you can do it. If he goes back in on Thresh, he is going to twist in advance. Can he get the kill? He has one more auto attack. The 1v3 and the tree cuts them down.
Patient as a tree!
I'm gonna throw you out of the room if you say that one more time. I swear to God.
He is just coming in, and he is knocking up fools!
He only still has the Bramble Vest, not even the full Thorn Mail, but he's got the
Sunfire
Cape
And the healing!
And the healing! So much healing, keeping him alive and killing his enemies, and he's at full health.
He's like, I don't need my carries. I am the carry.
And now the Mountain Dragon is aiding them. Wildy and Otso are going to try and start this Baron. We see Otso coming over the wall. He's finally in, and that is going to be this burning down. Lefty isn't even on the right side of the map. The Baron goes over to Return of the Middle Sticks, 5k in the lead, 27 minutes, and they've got a lot of inner turrets to take.
Yeah, there's just so much gold that they can pick up on the map and then just convert that into an even bigger lead when they start sieging the base.
I am the Maokai. I speak 1v3s.
I'm a big fan of what Psycho says, and the trees say, "Come at me, bro."
The trees say, "Come at me, bro." Otso, he's standing up on this turret. What is a turret but just a fake tree? And now Avatar is caught. Fargo has to flash away. The ultimate comes out from Maokai. That's the Orianna caught in. That's Lefty coming in. He tries to jump onto Otso, but Otso has the stopwatch. They are going to get Lefty. Wing Nation gets the kill there, and now Otso is in the back of the fight, tanking 3 members. Boar gets Otso a double kill for Wing Nation, and now Banthresh is low. Banthresh is down.
Raid boss down. However, Evelyn is still in the fight, and those are some really low carries on the side of on the side of Crimson KC.
And now Return to the Middle Sticks, they have the carries away. They're going to be able to play. They take the top turret. The inhibitor is soon to follow. Fargo's up, but he doesn't have his cooldowns. He doesn't have his summoners.
Yeah.
And can they get the inhib? It is going to go down here.
Also might have eventually gone down, but the thing is, he was distracting 3 members of Crimson KC as the other 4 members of his team are 4v2ing on the other side of the fight.
And while Otso finally went down to Boar's dive, Boar went down, and then there was nothing that they could do because Banthresh was the only person with any bit of tank against Winged Nation and Wildy.
And Dr. Wildy still had the ultimate. So as they finally come out of the major part of that fight, and, you know, Fargo and Avatar are like, oh, maybe we can still hold the base, they realize, oh, wait, Dr. Wildy is up. We cannot get anywhere close to this fight because this camouflaged Evelyn could just pop up right behind you and destroy you.
It was a little bit of mutually assured destruction there because Wildy knew that he couldn't kill one without being killed by the other, and they both knew that they couldn't walk up without being killed by Wildy.
Exactly.
So they just walked away from each other, and now 3 Drakes in the pocket, another minute and a half on the Baron buff, and Return of the Middle Sticks resets to head bot.
Yeah. Now we do see again that Otso is once again building the Zhonya's Hourglass. So apparently this is just what he thinks is the optimal build for this champion.
And honestly, I hate to disagree with him because it's working so well to keep Lefty off of him. The Cataclysms will come out, and Otso will immediately just Zhonya's, and yes, it allows time for Crimson KC to set up around him, but in the same vein as what we saw last game, where Fargo was able to free hit when they jumped onto Avatar, now Wing Nation is able to free hit, Wildy is able to free hit when they jump onto Otso.
Yeah, and it's not even just stopping the engage from Lefty, it's also kind of stopping the engage from Boar as well, who really wants to dive onto that backline and get onto Otso.
We saw how long it took how long it took Boar to kill Otso, even when he jumped in at the same time as Lefty, because of the Zhonya's, because Lefty was basically keeping his team out of the Cataclysm, and Boar had already used his hookshot to engage directly forward. He couldn't get over the wall, and then finally went in, was able to kill Otso, but it was too late.
And all this time that Otso is buying is just time that Otso is 1v3ing on the other side of the fight.
And Otso, he has now the Crystalline Bracer, and he is going to keep going forward. He's got a lot of health, a lot of armor, and a fair amount of magic resist, but magic resist really isn't the problem here. Baron buff finally goes down.
Yeah, we were thinking maybe those cannon minions would be able to take down the inhibitor tower, but it was not to be, as Banthresh goes forward, does not actually get hit by the Tempered Fate.
Tempered Fate comes out. It is going to be wasted, but honestly, it's not that bad. Return to the Middle Stick's going to engage with the ultimate from Maokai. It's just to zone them off. That is going to be Wildy knocked up. Lefty in the middle of the fight, but he's so low. Otso, can he quite kill him? No, he can't. That's the Zanya's, or the Redemption coming in, but that's what Return to the Middle Sticks wanted. They wanted to start the engage and then peel away, get that inhibitor.
And now they can look to get this final inhibitor turret, which will be 3 inhibitors.
Triple inhib, double super minions, every lane, Hulk with a double stun, Otso in the middle of the fight. I'm Lefty, jumps in, but can he find him? Yes, they find Otso, and now Otso is in the back, and that's Wildy trying to find 2. He finds 2. A 3rd picked up by Wing Nation. A 4th now on Ban Thresh. Can they get him? No, not quite. He's barely alive, but this inhibitor was the goal all along.
Yeah, overall, it is a 3v2 actually in the favor of Return of the Middle Sticks. However, they decided they're not actually going for the inhibitor. They're going for the end.
It's only Ban Thresh and Avatar. Can they do it? If Avatar, he doesn't have the shockwave. Actually, I believe they can do this. Return of the Middle Sticks jumping in. They're going to get onto Ban Thresh. Otso tanking the turret. He's so damn tanky. There's nothing they can do. Ban Thresh gets pushed away. That's going to be Avatar going down. Ban Thresh as well.
And that'll be the game.
It's going to be the game. They're going to burn these turrets down. The Nexus goes down as well. And Return of the Middle Sticks will be meeting Sensei Squad in the finals tomorrow afternoon.
Such a fantastic play. Also, just throughout this game was a massive presence. He's in the top lane, 1v1ing Boar. He goes down to the bot lane, gets everyone in the CC, and this entire time, you know what he's thinking?
Patient
as a tree! And he just goes through and is such a presence in this fight, in this game. Honestly, I just have to give so much credit to this entire team. Return of the Middle Sticks, Dr. Wildey absolutely popped off. Otso did what he needed to do throughout this entire game, but also in this last game, I just have to give him the credit going up against a Camille.
All right, we're 17 minutes over schedule, so we're just going to straight throw it over to B-Pots and Legion, who are taking up the next semifinal, and I believe it is gold capped. The gold cap semifinal, right?
I don't know. I don't care.
Maybe it's diamond. Who knows? So we're going to end the stream right here, and don't worry, you're going to see their beautiful faces in just a minute. Good night, and see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.